Reincarnation of the Strongest Sword God audiobook by Kevin, Volume 31, Chapter 3001, Chapter 75, One Person's Strength. Chapter 75, One Person's Strength. Inside the ancient demon court, Su Qianliu and the others remained wholly unaware of what was going on outside. Even if they did know what was going on, they wouldn't be in the mood to care, since they were currently in shock over the environment inside the ancient demon court. What violent mana! So this is hell mode. Everyone's faces paled when they looked at the dilapidated settlement and the death energy that filled the streets before them. Although they had long since known that an ancient demon court's hell mode wouldn't be an easy challenge, they never thought it would be this difficult. Setting aside the violent mana that constantly inflicted pain onto their bodies and affected their ability to control their bodies. Just the death energy that filled the settlement streets was more than enough to instill despair into them. Death energy was a special type of energy with extremely powerful corrosive effects. It might be fine if it was present in scant amounts. At most, it would only prevent players from operating their bodies normally. However, if the presence of death energy was so dense that it was visible to the naked eye, it would be fatal to players. Even if death energy was only visible as a thin layer of gray gas, it was already more than enough to corrode players' minds and rapidly reduce their concentration. Meanwhile, if players' concentration fell below the critical threshold, their characters would become an empty shell, and it'd be no different than if they had died. I'm afraid there's no way we can raid this ancient demon court guild leader. Setting aside the violent mana, just the death energy that's floating in the air is already too much for us to handle. Apart from those with a gold mana body, everyone else would die in under 30 minutes. Su Qianliu said, a bitter smile forming on her face as she looked at Shi Feng originally. Before entering the hell mode ancient demon court, she had thought that they might have a chance at clearing it. After all, their team was not weak by any means. However, after entering the ancient demon court, she realized that she had been too naive. With such a harsh environment, even the 5 great super guilds' main force would probably have difficulty surviving in such an environment. Not to mention, the bosses in level 100 Hell Mode team dungeons were typically Tier 4 mythic monsters that had their HP, attack power, and defense boosted significantly. After getting strengthened, their overall strength could rival mythic-ranked archaic species found in the outside world. Meanwhile, seeing as they were inside a hell mode ancient demon court, the boss they had to face was probably on par with mythic-ranked world bosses. In other words, they had to face a mythic monster with at least 50% more basic attributes than the average mythic monster. Death energy and violent mana. After surveying their surroundings, Shi Feng nodded and said, "It seems we got lucky." Lucky? When Happy Snow heard Shi Feng's words, she couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. She felt that Shi Feng was truly skilled at consoling people. How could their current situation even be considered lucky, faced with such dense death energy? Happy Snow felt that she could, at best, last half an hour with her peak silver mana body. As for the others with weaker mana bodies, they probably wouldn't last more than 15 minutes. As soon as they stepped into the settlement before them, they'd be taking a ride on Hell's tour bus. They could probably meet God even without fighting. "We are indeed very lucky," Shi Feng said, calmly smiling when he saw the look of contempt Happy Snow was giving him. Ancient demon courts are products of the ancient era. When we consider the fact that the ancient demons were suddenly wiped out and the ancient demon courts were sealed, we can consider ourselves lucky that all we have to face right now is a little death energy and some mana fluctuations left behind from back then. Shi Feng had visited quite a few ancient demon courts during his previous life. Among them, many had much harsher environments than the one they currently faced. In one instance, not only did he have to deal with violent mana and dense death energy, but he also had to be wary of a temporal storm that was capable of obliterating everything. Even a random gust of wind that came out of that temporal storm could severely injure a superior mythic. Meanwhile, the temporal storm back then had covered the entire settlement. The scene back then was both beautiful and devastating. In comparison, the ancient demon court here only had violent mana and death energy. Among the many ancient demon courts in existence, it could be considered a relatively mild one. "What should we do next, guild leader?" We have no way to retreat now, but we can't progress in such an environment either. Even with my gold mana body, I doubt I can last more than an hour. If I have to fight monsters on top of that, I don't think I can last more than 20 minutes, Blackie said anxiously as he looked at the settlement ahead. While a gold mana body was stronger than a silver mana body, it wasn't invincible. It merely provided players with stronger adaptability. Don't worry. Since I decided to come here, I naturally came prepared, Shi Feng said, chuckling. Whether it is the violent mana or death energy, both are merely a form of external energy. Why do you think a gold mana body can have a better time adapting to harsh environments? Upon hearing Shi Feng's question, Blackie immediately came to a realization as he said, "It's because of the enhanced control it provides toward mana. So long as we can control the mana around us, we'll be able to resist the mana and death energy here." That's right. Shi Feng nodded. Rather than a dungeon, an ancient demon court is more like a trial for players. If players can control their mana well, they can drastically reduce the pressure they face from the surrounding environment. As soon as Shi Feng finished speaking, whether it was the violent mana or death energy surrounding him, both had stopped half an inch away from his body. It looked as if there was an invisible barrier surrounding him. What powerful mana control! Firecloud mentally exclaimed when he saw what Shi Feng just did. Forming a mana barrier around one's body was easier said than done. This was due to the way players visualized mana. It was especially true when the mana in question came from one's own body. The average player couldn't see or touch mana at all, and the only way they could manipulate their mana to form an external barrier was through relying on magic arrays. The process of forming an external mana barrier was essentially players compressing the mana they radiated to form a dense coating of mana around their bodies. It shouldn't be mistaken with the action of severing one's mana flow to prevent one's mana from leaving one's body. The two achieved entirely different effects, and the former was much more difficult to accomplish than the latter. Meanwhile, the closer the compressed layer of mana got to one's body, the denser it would become. As a result, the resistance it put up would also grow stronger. Without incredible control over mana, there was no way a player could compress their mana to within half an inch of their body. With Shi Feng's reminder, everyone present started compressing their mana to form a barrier that repelled the violent mana and death energy surrounding them. Fortunately, everyone present was a veteran expert. They possessed excellent control over mana, and everyone managed to form a barrier that was at most 1 yard thick. In Su Qianlu's case, she managed to form a half-inch thick barrier with ease, and none of the surrounding violent mana and death energy managed to affect her in the slightest. Well done. Shi Feng nodded approvingly when he saw that everyone had more or less managed to resist the surrounding environment's effects. All right, let's start the raid for real now. I'll be splitting you all into 3 separate teams from now on. All Guardian Knights and Shield Warriors will be in Team 1. The remaining melee players will be in Team 2, and all ranged players will be in Team 3. Without my command, nobody in Team 2 is allowed to take action. As for Team 1, you are only allowed to use your shields to block the attacking monsters. You are forbidden from attacking and attracting aggro. For Team 3, you will attack whichever monster I tell you to attack. You are not allowed to attack any other monsters. Chapter 3002, Chapter 76, Guild Leader. Chapter 76, Guild Leader. After splitting the team into smaller groups, Shi Feng led the team to within 500 yards of the settlement. Upon reaching this point, a large group of fully armed elemental golems suddenly marched out of a corner of the main street and entered their view. The elemental golems were of varying sizes, the smaller ones measuring around 2 or 3 meters, and the larger ones measuring up to 8 meters. At a glance, there should at least be 10,000 elemental golems in the group. Apart from their large numbers, these elemental golems also behaved like a well-trained army. The golems wielding shields stood at the front, the golems wielding spears stood in the middle, and the golems wielding staves stood at the rear. Elemental Destroyer, Great Lord. Level 105, HP 300 million. Elemental Annihilator, Grand Lord. Level 106, HP 1 million. Crap! Are you kidding me? Why do these monsters have so much HP? Blackie felt his scalp turning numb when he saw the elemental golem's stats. The HP of these golems was at least twice as high as monsters of similar rank and level found in the outside world. Su Qianliu, Happy Snow, Firecloud, and the others also frowned at this situation. Unlike monsters, players were restricted by the hidden attribute known as stamina. In other words, the amount of time they could spend fighting was limited. It was especially true during intense fights. Right now, their team only had 300 players. Normally, they'd have exhausted most of their stamina, even if they fought against just 2,000 or 3,000 great lords of the same rank. Yet now, not only did they have to face over 10,000 great lords and grand lords, but these monsters even had unusually high amounts of HP rather than a trial. What awaited them ahead was a massacre. Guild leader, it's too disadvantageous for us to fight against such a larger group of monsters. We'll run out of stamina before we can even finish them. I suggest that we split the team and conduct guerrilla warfare using the small alleys. Su Qianliu suggested fighting a large-scale battle while being severely disadvantaged in numbers wouldn't benefit them in any way. In comparison, while splitting up the team across the settlement's alleys would scatter the team's strength, it would also reduce the number of monsters each player needed to face. This, in turn, would reduce their stamina consumption and increase their endurance in battle. The elemental golems were merely monsters with high physical and magical resistances. They didn't have extraordinary combat standards. At most, their combat standard reached the Trial Tower's 5th floor early stage standard. In a situation where the gap in basic attributes wasn't too significant, first-rate experts would have no problem going up against 3 or 4 golems at a time. Blackie, Happy Snow, Firecloud, and the others also nodded in agreement with Su Qianliu's suggestion. After seeing the scale of the monster army before them, they finally understood why the ancient demon courts and various secret lands remained the private playground of only first-rate powers and above. Without a significant advantage in basic attributes, experts of their caliber had no way of fighting large-scale fights in these dangerous locations whatsoever. Faced with so many tanky monsters, it wouldn't matter even if they worked together. There was simply no way they could achieve victory. Although it was a bit of a pity to split up their combat power, this was the best solution available to them. Afterward, all they could do was hope that a few healers could survive until the dust settled, so that they could resurrect those who had died in battle. No need to go through such hassle, Shi Feng said, shaking his head. While these elemental golems might be numerous, they have a fatal weakness. Fatal weakness? After thinking for a moment, Su Qianliu asked, is it the density of their surrounding mana? Unlike other creatures, elemental creatures relied heavily on mana. The more violent and denser the surrounding mana, the stronger elemental creatures would become. Of course, the reverse was also true. Nodding, Shi Feng said. That's right. The reason why these golems have such high HP is largely due to the violent mana here. So long as we lower the density of the ambient mana, or stabilize it, we can nullify the buffs of these golems. Ancient demon courts existed to test players, not to kill them. Thus, there were tricks to raiding every ancient demon court. So long as players found the trick, the raid difficulty would plummet. This was also why Shi Feng dared to challenge a hell-mode ancient demon court with Su Qianliu and the others. After Shi Feng finished speaking, everyone's eyes glowed in excitement as they turned towards Su Qianliu. Don't look at me. The mana here is too violent. It'd take an incredibly powerful mana domain to expel or stabilize the mana here, Su Qianliu said with a bitter smile when she noticed the hopeful gazes everyone was giving her. I might have a peak silver mana body, but my mana control still isn't enough for me to cast a mana domain. After hearing Su Qianliu's words, Happy Snow and Firecloud turned toward Blackie. Blackie's mana body was stronger than even Su Qianliu's. Moreover, he had even completed his gold mana body at an 85% completion rate. A mana body of this caliber could rank at the top, even among the various superpowers' top-tier talents. Me? Scratching his face awkwardly, Blackie said, I'm no good either. With my control over mana, I don't even know if I can cast a mana domain after reaching Tier 4, let alone now. Blackie might have a gold mana body, but the way he obtained it could be considered borderline cheating. If he hadn't relied on Shi Feng's real-time instructions and some luck, it would have been impossible for him to construct a gold mana body with an 85% completion rate. In comparison, Su Qianlu had relied entirely on her own efforts to construct her peak mana body. When it came to mana control, she was undoubtedly much better than him. Upon hearing Blackie's helpless words, everyone present despaired a little. If even the team's two strongest magical class players couldn't cast a mana domain, it was even more impossible for everyone else. "You don't need to worry about the matter with the mana domain. I have a solution for that," Shi Feng suddenly said. "Just follow my orders afterward and attack the elemental annihilators that charge forward. Magical classes, don't hold anything back and dump everything you have." He has a solution? Su Qianlu couldn't help but look at Shi Feng in surprise and confusion. After all, players could only create a mana domain when they had developed their mana control to an extreme level. It wasn't something that could be obtained via words alone. However, before Su Qianlu and the others could figure out Shi Feng's words, the elemental golems had already moved within 50 yards of their team. This distance was already within the attack range of Great Lords and Tier 3 players. Tier 3 assassins could even cross this distance in just 2 steps. "Attack!" Shi Feng commanded, having already moved within 40 yards of the nearest elemental annihilator. Upon hearing Shi Feng's command, everyone stopped holding back and used their skills and spells one after another. The magical class players in particular used their trademark moves right off the bat, bombarding the elemental annihilators, charging at the forefront with AoE spells and large-scale combination spells. Some had even used Tier 3 curses. For a time, the land between both sides turned into a sea of flames. The ground also shook violently, as if a meteor had just hit the ground. What power? Is this the effect of violent mana? Happy Snow was a little dumbfounded when she saw the devastated battlefield, even though they were only casting Tier 3 spells. The raw power their spells exuded rivaled Tier 4 spells. Because of their spells, the elemental annihilators had their advance forcibly halted, and damages exceeding 1,000,000 appeared above their heads one after another. However, before everyone could celebrate this situation, what took place next instantly extinguished the confidence they just recovered. The cracks on the elemental annihilators' bodies were rapidly mending, and even their HPs were healing at a rate visible to the naked eye. The recovery speed of these monsters was far superior to the monsters found in the outside world. At this time, the shield-wielding elemental destroyers had also caught up to the elemental annihilators. Then, with their shields raised, these elemental destroyers blocked the oncoming skills and spells without getting affected in any way. Subsequently, when less than 30 yards separated both sides, and Firecloud and the other tanks were subconsciously trembling while wielding their shields. "Halt!" A low voice suddenly echoed throughout the team. Immediately afterward, an invisible ripple spread across the entire battlefield, causing the violent mana to settle down and mana density to plummet. Meanwhile, along with these abrupt changes to the ambient mana, all elemental golems standing within the affected area had their movement speeds reduced drastically and their HPs reduced to less than 1/3 of their original. Moreover, their body sizes had shrunk by half. Their basic attributes had fallen by over 30%, and their battle recovery had halted completely. Guild Leader. Chapter 3003, Chapter 77, Flying Improvements. Chapter 77, Flying Improvements. Su Qianlu's eyes widened in shock as she looked at Shi Feng. She dared not believe that such a powerful mana domain actually came from Shi Feng. A mana domain. It was something that only those who had achieved incredible mastery over mana could possess. It should be known that even the various superpowers top-tier geniuses wouldn't necessarily be able to cast a mana domain when they first reached Tier 4. Yet now Shi Feng had cast a mana domain as a Tier 3 swordsman. Moreover, the strength of his mana domain was so great that it could even suppress Grand Lords in all aspects. This was a feat that she had only ever heard of in rumors. Meanwhile, Happy Snow, who stood guard beside Su Qianlu, was also dumbfounded by this situation. Then, after snapping out of her daze, she asked Su Qianlu, "Is he really just Shadow's former guild leader, Big Sis Qianlu?" At this moment, Su Qianlu and the members of her adventurer team weren't the only ones shocked and confused by this situation. Blackie and the others, who had stayed with Shadow all these years, also couldn't help but doubt their eyes as they looked at Shi Feng. Brother Feng, no guild leader. Yu Blackie was at a loss for words as he looked at Shi Feng's mana domain. Compared to the shock he received when he received the Holy Annihilation mana technique from Shi Feng previously, the shock he felt now was many times greater. There were more than 10,000 Great Lord and Grand Lord ranked elemental golems here, yet now with just one move, Shi Feng had crippled every one of these powerful monsters. All right, I know what you want to say, but our priority now is to clear out these elemental golems first, Shi Feng said, as he pointed at the golems ahead. Right, we have to get rid of these golems first. Immediately, Blackie, Su Qianlu, and the others promptly snapped out of their daze and got serious. Then, following Shi Feng's command, the melee players of the team charged at the elemental annihilators. Due to Shi Feng's mana domain, the mighty elemental golems were nothing but a joke now. Under the mana domain's effects, not only did the golems lose a significant portion of their basic attributes and HP, but their reaction speeds had also dropped by 30% or more. Now, instead of being stronger than their counterparts in the outside world, these elemental golems had become weaker instead. For a time, Happy Snow and the team's other melee players slaughtered the elemental annihilators and destroyers, converting these monsters into EXP for everyone. Unlike team dungeons, the monsters in ancient demon courts provided much higher EXP than monsters found in the outside world. It was even more so for the monsters in a Hell mode ancient demon court. After including the level gap bonus, the EXP the elemental golems provided was several times higher than their counterparts in the outside world. In less than 4 hours, the team wiped out the 10,000-plus elemental golems. Meanwhile, the abundant EXP everyone received had boosted Blackie and the others from level 100 to level 103. As for Shi Feng, Su Qianlu, and the others, they had leveled up from 102 to 104. In the current miniature ancient world, they were undoubtedly at the forefront when it came to levels. However, compared to the EXP they gained, everyone paid more attention to the loot the elemental golems dropped. As elemental creatures, the elemental golems did not drop any coins. Instead, they dropped magic crystals and various types of elemental cores. On average, a magic crystal would drop for every 2 or 3 elemental destroyer killed. Magic crystals was a hard currency on the market. It was needed for many aspects of God's domain. Since players weren't allowed to bring magic crystals with them when they entered the miniature ancient world, the current market value of magic crystals was around 50 silver each. Moreover, one wouldn't necessarily be able to buy any magic crystals even if one had the money. Yet now the elemental golems had dropped over 6,000 magic crystals. In addition, the elemental golems also dropped over 1,000 level 100 and level 105 weapons and equipment. Although they were all at the fine gold rank, they were still better than the level 100 secret silver ranked beginner's equipment. Seeing the elemental golems drop over 1,000 fine gold weapons and equipment, everyone couldn't help but be amazed by the Hell mode ancient demon court's profitability. If they came here at level 150, the harvest they could acquire would be massively beneficial to their guild. Guild leader, something good dropped, Blackie said excitedly as he ran up to Shi Feng with a dark red plate armor in his hands. Tier 3 mana equipment? Shi Feng also grew interested when he saw the magic patterns and magic arrays engraved on the chest piece. Mana equipment was different from conventional equipment. They were not divided by ranks, only tiers. The boost to basic attributes mana equipment provided was also changed according to the user's level. They were similar to epic weapons and equipment in a sense. Moreover, the basic attributes mana equipment provided could rival the average epic weapon and equipment. The skills and spells that came with mana equipment even possessed superior effects than most epic weapons and equipment. The only flaw with mana weapons and equipment was the fact that they were consumables. They would become useless once their durability ran out. They couldn't be repaired from conventional equipment. It is indeed Tier 3 mana equipment, but it isn't the same mana equipment that we know, Blackie said, shaking his head. Then, in an even more excited tone, he continued, Instead, it's a piece of ancient mana equipment. I've already had Qian Liu check it, and this ancient mana equipment doesn't have the same durability limitation as ordinary mana equipment. We can replenish its durability using magic crystals. How many pieces did we get? Shi Feng asked, his eyes lighting up in excitement when he heard Blackie's words. According to Blackie's introduction, this ancient mana equipment was none other than the mainstream equipment used in the greater god's domain. If they could collect a full set of this ancient mana equipment, the boost in combat power it could provide to a player would surpass even that of an epic set equipment. After all, apart from providing players with a significant amount of basic attributes, this ancient mana equipment could also help players significantly in their control over mana, skills, and spells. It could even help players with their combat techniques to a certain extent. Meanwhile, Blackie chuckled and raised 5 fingers upon hearing Shi Feng's question. 5 pieces? Shi Feng grew a little disappointed when he saw Blackie's response. If only 5 pieces dropped, there definitely weren't enough to make a set. The average mana equipment came in 6-piece sets, while the best came in 8-piece sets. Meanwhile, mana equipment that wasn't in a complete set would only be slightly stronger than dark gold equipment of the same level. No, it's 50 pieces. A whopping 50 pieces dropped. We hit the jackpot this time, Blackie laughed. Moreover, out of these 50 pieces, we managed to come up with 6 complete sets. 3 sets are for physical melee classes, 1 is for physical ranged classes, and 2 are for magical classes. Can you speak in full next time? Shi Feng rolled his eyes at Blackie. Inwardly, though, he was very excited over this situation. 6 sets of ancient mana equipment would greatly help their current team. I already brought a physical melee set here for you. Here, try it on, Blackie said as he took the remaining 5 set pieces out of his bag. You are Zero Wings guild leader, after all. Others will laugh at us if you keep wearing beginner's equipment. When Shi Feng took a look at the equipment he currently used, he felt that Blackie's words made sense. Although the Winter of Eternal Night was a fragmented legendary weapon, it was still no excuse for him to wear beginner's equipment as Zero Wing's guild leader. Zero Wing would become a joke if others saw him in such a state. Chapter 3004, Chapter 78. Tier 4 Threshold. Chapter 78. Tier 4 Threshold. As soon as Shi Feng put on the Night Watcher set, the Tier 3 Ancient Mana Set equipment, his aura instantly underwent a complete transformation. Shi Feng had to admit that the Night Watcher set really made him stand out like a sore thumb. Not only was the armor set strikingly pitch black, but it was also engraved with blood-red runes all over. The armor even emitted a faint black mist. In the blink of an eye, he had gone from looking like an ordinary passerby to looking like a gent who had just stepped out of hell. Aside from appearances, the Night Watcher set also provided astonishing bonuses in basic attributes. Shi Feng's strength attribute instantly reached the Tier 4 threshold upon donning the armor set. That's right, the Tier 4 threshold. It wasn't just close to reaching the Tier 4 standard, instead it was at the Tier 4 standard already. Now, he could exhibit power at the Tier 4 standard even without employing any techniques. At this time, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe him as a humanoid beast. As for the 5 remaining ancient mana equipment sets, Shi Feng allocated them to Blackie, Su Qian Liu, Happy Snow, Firecloud, and Desolate Star, a ranger and a vice commander in Su Qian Liu's adventurer team. Upon distributing these sets, the team's overall combat power instantly increased by a significant margin. Outside the ancient demon court, due to the sky outside darkening, the inside of the cavern also grew darker and colder. Unlike before, there were over 1,000 expert players currently gathered in the cavern, and even the weakest among them was a first-rate expert. The number of Refinement Realm experts had also increased to over 100. Such a team was a force to be wary of no matter which part of God's domain the team was put in. I can't believe the mighty one-eyed ghost actually got toyed by a nameless junior. If the guild leader learns of this, he'll probably laugh for half a year, a wild-looking man carrying a large saber on his back said, laughing as he looked at One-Eyed Ghost. Yet, despite this wild-looking man's ridicule, One-Eyed Ghost had surprisingly chosen to remain silent. He did not do anything else besides glare at the other party to express his dissatisfaction. Seeing One-Eyed Ghost's abnormal behavior, the other members of Nature Hall also chose to remain silent, none of them daring to speak up for him. There was only one person in the guild who dared to speak with One-Eyed Ghost in such a way, was none other than Stalwart Bear, Nature Hall's strongest Tier 5 player. In addition, Stalwart Bear was the second strongest expert in the guild after Nature Manifestation, Nature Hall's guild leader and the guild's only Tier 6 God-ranked expert. Moreover, he was also Tyrant Blade of the 5 Blades, an equivalent ranking list to the 8 Sword Meisters. Since everyone is here already, should we discuss our subsequent plans, Stalwart Bear? A woman with short hair and crimson eyes from 100 Flower Palace suddenly spoke up. However, her tone indicated that she had no intentions of discussing anything whatsoever despite her words. Meanwhile, as soon as this short-haired woman finished speaking, the silence in the cavern grew even heavier, and many people couldn't help but lower their heads to reduce their presence. "Don't tell me they're going to start a fight?" When Rainsong saw Stalwart Bear's expression suddenly growing cold, she turned to Cleansed Rue, hoping that she could try to dissuade the short-haired woman from aggravating the already tense situation. Of those present, the only ones qualified to participate in a fight between Stalwart Bear and the short-haired woman were Cleansed Rue and One-Eyed Ghost. So, apart from them, nobody else had the qualifications to speak. "Don't look at me. There's nothing I can do about Crimson Heart," Cleansed Rue said in a helpless tone. Crimson Heart. 100 Flower Palace's first Vice Guild leader. Whether in terms of combat standards or individual combat power, Crimson Heart was second only to 100 Flower Palace's guild leader. She was an existence that rivaled Tier 6 God-ranked experts. Even after entering the miniature ancient world, Cleansed Rue still didn't think she could match Crimson Heart. "I can't believe you'd actually come to the miniature ancient world, you crazy woman. It seems 100 Flower Palace is betting everything on this place," Stalwart Bear casually said. He remained unfazed, even in the face of Crimson Heart's oppressive aura. "Aren't you the same, you barbarian?" Crimson Heart calmly responded. "Well, do you plan on going in or stand guard outside?" "Go in." Stalwart Bear rolled his eyes at Crimson Heart. Then he sneered and said, "Do you think Nature Hall runs a charity? Since these bastards dare mess with Nature Hall, they naturally have to pay the price. Isn't it just a hell-mode ancient demon court? We can clear it any time we want." After hearing Stalwart Bear's words, Crimson Heart took a look at the time. It was nearing 10 hours since Shi Feng's team had entered the ancient demon court. After so much time had passed, even if Shi Feng's team was still alive inside, their stamina and concentration should be close to depletion, so it wouldn't be long before they exited the dungeon. Realizing this, Crimson Heart looked at Stalwart Bear and stated, 2 hours. 100 Flower Palace will only wait for 2 hours. After 2 hours, you must enter the dungeon with us." Hearing Crimson Heart's condition, Stalwart Bear cooperatively nodded and said, "So be it. I refuse to believe they can last for that much longer." Meanwhile, after Stalwart Bear and Crimson Heart ended their discussion, everyone couldn't help but sigh in relief. One-Eyed Ghost and Cleansed Rue were especially relieved. After all, they knew just how important the ancient demon court meant for their 2 guilds. They couldn't afford to be careless with it at all. If they wasted too much time waiting for Suqian Liu's team to come out, there was a high risk of the various superpowers finding out and coming to contest it. If that happened, their chances of acquiring the ancient demon court would reduce significantly. Meanwhile, inside the ancient demon court, guild leader, the boss, has appeared. Chapter 3005, Chapter 79, Mana Equipment Sets Effects. Chapter 79, Mana Equipment Sets Effects. Upon hearing the Assassin Scout's report, Shi Feng promptly assembled the resting members of his team and made his way to the assassin's location. Even though everyone had already been fighting in the ancient demon court for 10 long hours, none of them showed any signs of exhaustion. On the contrary, every one of them wore excited expressions on their faces. After grinding in the ancient demon court for many hours, everyone had to admit that a hell-mode ancient demon court was a paradise for players. After killing only 2 groups of 10,000-plus elemental golems, Blackie and the others new to the miniature ancient world had already reached level 104. Shi Feng, Su Qianlu, and the members of Su Qianlu's adventurer team had even reached level 105. However, compared to levels, what surprised everyone more was the ancient mana equipment they acquired. Originally, they only had enough pieces to complete 3 sets. Now, they had 11 complete sets and 26 individual pieces. However, considering the guild's future development, Shi Feng did not distribute the 5 new sets to anyone. Instead, he intended to put these sets into the guild warehouse and let guild members exchange for them using points. Nobody objected to Shi Feng's decision either. On the contrary, everyone strongly supported it. The Tier 3 ancient mana equipment sets were incredibly valuable. Previously, the people Shi Feng had assigned the sets to were Zero Wing's core executives, such as Su Qianlu, her 2 vice commanders, and the talented Happy Snow. Every one of them was a refinement realm expert. As for Blackie, he was the person in charge of guild affairs. He also had a gold mana body. Thus, it wasn't strange for him to receive a set as well. Apart from those 5 players, the others were essentially equals. If Shi Feng allocated the 5 new sets to someone, those who didn't get chosen would probably feel unreconciled. In that case, the wisest and fairest method of distributing these sets would be to put them up for exchange using GCPs. Everyone would have to rely on their own abilities to acquire the sets. There was also no need to worry that nobody would try to exchange the sets. Everyone had already witnessed the set in action before, and they couldn't help but drool over it. Before Blackie donned his ancient mana equipment set, the Grand Lord-ranked elemental annihilators were still tough opponents for him. However, after putting on the set, every one of his Tier 3 offensive spells could easily impact the movements of the elemental annihilators. If he used a Tier 3 large-scale destruction spell, he could even heavily injure the elemental annihilators. Overall, the set had doubled the power of his spells. Compared to the ancient mana equipment set, the 6-piece epic equipment sets he had seen in the past might as well be wall decorations. Those without the mana equipment set weren't the only ones surprised by the set's effects. Su Qianlu was also surprised by the effects. The average epic weapon and equipment could only grant players powerful basic attributes, physique bonuses, and additional skills. However, the mana equipment set was different. Although it didn't provide as huge of a boost to basic attributes, the boost it provided to the power and control of the user's skills and spells was on an entirely different level. As an X-Tier 4 player, Su Qianlu could cast her spells with a 90% completion rate on average and 95% at best previously. However, after receiving the mana equipment set's bonuses, she could cast all of her Tier 3 spells at 100% completion rate, with some even reaching up to 102%. A 10% increase might not seem like much, but beyond 85%, every 1% increase in completion rate would improve a skill or spell's effects by at least 10%. That number would increase to 20% or higher past the 100% completion rate threshold. In other words, Su Qianlu had the effects of her spells improved by at least 100% after putting on the mana equipment set. At this time, Su Qianlu even had the illusion that her current self was not much weaker than when she was still at Tier 4 in the outside world. She was only missing a few Tier 4 spells and a stronger physique. Meanwhile, if even the ancient Demon Court's mobs had already provided such a huge harvest, the harvest they could acquire from clearing the ancient Demon Court would be unimaginable. Subsequently, after everyone ran for some time, they arrived in front of a dilapidated tower. Although a huge portion of the tower had crumbled away due to the erosion of time, the tower still measured over 200 meters in height. It looked like a huge mountain as it stood in the middle of the settlement. Meanwhile, situated at the bottom of this tower was a gigantic, pitch-black snake with 2 heads. Each of the snake's heads was the size of a 2-story house, and the snake's body measured over 100 meters in length. If it wasn't curled up right now, it could probably oversee the entire settlement if it decided to extend its body. The system must be insane. How can anyone get past a twin-headed destruction snake? Blackie cried out in frustration as he looked at the slumbering snake ahead. The twin-headed destruction snake. It was one of the top-ranking demonic beasts found during ancient times. Although its life rating was only slightly stronger than the average archaic species, and nowhere near dragons, they were much more formidable than dragons in certain aspects. Specifically, the twin-headed destruction snake's eyes of destruction. The demonic beast's eyes of destruction could launch powerful mental attacks against all targets they gazed upon. Depending on the target's strength, the eyes of destruction could even destroy the target's soul. Meanwhile, mental attacks were the most difficult type of attack to block in God's domain, since players' defense was utterly useless against it. Players could only rely on their mental fortitude to resist them. If players failed to resist the twin-headed destruction snake's mental attacks, their souls would crumble, and they would die on the spot. Twin-headed destruction snake, ancient demonic beast, mythic, level 106, 40 million. As expected of an ancient demon court. It's no wonder why the various superpowers are the only ones capable of raiding ancient demon courts. This difficulty simply isn't something we can tackle, Firecloud said with a bitter smile. In Firecloud's opinion, the twin-headed destruction snake before them was even more frightening than a dragon of the same level and tier. Its HP of 40 billion was simply maddening. There was simply no way they could finish off the boss before they exhausted their concentration. 40 billion HP? Su Qianlu also couldn't help but gasp when she saw the twin-headed destruction snake's stats, originally. She thought they had a chance of raiding the hell-mode ancient demon court successfully after their team had received such a significant boost in strength. However, looking at the twin-headed destruction snake, she realized that it was merely wishful thinking. Setting aside the boss's combat standards, just the boss's eyes of destruction and frightening HP was already more than enough to dash any hopes for them to raid it. This was no longer a matter of lacking basic attributes. Faced against Tier 4 Mythic ranked Eyes of Destruction. Tier 3 players would last no more than 5 minutes before their souls crumbled. Meanwhile, killing the twin-headed destruction snake in 5 minutes was nothing but a fool's dream. It's a twin-headed destruction snake. At this time, Shi Feng also frowned when he looked at the slumbering twin-headed snake. Although he had long since known that it wouldn't be easy to raid a hell-mode ancient demon court, he didn't think that his luck would be this bad. Before reaching level 120, the average hell-mode ancient demon court would only be an ordinary superior mythic. Although the boss they currently faced wasn't a superior mythic, it was a top-ranking ancient demonic beast. After factoring in the bonuses in HP and basic attributes the twin-headed destruction snake received for being a dungeon boss, it was a much more challenging opponent than the average superior mythic found in the outside world. TL notes: I will be using equipment set instead of set equipment from now on to make it easier to describe sets in plural. Chapter 3006, Chapter 80, 10 million with one sword. Chapter 80, 10 million with one sword. Should we retreat now, guild leader? Blackie asked as he looked toward Shi Feng. Without a Tier 4 team, there was no way they could take down the twin-headed destruction snake. It didn't matter even if they had a mana domain on their side. This was because top-tier ancient demonic beasts were born with mana domains. Thus, unless they had a master magic barrier, they would have no choice but to fight the twin-headed destruction snake at its peak. Retreat? Shi Feng rolled his eyes at Blackie. We went through a lot of trouble to get here. How can we just retreat? But we'll suffer a huge loss if we fail to kill the boss and die, Blackie said reluctantly as he looked at his own level. We'll only lose 20% EXP if we get killed by mobs inside the ancient demon court. But if we get killed by the final boss, we'll lose an entire level. Had they challenged the twin-headed destruction snake before they increased their levels, they could have just challenged it without any worries. However, everyone on the team had already reached level 104 or level 105. They had already surpassed most players in the outside world in terms of level. Most importantly, level 105 was a small milestone that allowed players to equip level 105 weapons and equipment. So long as everyone on the team equipped themselves with level 105 fine gold equipment, they could head to a level 110 map to train and widen the gap between them and other players. After all, due to the significant level suppression in the miniature ancient world, even refinement realm experts wouldn't dare to grind in level 110 maps before reaching level 105. However, if they got team-wiped by the final boss now, they would lose a significant portion of the advantages they had accumulated in the ancient demon court. Shi Feng naturally understood what was going through Blackie's mind. Smiling, he said, "Although this twin-headed destruction snake is powerful, we aren't without a chance." "We still have a chance?" Blackie was stunned. Then he subconsciously turned to the twin-headed destruction snake in the distance. He had a feeling that their entire team combined wouldn't even be enough to fill one of the twin-headed snake's mouths. Su Qianlu and the others also felt that Shi Feng was joking with them when they heard his words. After all, nobody on their team could last more than a few minutes against the twin-headed destruction snake's eyes of destruction. "We naturally aren't able to resist the eyes of destruction for long periods after stretching his body a little." Shi Feng chuckled and said, "But what if we make it so that it can't open its eyes for long periods? Preventing it from opening its eyes?" Su Qianlu grew confused as she watched Shi Feng walk forward. "But where would we find enough experts to target all of its eyes?" The simplest method to deal with the twin-headed destruction snake was to target its eyes of destruction. So long as one could seal its eyes, the twin-headed destruction snake would be no different than an ordinary mythic monster. However, the twin-headed destruction snake had a total of 8 eyes, 4 on each head. The boss also possessed strong regenerative strength, and it could repair any injuries in just 1 second. Meanwhile, even the boss could launch its mental attacks if even one of its eyes remained open. In other words, players needed to attack all 8 eyes once every second. Moreover, these attacks needed to destroy all 8 eyes. To make matters worse, the twin-headed destruction snake's combat standard was at the Trial Tower's 7th floor early stage standard. Thus, it'd take at least 8 refinement realm experts to accurately target and destroy the boss's eyes. Currently, setting aside whether they had enough basic attributes, they didn't even have 8 refinement realm experts on the team. However, Shi Feng did not bother explaining himself. Instead, he looked towards Su Qianlu and asked, "Can you guys seal 4 of its eyes?" After thinking for a moment, Su Qianlu said, "If it's only 4 eyes, me, Happy Snow, Fire Cloud, and Desolate Star can just barely handle 1 each. That's enough, then." "I'll take care of the other head by myself," Shi Feng said, nodding. "Everyone else just focus on dealing damage. Tanks, your job is to prevent the boss from charging into the crowd and using AoE attacks. Healers, all you need to do is keep the 5 of us healed. You're going to seal an entire head by yourself, guild leader." Su Qianlu couldn't help but be stunned when she heard Shi Feng's words. "Wouldn't that put a lot of pressure on you?" Su Qianlu recalled that Shi Feng was quite strong before she left Shadow. Even so, he was only at the half-step refinement realm standard back then. Of course, it had been several years since she left Shadow, so Shi Feng must have made some improvements during this period. The fact that Shi Feng managed to cast such a powerful mana domain was proof of that. Meanwhile, seeing that he had made such significant improvements in his mana control, he should have made some improvements in his combat standard as well. At this time, he might have already reached the Flowing Water Realm or the Flowing Water Realm's peak. However, destroying 4 eyes of destruction in 1 second wasn't an easy task. It was especially true when Shi Feng needed to face the twin-headed destruction snake's physical and mental attacks while doing so. Even a Void Realm expert would have trouble accomplishing such a feat. In addition, the twin-headed destruction snake's high HP meant that they would be in for a long battle. Meanwhile, a long battle also meant more chances to make mistakes, and even 1 slip-up in this battle could cost everyone their lives. However, before Su Qianlu could finish speaking, Shi Feng had already charged toward the twin-headed destruction snake. Subsequently, when Shi Feng moved within 100 yards of the twin-headed destruction snake, the boss immediately woke up, lifted its head, and opened its 8 eyes. When the 8 crimson eyes the size of study desks opened, everyone's worlds had seemingly distorted, and everyone had difficulty telling which direction was which. At the same time, an intense headache assaulted everyone's minds, making it impossible for them to stay calm. Its mental attacks are too strong. "We can't even get close at this rate," Firecloud said, clenching his teeth as he looked at the twin-headed destruction snake. Meanwhile, Su Qianlu also frowned in this situation, her complexion paling slightly from the intense headache she experienced. At this time, her head hurt so much that she couldn't even cast a Tier 3 spell. Much less attack the boss with Shi Feng, however. While everyone was despairing over the situation, Shi Feng had jumped into the air and arrived above the twin-headed destruction snakes' heads. Then he unsheathed the Winter of Eternal Night in midair. "Close those damned eyes. 8 extreme slashes." The next moment, Shi Feng brandished the Winter of Eternal Night, creating 8 crescent moons that tore through space and landed on the twin-headed destruction snake's 8 eyes. The boss had just opened its eyes, so it couldn't keep up with Shi Feng's actions at all. Psh! Psh! Roar! The twin-headed destruction snake's 2 heads let out a painful howl, the intense pain coming from its eyes causing its massive body to distort and flatten the surrounding streets. Subsequently, frightening damages appeared above the twin-headed destruction snake's left head one after another. 1,035,445, Tulu 130,546, 120,648. Damages exceeding 1 million appeared one after another, the total damage racking up to over 10 million and causing everyone to gape in shock. Chapter 3007, Chapter 81, Hell Modes Evaluation. Chapter 81, Hell Modes Evaluation. Everyone gaped in shock at the damage Shi Feng dealt. "Big Sis Qianlu, didn't you say that the guild leader was only a Tier 3 half-step refinement realm expert before? Are you sure he's not a half-step domain realm monster instead?" Happy Snow asked as she looked towards Su Qianlu dubiously. She could more or less accept that Shi Feng possessed a mana domain. After all, a mana domain was the product of having superb control over mana. However, the 8 extreme slashes technique was an advanced combat technique that even sword-wielding Tier 5 experts had difficulty executing. Any expert capable of executing this technique below Tier 6 was more than qualified to compete for a spot among the 8 sword meisters. Su Qianlu was momentarily rendered speechless. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry in this situation. The little girl beside her had never doubted her words before today. Yet this was already the 2nd time she had questioned her today. However, rather than getting angry, Su Qianlu was ecstatic at being questioned. If she were to point out what was most important in God's domain, she would have only one answer: experts. It was especially true for monster-caliber experts capable of fighting thousands by themselves. Why could Shadow never become a first-rate guild after developing in God's domain for a decade? Why could Su Qianlu's adventurer team never enter the ranks of well-known adventurer teams in the Black Dragon Empire? The answer was simple. It was because they lacked a truly powerful expert to protect the guild's interests. Take Tier 6 God-ranked experts, for example. Even if a guild had only 1 Tier 6 God-ranked expert and 0 refinement realm experts, it would be publicly recognized as a top-tier first-rate guild, and even the various superpowers wouldn't dare to mess around with it for no good reason. Zero Wing might be a new guild right now, but so long as it had a half-step domain realm expert like Shi Feng leading it, it'd have no trouble rising through the ranks of God's domain at all. At this time, apart from Su Qianlu, the other members of Su Qianlu's adventurer team also grew excited, their confidence in Zero Wing's future skyrocketing. Meanwhile, when Shi Feng saw that everyone was still staring at him idly, he couldn't help but shake his head and smile helplessly. Then he asked, "How long are you guys going to continue watching? Can you start fighting the boss now?" Shi Feng wasn't surprised by everyone's reaction to his show of strength. On the contrary, this was the effect he wanted. After all, a guild's leader needed to be someone that members could put their trust in. Although Su Qianlu had joined Zero Wing with her adventurer team, the loyalty of her adventurer team's members remained with her, not him. If he wanted to have these experts follow his orders willingly, he needed to let them understand his strength. Otherwise, he'd have a challenging time ahead of him as Zero Wing's guild leader. After Shi Feng finished speaking, everyone promptly recovered their senses and began attacking the twin-headed destruction snake. Moreover, nobody showed any resistance toward Shi Feng's orders any longer. Now, everyone followed his orders with respect and expectations. Meanwhile, with Su Qianlu and the other refinement realm experts joining in, the team quickly sealed all 8 of the boss's eyes of destruction. Now everyone simply needed to give their all in attacking the boss without having to bother about anything else. Speed up the damage output. The boss's recovery speed will only increase as the battle progresses. All melee players pay attention to the boss's tail swipe and magic attacks. Shi Feng issued commands to the team one after another while repeatedly destroying 4 of the 8 eyes of destruction. In reality, Shi Feng was more than capable of handling all 8 eyes of destruction by himself. After all, not only did he have his experiences as a Tier 6 sword god in his previous life, but his strength attribute had also reached the Tier 4 threshold already. The twin-headed destruction snake's mental attacks were no trouble to him either. These mental attacks might affect other players, but they were no different than a gentle breeze to him. The threat level of these mental attacks wasn't even comparable to that of the boss's Tier 4 skills and spells. However, when considering Zero Wing's future development, Shi Feng decided to use the twin-headed destruction snake to train everyone. After all, opportunities for players to come across mental attacks in God's domain were few and far between. Meanwhile, players could develop their concentration standard by a certain extent when defending against mental attacks. Thus, it was fine even when Su Qianlu and the others slipped up and allowed the other 4 eyes of destruction to regenerate from time to time. Their mistakes would allow everyone to experience the boss's mental attacks. Then, everyone could figure out ways to adapt or resist these mental attacks. Subsequently, time passed by quickly. Without realizing it, everyone had already fought against the twin-headed destruction snake for over an hour and whittled the boss's HP to just 10%. When the boss's HP reached 10%, it also entered a berserk state. Although its basic attributes remain unchanged, it started releasing AoE mental ripples, even with all 8 of its eyes destroyed. Although these Tier 4 mental ripples weren't as powerful as the direct Tier 4 mental attacks from before, they were still very effective against Tier 3 players. While subjected to stinging pain in their mind and body, everyone couldn't exert more than 50% of their combat power. This situation forced everyone to find a way to defend against the mental ripples while attacking the twin-headed destruction snake. As a result, the fall of the boss's HP slowed down significantly, and casualties also began appearing one after another. Meanwhile, faced with this dangerous situation, everyone's minds became even more focused, which, in turn, subtly improved everyone's concentration standard. Eventually, though, the twin-headed destruction snake still fell under everyone's attacks, and countless particles of holy light started raining down from the sky, brightly illuminating the dusky sky. We won! We did it! Awesome! We actually got the first clear of a hell mode ancient demon court. The surviving members of the team collapsed to the ground and cheered when they saw the light shower and the twin-headed destruction snake's corpse. At this time, even Su Qianlu had a hard time believing that they had completed the raid. On the main continent, ancient demon courts were the various superpowers' exclusive playground. Although first-rate guilds could also raid an ancient demon court, several first-rate guilds would need to work together to do so. Yet now their newly established guild had just raided an ancient demon court. Moreover, it was even a hell mode ancient demon court. While everyone was cheering in celebration, a golden glow enveloped many players in the team as these people leveled up from 104 to 105. As for those who were originally at level 105 already, they saw their experience bars filling up by a large margin. The amount of EXP the twin-headed destruction snake gave was enough to make up for 2 days' worth of solo grinding. At the same time, the system's mechanical voice also entered everyone's ears. System, congratulations. Zero Wing has obtained the first clear for the Hell Mode Ancient Demon Court, rewarding all participants with 10 miniature Ancient World Reputation Points and 5 Legacy Skill Points. Loot quality upgraded by 1 rank guild's World Reputation plus 500. System, raid evaluation for the Hell Mode Ancient Demon Court is S rank.
Crap! We got an S rank evaluation?
Blackie couldn't help but rub his eyes in shock when he read the pop-up notification before him.
Am I dreaming?
No way. Firecloud was also thunderstruck after he took a closer look at the system notification. It really is an S-rank evaluation. The ancient demon court had 5 evaluation ranks: D, C, B, A, and S. However, even when raiding the hard-mode ancient demon court, the various superpowers could usually only obtain an A-rank evaluation. Yet now their team had obtained an S-rank evaluation for hell mode. This situation simply felt unrealistic of those present. Only Shi Feng found this outcome normal. The ancient demon court's evaluation system was based on 2 main criteria: time and casualty count. For the first criteria, the average clear time for the hell mode ancient demon court was around 16 hours, so their clear time of under 12 hours was considerably fast. For the second criteria, a team would receive an excellent result so long as the number of deaths did not exceed 200. The fact that they were the first team to clear this hell mode ancient demon court also added bonus points to their evaluation. Thus, it wasn't impossible for them to acquire an S-rank evaluation. Chapter 3008, Chapter 82, Astonishing Reward. Chapter 82, Astonishing Reward. When the system notification ended, hundreds of items started raining down from the sky. Every one of these items radiated a dazzling golden glow, some of them even radiating a purplish golden glow coupled with a frightening amount of mana. In a matter of moments, the several hundred items reached the ground and formed a small mountain in front of everyone. Meanwhile, when everyone saw these items, their mouths watered and their eyes turned red. So this is the loot of a hell mode ancient demon court? When Blackie saw the many epic items and several unidentifiable items among the mountain of loot, his eyes widened in shock. I doubt even a superior mythic's loot can match 10% of the loot here, Happy Snow commented, her eyes glowing in excitement as she looked at the loot mountain. When their adventurer team had been operating in the Black Dragon Empire, the strongest boss they had fought was a superior mythic. However, the quality of the loot that superior mythic dropped was nowhere near being a comparison to the twin-headed destruction snake's loot. Even without checking the exact quality of the items dropped, she could already tell just how amazing the dropped items were simply through the intensity of the mana they radiated. The mana the several unidentifiable items radiated was especially frightening. There was no way these items could be mere epic items. This left them with only one possibility: fragmented legendary items. Even after their adventurer team had fought hard in the Black Dragon Empire for many years, they had not obtained even one fragmented legendary item before. Yet now, as many as 4 fragmented legendary items have dropped. We really hit the jackpot this time. Shi Feng also couldn't help but grow excited when he scanned the items on the ground. This was because he had noticed 2 familiar items among the pile of loot. One was the key to the ancient demon court's outer gate, and the other was the teleportation stone for the inner zone. Both these items were crucial in taking control of the ancient demon court. With these 2 items, he could turn this ancient demon court into Zero Wing's private playground, and there would be nothing outsiders could do about it. Immediately, Shi Feng stepped forward and collected these 2 items. But these 2 items I have never seen before. Shi Feng collected the 2 other items that radiated a frightening amount of mana of the 2. One was a dark gray crystal inscribed with runes, and the other was a sealed wooden box. Having never seen the 2 items before, Shi Feng used appraisal eyes on them. How is this possible? Shi Feng instantly lost his composure when the 2 items' stats appeared before him, his eyes colored with shock. Did something good drop, guild leader? Blackie curiously asked when he noticed the shock on Shi Feng's face. No, these aren't just good items. These are priceless treasures, Shi Feng said, laughing as he looked at the 2 items in his hands. If these 2 items were merely fragmented legendary items, Shi Feng would have only been a little excited. However, the identity of the 2 items before him had completely exceeded his expectations. Any one of them could cause the entire god's domain to go crazy. The dark gray crystal was named the Settlement Rune Crystal. Although this item did not have a rank, it was a priceless treasure in the miniature ancient world. This was because this crystal could be used to summon an ancient settlement in any location in the miniature ancient world. At this time, the various powers of God's domain had yet to even find a place to settle down in the various NPC cities, let alone establish a foothold outside of NPC cities. So the value of an ancient settlement went without saying. As for the item sealed inside the wooden box, it was similarly an amazing item. The ancient mana equipment set design, unlike the mana equipment set he currently wore, the set recorded in this design did not have its stats restricted to Tier 3. Instead, it followed the rank system of mainstream equipment used in the Greater God's domain. The design recorded the production method of 2 sets. The first set was a dark gold ranked 8-piece set that could be used from level 100 to level 120, while the second set was an epic ranked 8-piece set that could be used from level 100 to level 150. The main material used to produce the dark gold set was magic crystals, and 1,000 magic crystals were needed for each production attempt. As for the supplementary materials needed, although they were rare, they weren't particularly expensive. Overall, it'd take only around 100 gold to gather one set of secondary materials. Although the dark gold mana equipment set's basic attributes couldn't compete against the Tier 3 mana equipment set, the bonuses the dark gold set provided was slightly better. Moreover, the dark gold set was a good fit for the miniature Ancient World's environment. If players equipped the set, they could significantly extend their activity time in the fields. If he could equip everyone in the guild with a set, it would boost Zero Wing's speed of development. Blackie, once you head back, see if you can recruit a few master forgers and master alchemists into the guild, Shi Feng said after giving the matter some thought. The conditions are negotiable, but make sure to keep everything confidential. Master forgers and alchemists? Blackie was a little confused by Shi Feng's request. However, he still nodded and said, "Okay, I'll try to find some afterward, but don't get your hopes up. After all, you know how it is with lifestyle masters. Every one of them has a high status in God's domain." "It's fine, so long as you can get in touch with them," Shi Feng said, smiling. Afterward, Shi Feng had Su Qianlu and the others sort out the remaining loot, the harvest exciting everyone for a long time. The twin-headed destruction snake had dropped over 300 items. 8 were epic items, of which 3 were weapons, and 5 were equipment. The weapons were a staff, a short sword, and a longbow. All 3 epic weapons could be used from level 100 to level 150. Although not as much as the Tier 3 mana equipment set, Blackie and the others still saw a significant improvement to their combat power when they equipped the epic weapons. Apart from the epic items, the boss had also dropped various legendary and inferior legendary materials. These were all crucial materials in producing epic weapons and equipment. However, compared to the weapons, equipment, and materials, what truly excited Su Qianlu and the others were 3 flutes. "This dungeon is simply amazing. I can't believe it drops fine gold and dark gold mounts," Firecloud exclaimed, his eyes glowing as he looked at the 3 differently shaped flutes in Su Qianlu's hand. Mounts might not be considered rare on the main continent today, but the miniature ancient world had only opened recently. So, mounts were practically non-existent here. Players were incapable of flight before they reached Tier 4, and even if they could fly, they couldn't fly very fast or long. However, if players managed to acquire a mount, they could increase their travel speed several times without worrying about stamina consumption. Aside from traveling, mounts could also be used to improve a player's overall combat power. It was especially true for mounts at the fine gold rank or above. A fine gold mount might not have superb combat power when summoned. They could provide buffs to players, increasing their combat power by at least 20%. Naturally, a dark gold mount would be even stronger. Meanwhile, out of the 3 mounts that the boss had dropped, 1 was the dark gold ranked Thunder Wolf, and 2 were the fine gold ranked Shadow Panther. "This panther looks so cute. Guild leader, can I have one, please?" Happy Snow begged Shi Feng coquettishly after seeing the sample images of the Shadow Panther. Happy Snow did not ask for the dark gold ranked Thunder Wolf since it would naturally go to Shi Feng. After all, as the guild leader, Shi Feng was the face of Zero Wing. It would be strange if he used an inferior mount or no mount at all. However, it was a different story for the fine gold ranked Shadow Panthers. "Bros before hoes, guild leader," Blackie hurriedly said. He wouldn't have cared who the Shadow Panthers went to if they were on the main continent. However, in the miniature ancient world, A fine gold mount was a powerful tool for leveling. Surprisingly, Firecloud also nodded in agreement with Blackie. He could concede on any other item, but he absolutely would not concede on the cool-looking Shadow Panthers. Seeing that everyone wanted one of the Shadow Panthers, Shi Feng chuckled and said, "Since everyone wants them, we'll have the top 10 contributors this time roll the dice. That'd be fair for everyone." Everyone readily accepted Shi Feng's suggestion, and the top 10 contributors after Shi Feng promptly rolled the dice. After several elimination rounds, the winners of the 2 Shadow Panthers were Blackie and Su Qianliu. However, Su Qianliu had given her Shadow Panther to Happy Snow, causing the young girl to grow ecstatic. "All right. Now that we've gotten everything we came here for, it's time you follow us back to 100 Flow City," Shi Feng said as he looked at Su Qianliu. "We'll leave Rock Devil City alone for now, and come back to develop there in the future." Su Qianliu and her companions did not have any objections toward Shi Feng's arrangement. They had yet to settle down in Rock Devil City, so it didn't matter even if they changed bases of operation. Afterward, Shi Feng led everyone through the portal that had appeared after the boss's death and teleported out of the ancient demon court. Chapter 3009, Chapter 83, Zero Wing. Chapter 83, Zero Wing. Meanwhile, outside the ancient demon court, chaos had ensued. Not long ago, the glory tablet outside the ancient demon court had suddenly displayed that Shi Feng's team had cleared the Hell Mode ancient demon court, the tablet listing the names of the players on the team and the guild the team was affiliated to. Meanwhile, everyone outside the ancient demon court momentarily fell silent upon seeing these names. "Zero Wing? What is this guild? Why have I never heard of it? Don't tell me it's the new guild Su Qianliu's adventurer team joined. That's Hell Mode we are talking about. How can a new guild clear it? Could it be a bug?" The many experts present couldn't believe their eyes when they saw the name of the guild displayed on the glory tablet. With their team's strength, even clearing normal mode is going to be a challenge. So how did they manage to clear Hell Mode? Could it be that the ancient demon court's Hell Mode is only a front? Rainsong wondered as she looked at the pitch-black skull hovering above the entrance portal. Su Qianliu might have been a Tier 4 expert on the main continent, and her adventurer team might have 4 or more refinement realm experts, but such a team lineup was nothing compared to the various first-rate guilds' main force. If even first-rate guilds like 100 Flower Palace and Nature Hall needed to work together to raid an ancient demon court, there was no way Su Qianliu's team could raid it successfully. Yet not only did this insignificant team clear the ancient demon court, but it had also done it on the Hell Mode difficulty. This situation was akin to a mockery of their 2 guilds' inability and foolishness. "Big Sis Rue, do you think that we might have misunderstood the miniature ancient world's ancient demon courts?" Rainsong asked, voicing her confusion to Cleansed Rue. "Could it be that the ancient demon courts here are much easier than we believed them to be? We can't exclude that possibility." Cleansed Rue was also feeling a little dazed as she looked at the glory tablet. She had never expected such an outcome, and she couldn't help but regret her decision to remain outside. Setting aside the Hell Mode ancient demon court's actual difficulty, just the fact that Su Qianliu's team had managed to clear it was undoubtedly a slap to their 2 guilds' faces. To make matters worse, they had lost the ancient demon court to an unrated guild under a situation where they had mobilized their best experts. If news of this situation got out, their 2 guilds would become a joke in God's domain. Had she known this would happen, she wouldn't have wasted time waiting for reinforcements outside. Instead, she would have entered the ancient demon court with One-Eyed Ghost immediately after Su Qianliu's team entered it. "All right. What's done is done. There's no use for regrets," Crimson Heart, clad in her sacred white armor, said when she saw Cleansed Rue's regretful expression. "As a Vice Guild leader, the first thing you should do isn't to regret, but to figure out how you can make up for your mistakes." Vice Guild leader Crimson is correct, One-Eyed Ghost, who was standing some distance away, said when he heard Crimson Heart's words. Then he revealed a cold smile as he continued, "I have indeed underestimated Su Qianliu's new guild. However, this is the end of the line for them. I will let them know how foolish their actions are." The team led by one of the 8 sword meisters had actually gotten toyed by a no-name guild. If news of this got out, he would absolutely become a laughingstock. The only way he could salvage this situation now was to kill every member on Su Qianliu's team, take back what was rightfully his, and make the other side into the laughingstock instead. Well said. It's been a while since I've encountered such interesting people. We must take good care of these people and make sure they learn that there are some things that they can't simply lay their hands on, Stalwart Bear said, nodding in agreement with One-Eyed Ghost's words. Then he looked toward Crimson Heart and said, "Crazy woman, my suggestion is for us to use our guild war orders and kill them until they delete their accounts. What do you think?" The guild war order was a privilege afforded to all guilds, and it could be used to lock down an entire map. However, the guild war order had limited duration and a considerably long cooldown. If they wanted to lock down a map for a considerable period, they would need to use at least 2 guild war orders. "Okay," Crimson Heart agreed without hesitation. "Do you think Su Qianliu lost her mind? Big Sis Ru?" When Rain Song saw Crimson Heart and Stalwart Bear agreeing with each other to use their guild war orders, she couldn't help but pity Su Qianliu and her team. Had she raided with us, she could have more or less acquired some benefits. Yet she chose to monopolize the ancient demon court right in front of our faces. The Guild War Order was different from magic barriers used to seal maps. Apart from prohibiting teleportation inside the targeted map, the Guild War Order also prevented players from logging out of the game while inside the map. Players would have to walk out of the affected region before going offline. Otherwise, even if players forcibly logged out of the game, their characters would remain in God's domain, and they could still be resurrected, killed, lose items upon death. Moreover, the item drop rate after death would be extremely high. Thus, the Guild War Order could be considered the biggest trump card of the various guilds in God's domain. Unless conflict between 2 guilds had escalated to an unsalvageable point, guilds wouldn't typically make use of their Guild War Order. Now that Crimson Heart and Stalwart Bear had decided to use 100 Flower Palaces and Nature Hall's Guild War Orders, one could see just how angry the 2 of them were. Cleansed Rue remained silent in response to Rain Song's question. This was because she couldn't understand why Su Qianliu would make such a foolish decision either. Did Su Qianliu really think that her small team could go against their 2 guilds? Or was she so foolish that she had never considered these problems? However, their 2 guilds had long since made it clear how much importance they placed on the ancient demon court. Moreover, since Su Qianliu had already told them the ancient demon court's location, her only option was to cooperate. Trying to monopolize the ancient demon court in such a situation was simply foolish. It might be fine if she had failed to monopolize the ancient demon court, but if she succeeded, what she had to face next was the wrath of their 2 guilds. Meanwhile, the wrath of 2 top-tier first-rate guilds wasn't something a newly established guild could endure. Faced with such a situation, there would only be one outcome for the new guild: annihilation. Complete and utter annihilation. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, Su Qianliu had done exactly that. She had given up on cooperating with their 2 guilds without hesitation and cleared the ancient demon court in front of them. Of course, there was another possibility, and that was the fact that Su Qianliu had never cared about what their 2 guilds thought since the very beginning. However, in Cleansed Rue's opinion, the likelihood of that being the case was minuscule. While Cleansed Rue was immersed in her thoughts, an energy ripple suddenly spread from Stalwart Bear. The energy ripple spread across a massive area, spreading all the way to Rock Devil City and covering nearly half of the city. A guild war order? What's going on? The notification says this is Nature Hall's guild war order. Is Nature Hall declaring an all-out war against another guild? Investigate? Find out which power Nature Hall is trying to target immediately. The activation of Nature Hall's Guild War Order immediately stirred the various powers based in Rock Devil City. Everyone's reactions ranging from curious to fearful. They were curious to find out which power had provoked Nature Hall to a point where the top-tier first-rate guild had used its Guild War Order, and they were fearful that this Guild War Order might be targeted at them. The various powers based on Rock Devil City promptly dispatched a large amount of manpower to look into the situation. Meanwhile, around 20 minutes after Nature Hall activated its Guild War order, flashes of light suddenly appeared in front of the ancient demon court's entrance portal one after another. In the blink of an eye, a team of nearly 300 players had appeared in front of 100 Flower Palaces and Nature Hall's members. Chapter 3010, Chapter 84, Confidence. Chapter 84, Confidence. What? They actually dared to come out? Do these people really think that our two guilds will just let them go after they've cleared the ancient demon court? 100 Flower Palaces and Nature Hall's members couldn't help but be surprised when they saw Shi Feng's team appearing in front of the portal. They never thought that Shi Feng's team would dare come out so soon. The foolishness of these people had gone beyond their imagination. An ancient demon court in the miniature ancient world was a resource that even the various superpowers would go crazy for, let alone first-rate guilds like 100 Flower Palace and Nature Hall. In their opinion, Shi Feng's team must have long since prepared themselves to make an enemy out of their two guilds, and they must be planning on hiding inside the ancient demon court for some time. After all, the Guild War order had a limited duration. Even if their two guilds worked together, they could, at most, seal the region for 2 days. Once their two guilds ran out of Guild War orders to use, they would have to switch to using magic barriers instead. At that time, it was entirely possible for Shi Feng's team to escape, yet now Shi Feng's team had left the ancient demon court less than an hour after clearing it. Wait! Their level's Crimson Heart exclaimed, a look of shock appearing on her face when she looked at Su Qianlu and the players around her. Level 105? Upon hearing Crimson Heart's exclamation, the other members of the two first-rate guilds also used their respective identification skills to check the levels of Zero Wings members. Level 105? How are their levels so high? How did they do it? Everyone was shocked and confused as they looked at the levels of Zero Wings members. In the current miniature ancient world, the average level of mainstream players was only level 102. Even the various superpowers monsters were nowhere near reaching level 105. Past level 100, every subsequent level up in God's domain required a significant amount of EXP. Meanwhile, if players wanted to grind by killing large numbers of Great Lord-ranked monsters, they would typically need to do so in a team. This meant that they would have to share the EXP key among multiple players, which would reduce their grinding efficiency. Overall, it would take an expert around 3 to 5 days to level up once. Even grinding maniacs would still need around 2 to 3 days to level up once. Moreover, this time would further increase as players reached higher levels. Yet, now Zero Wings members were at level 105 on average. They were at least 10 days ahead of the various superpowers expert teams in terms of leveling progress. If it were on the main continent, a difference of 10 days would be insignificant. However, the miniature ancient world had only opened recently. Having a 10-day lead was a massive advantage. Zero Wings members could even head to level 110 maps to grind and further widen their advantage. However, 100 Flower Palaces and Nature Hall's members weren't the only ones in shock right now. Su Qianlu and the others were similarly given a shock after exiting the ancient demon court. 100 Flower Palaces' Crimson Heart. Stalwart Bear of the 5 Blades. What's going on? Why are there so many Tier 5 experts here? Lackey and the others were both excited and nervous when they saw the two first-rate guilds members that were glaring at them. This was a situation they had never encountered during the many years they spent in shadow. Whether it was Crimson Heart or Stalwart Bear, both were myth-like big shots in God's domain. Under normal circumstances, one would have difficulty meeting even one of them. Yet now, both of them were gathered at the same location. After including the Frostflame Goddess Cleansed Rue and One-Eyed Ghost of the 8 Sword Meisters, there were a total of 4 Tier 5 experts currently gathered here. Have these two guilds lost their minds? They sent nearly half of their Tier 5 experts here just to secure the ancient demon court. Do they not care about the situation on the main continent anymore? Su Qianliu's complexion paled when she saw Crimson Heart and Stalwart Bear. Although she had already expected the two guilds to blockade the ancient demon court's entrance, she never expected them to be this desperate. Not only did they dispatch Cleansed Rue and One-Eyed Ghost, but they had also dispatched Crimson Heart and Stalwart Bear. At this point, the two guilds had practically dispatched half of their combat power to the miniature ancient world. Moreover, they had gathered all of it in front of the ancient demon court. In this situation, even with the help of the Tier 3 ancient mana equipment sets, their team would be unlikely to escape. Level 105? So this is your confidence? After both sides remained silent for a moment, a figure suddenly appeared by the teleportation portal. This figure appeared like a ghost, and the aura he radiated also resembled that of a ferocious ghost. Bathed in this aura, Su Qianlu and the others felt as if their bodies had been submerged into a quagmire, and they couldn't help but feel suffocated. It seems One-Eyed Ghost has made significant improvements again, Crimson Heart commented when she saw One-Eyed Ghost charging ahead. Then she turned to Stalwart Bear and indifferently asked, "The footwork he used is the bronze footwork Phantom Ghost, right?" "That's right." Stalwart Bear nodded in delight. Thus far, he and the guild leader are the only ones who have mastered it. With this footwork, he should have no problems getting into the top 3 in the next Swordmeister competition. While Stalwart Bear was talking, One-Eyed Ghost had also executed his footwork again, instantly arriving in front of Su Qianlu and the others like a ghost. "You have really toyed with our two guilds, Su Qianlu. It seems all of us have underestimated you," One-Eyed Ghost said as he looked at Su Qianlu. Then he unsheathed the blood-red greatsword on his back and coldly said, "But if you think that you can escape from us just because you have a level advantage, then you are sorely mistaken. You have 2 options right now. The first is to hand over all of the loot and delete your accounts, and the second is for me to kill you until you delete your accounts. Take your pick." As soon as One-Eyed Ghost finished speaking, the players maintaining the magic barrier enveloping the area around the portal also strengthened the barrier's output. Now, apart from reducing Zero Wing's members' basic attributes by 20%, the barrier also reduced their reaction speed by 20%. Chapter 3011, Chapter 85, Determining Superiority in One Battle. Chapter 85, Determining Superiority in One Battle. Su Qianlu couldn't help but smile bitterly in her heart when she looked at One-Eyed Ghost and the 100-plus refinement realm experts around them. The current situation was completely outside of her expectations. She had never thought that the guild Shi Feng created would have such a strong foundation. She also didn't expect Shi Feng to set his eyes on the ancient demon court, something which 100 Flower Palace and Nature Hall had already set their sights on and clear it in hell mode. Every one of these miracles was essentially a provocation for the 2 first-rate guilds. Although Su Qianlu could empathize with the 2 guilds, she really wanted to say one thing to One-Eyed Ghost right now. She really didn't do it on purpose. However, Su Qianlu also understood that nothing would change even if she said that now. This was because Zero Wing had already acquired the ancient demon court. If Zero Wing wished to retain ownership over the ancient demon court, it would have to fight against the 2 first-rate guilds. After letting out a deep sigh, Su Qianlu said in the team chat guild leader, "I will distract One-Eyed Ghost with Fire Cloud. I doubt Crimson Heart, Stalwart Bear, and Cleansed Rue would hurry to take action. If everyone on the team scatters and flees, it is unlikely the 3 of them will pay attention to you. At that time, try to break out of the encirclement. So long as you can break through, our efforts today will not go to waste." Firecloud also nodded in agreement. Although they were currently suppressed by a magic barrier, with the effects of their Tier 3 ancient mana equipment set, he should have no problems, holding One-Eyed Ghost back for some time if he worked together with Su Qianlu. After all, they could already exhibit power at the Tier 4 standard with their Tier 3 skills and spells, with him holding the line at the front and Su Qianlu launching spells at the back. It was entirely possible for them to clash against a monster-level expert like One-Eyed Ghost. Hearing Su Qianlu's words, Blackie and the others also readied themselves to put their lives on the line. However, after seeing everyone's resolve, Shi Feng casually looked at One-Eyed Ghost and said, "No need to go through such trouble. If these are all the forces they have here, they cannot stop me." After saying so, Shi Feng started walking step by step toward One-Eyed Ghost. Guild leader? Su Qianlu was stunned when she saw Shi Feng walking toward One-Eyed Ghost. She never thought Shi Feng could settle for a frontal confrontation. However, before Su Qianlu could react to the situation, Shi Feng had already moved within 10 yards of One-Eyed Ghost. Meanwhile, Shi Feng's words and actions had also surprised the two first-rate guild's members. "We cannot stop you? What bold words you have there, punk." One-Eyed Ghost's eyes twitched, his expression turning grim as he looked at Shi Feng. He never thought that some no-name ant would dare disregard him to such an extent. "It seems you are eager to die first. In that case, I'll grant you your wish." After saying so, One-Eyed Ghost swung his crimson greatsword, sending several crescent blades flying at Shi Feng. Advanced combat technique, Fragmented Moon. The vice commander is really mad now. He actually used one of his ultimate moves right off the bat. That's right. With this, that kid won't last more than a move. Nature Hall's members couldn't help but be awed when they saw the crescent blades flying toward Shi Feng. Fragmented Moon was one of One-Eyed Ghost's ultimate moves, and it merged 4 sword lights to form one crescent blade. Although One-Eyed Ghost was only at Tier 3 right now, every crescent blade he unleashed carried power at the Tier 4 standard. This move simply wasn't a move ordinary experts could block. Even if a well-equipped Tier 3 berserker received one of these crescent blades with their weapon, they would get knocked back by over a dozen steps. A swordsman like Shi Feng would fare even worse if he tried to block those crescent blades. Subsequently, when the crescent blades were about to reach Shi Feng suddenly brandished the Winter of Eternal Night. Clang! 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 A series of metallic sounds echoed throughout the cavern. To everyone's surprise, not only did Shi Feng shatter the several crescent blades, but he had done so without taking even half a step back. He behaved as if nothing had happened, and he looked at One-Eyed Ghost as if saying, "Is this all you got? Good. It seems you're not all talk." One-Eyed Ghost's expression turned chilly when he saw Shi Feng neutralizing his attack. "Let's see how many times you can repeat this." Getting serious, One-Eyed Ghost suddenly transformed into an afterimage. Bronze footwork, Phantom Ghost. For a time, One-Eyed Ghost started appearing and disappearing around Shi Feng like a ghost. The afterimages he left behind looked incredibly realistic, making it impossible for others to pinpoint his real body. What speed? Firecloud's expression grew heavy as he watched One-Eyed Ghost flickering around the battlefield. Previously, he thought that he could match One-Eyed Ghost for a moment if he worked together with Su Qianlu. However, looking at things now, he realized that he had been very naive. Currently, he couldn't even keep up with One-Eyed Ghost with his eyes, let alone stop him. Meanwhile, after the afterimages increased to a critical number, they suddenly sent sword lights flying at Shi Feng from multiple directions. Is this the strength of one of the 8 sword meisters? Su Qianlu felt her scalp tingling when she saw the numerous sword lights striking at Shi Feng from different directions. Although she had long since known that there was a big gap in strength between her and One-Eyed Ghost, she didn't think it would be this huge. At this time, she couldn't even keep up with One-Eyed Ghost's movements, let alone fight him. Subsequently, just when the countless sword lights were about to cut Shi Feng into shreds, Shi Feng brandished the Winter of Eternal Night once more. Boom! Space exploded, and a shockwave enveloped a radius of several dozen yards around the epicenter. Immediately afterward, One-Eyed Ghost's figure appeared in front of Shi Feng. His crimson greatsword stopped just half a yard away from Shi Feng, unable to proceed even an inch forward. He blocked it. Before anyone realized it, a hint of shock and gravity had appeared on One-Eyed Ghost's angry expression. Even Crimson Heart, Stalwart Bear, and Clansed Rue couldn't help but be surprised and confused as they looked at Shi Feng. One-Eyed Ghost's execution of Phantom Ghost was undoubtedly perfect. When going up against this footwork, unless one possessed extraordinary reaction speed and an absolute perception toward one's surrounding environment, it'd be impossible to stop One-Eyed Ghost's attack. Isn't the guild leader a little too amazing, Big Sis Qianlu? He's actually holding his ground against one of the 8 sword meisters? Happy Snow exclaimed, her eyes glittering with excitement when she saw Shi Feng holding his ground against One-Eyed Ghost. His strength is on par with a Swordmeister. Su Qianliu also grew ecstatic when she saw Shi Feng coming out unscathed. At this point, it wouldn't matter even if they lost this battle and had to start a new account. So long as Zero Wing had Shi Feng, it was only a matter of time before it became a first-rate guild in God's domain. Guild leader? As for Blackie and the others, they gaped in shock at this scene, feeling as if they were coming to know Shi Feng for the first time. The strength Shi Feng previously displayed in the ancient demon court was already plenty surprising. However, the strength he currently displayed was on an entirely different level. This was one of the 8 sword meisters they were talking about. Excluding Tier 6 God-ranked experts, the 8 sword meisters were the strongest sword-wielding experts in God's domain. Every one of them stood at the apex of God's domain, and they could single-handedly threaten a guild. Yet now, Shi Feng was standing toe-to-toe with a swordmeister. This meant that he was already standing at the apex of God's domain. In comparison, Shadow and Lan Heilong were nothing but jokes. Chapter 30112, Chapter 86, One Sword to Reach the Apex. Chapter 86, One Sword to Reach the Apex. It seems I have really underestimated you. I did not think a domain realm expert would settle down in a small guild. It explains why Su Qianliu dared to openly challenge us, One-Eyed Ghost coldly said as he looked at Shi Feng's cloaked figure. However, don't you think you are being overconfident if you think you can provoke our 2 guilds? After saying so, One-Eyed Ghost suddenly vanished from everyone's vision. However, unlike before, One-Eyed Ghost's disappearance this time also caused the surrounding mana to grow rampant, and even space itself had started trembling. I want to see how many times you can stop my attacks. After learning that Shi Feng wasn't an ordinary expert, One-Eyed Ghost stopped holding back, choosing to unleash his mana domain immediately. Then, in conjunction with his bronze footwork, he activated his Tier 3 legacy skill, Blood Shadow Thrust. Blood Shadow Thrust was the fastest sword attack One-Eyed Ghost could execute at Tier 3. Upon activating the skill, One-Eyed Ghost would execute 13 consecutive thrusting attacks, each one faster than the one before. When paired with Phantom Ghost, even Stalwart Bear, one of the 5 blades, wouldn't dare to face One-Eyed Ghost directly. This was because the speed of this attack simply wasn't something one could respond to with a Tier 3 physique. Meanwhile, after One-Eyed Ghost vanished from everyone's vision, the only sign indicating that he was still here were the streaks of red light zipping around the battlefield. 1 streak, 3 streaks, 7 streaks, each streak of red light that appeared moved faster than the other. Even spatial tiers had started appearing around the battlefield by the 9th streak. When Shi Feng saw the 13 red light streaks coming for him, he revealed a faint smile. Then, after entering a casual stance, he started brandishing the Winter of Eternal Nights, Sword's Transmigration. Immediately, sword lights also appeared around Shi Feng one after another and clashed with the oncoming red light streaks. Boom, boom, boom. Every sword light caused space to shatter and the ground to tremble. The intense shock waves and explosions gave everyone the illusion that the sky was falling. When all 13 light streaks disappeared, dust enveloped the entire cavern. Then, once the dust settled, everyone could see 2 figures standing on the battlefield. At this time, though, one of them was no longer wielding his sword, or more specifically, this person's arm, together with his sword, had fallen to the ground. How is this possible? Everyone was stupefied when the dust thoroughly settled. This was because the person who had lost his arm was none other than One-Eyed Ghost. Moreover, his severed arm wasn't the only injury One-Eyed Ghost suffered. There were also numerous deep cuts covering his body, and his HP had sharply fallen under the 25% threshold, entering a critical level. The vice commander actually lost. Nature Hall's members were in disbelief when they saw that One-Eyed Ghost was heavily injured while Shi Feng remained completely unharmed. Although One-Eyed Ghost was no longer as strong as he was on the main continent after entering the miniature ancient world, the techniques and combat standard he cultivated remained. Now that he had also mastered the bronze footwork Phantom Ghost, he could potentially rank among the top 3 of the 8 sword meisters. Other than God-ranked experts, There was probably nobody capable of defeating One-Eyed Ghost without taking any damage. Yet now, not only did One-Eyed Ghost lose to a no-name swordsman, but he had even suffered a miserable defeat. At this time, One-Eyed Ghost also turned to look at Shi Feng, his eyes filled with shock. However, a moment later he sneered and said, "Your skills truly amaze me. This is the first time I have seen someone capable of such swift attacks at Tier 3. Even the top 3 swordmeisters pale in comparison. However, if you think that you can act arrogantly in front of our 2 guilds just because of that, you should think again. If you don't hand over the ancient demon court's key, none of you should think of leaving here today." As soon as One-Eyed Ghost finished speaking, healing spells suddenly started landing on him one after another, instantly regenerating his HP back to full. Even his severed arm had regenerated completely. Immediately afterward, the 100 Refinement Realm experts on standby surrounded Shi Feng. "These people are despicable. I can't believe they're resorting to bullying with numbers after losing a one-on-one fight," Happy Snow said angrily when she saw the many Refinement Realm experts getting ready to fight. "Let's join in as well," Big Sis Qianlu. Nodding, Su Qianlu said, "Everyone get ready. We'll try to blast a hole in the barriers afterward. With the guild leader's skills, he should have no problem escaping the 2 guilds' pursuit. With the help of magic barriers and magic arrays, it wouldn't be a problem for 100 Refinement Realm experts to whittle down a Domain Realm expert." It was especially true when both sides were still at Tier 3. After all players had limited mana and concentration. Meanwhile, fighting against Refinement Realm experts was an entirely different experience than fighting against ordinary experts. One would need to combine powerful combat techniques and skills to kill Refinement Realm experts. Meanwhile, doing so would put a huge burden on one's stamina and concentration. In a situation where one didn't have an advantage in tiers, even a Domain Realm expert wouldn't dare to face 100 well-equipped Refinement Realm experts. Not to mention, Nature Hall and 100 Flower Palace had 4 Apex experts on their side. Just when Su Qianlu and the others were about to reinforce Shi Feng glanced at One-Eyed Ghost and indifferently said, "Me? Arrogant? No, it is you people who are arrogant. Do you honestly think you can do anything against me with just 100 Refinement Realm experts?" After saying so, Shi Feng took a step toward the nearest Refinement Realm expert. Then, with him at the center, the mana within a 100-yard radius instantly vanished, the sudden change causing the Refinement Realm experts and One-Eyed Ghost to feel suffocated. Meanwhile, upon sensing the surrounding mana disappearing and his mana domain getting overwhelmed, One-Eyed Ghost couldn't help but be stunned as he exclaimed, "This is a true mana domain?" However, before One-Eyed Ghost could make any further reactions, Shi Feng had already raised the Winter of Eternal Night. Then, concentrating all of the mana he gathered from his surroundings into the sword, he transformed the weapon into a mana greatsword that measured 100 yards in length and swung it. First sword, Light Shadow. Boom. This was the first time Shi Feng had executed Light Shadow after his strength attribute had reached the Tier 4 threshold, and everywhere the Sword of Light passed through transformed into a pitch-black void. Even a Tier 4 mythic monster would suffer serious injuries if struck by this attack. A Tier 3 player would be utterly helpless against this attack. The instant the Sword of Light made contact with One-Eyed Ghost's body, his HP fell to 0 instantly, and even his body had disintegrated into nothingness. Meanwhile, after Shi Feng completed his attack, an unprecedented silence enveloped the cavern as everyone dazedly stared at the broken space around Shi Feng. Chapter 3013, Chapter 87, True Monster. Chapter 87, True Monster. He died. I must be dreaming. How can he kill 100 Refinement Realm experts in one move? This must be a dream. 100 Flower Palaces and Nature Hall's members couldn't help but doubt their eyes when they saw One-Eyed Ghost and the 100 Refinement Realm experts evaporating from the battlefield. They were aware that massive gaps could exist even between Tier 3 experts. Take One-Eyed Ghost, for example. They were unlikely to beat him even if they ganged up on him. However, even though they couldn't beat him, they could see and understand why they were inferior to him. The current situation, though, was something they couldn't even understand at this time, let alone the two guild's experts. Even Su Qianliu and the others were flabbergasted by this situation. The attack Shi Feng just executed had already exceeded their common sense of what a Tier 3 player was capable of, and it was something none of them had seen before. What just happened, Big Sis Ru? Why couldn't I sense even a bit of mana fluctuation coming from him just now? Rain Song asked as she turned to cleanse Ru, her eyes filled with shock and confusion. That attack's power was close to reaching the Tier 4 peak standard. How can a Tier 3 player like him unleash such power without using any Tier 3 super skills? Space in God's domain was incredibly stable, and attacks would typically have to reach the Tier 4 peak standard to shatter space into oblivion. Unless a Tier 3 player used a Tier 3 ancient super skill or spell, it should be impossible for them to achieve such power. However, Rain Song had failed to sense any mana fluctuations coming from Shi Feng just now. In other words, Shi Feng had unleashed that extraordinary attack just now without employing the use of any skills or spells. Instead, he had relied entirely on his techniques to execute that attack. Even as someone who used to be at the peak of Tier 4, Rain Song had never heard of a Tier 3 player being able to execute an attack at the Tier 4 peak standard. He should have used some kind of mana technique just now, cleansed Ru said, a grim expression on her face as she looked at Shi Feng. However, out of all the mana techniques I know, none of them are capable of unleashing such destructive power. You two can stop guessing. That was indeed a mana technique, Crimson Heart suddenly said as she watched the space around Shi Feng slowly mending itself. But this mana technique should be a god's legacy. A god's legacy? Upon hearing Crimson Heart's words, Rain Song immediately turned to look at Shi Feng, her voice trembling as she muttered, "Doesn't that mean he is?" It is just as you guessed. Look at Shi Feng. Crimson Heart's complexion sank slightly as she said, "He should be a Tier 6 sword god." Crazy. This is crazy. Why would someone like him come to this place? Rain Song ranted almost frantically as she looked at Shi Feng. Tier 6 god-ranked experts stood at the pinnacle of God's domain. Unless Tier 6 gods appeared, they would be near invincible existences. Currently, the reason why so many experts had chosen to abandon their achievements on the main continent and enter the miniature ancient world was so that they could hopefully ascend to greater heights. Even Tier 5 experts were no exception. However, it was a different story for Tier 6 god-ranked experts, as individuals who had already reached the theoretical finish line of God's domain. Tier 6 god-ranked experts did not need to enter the miniature ancient world. After all, no matter how great of a fortuitous encounter they came across in the miniature ancient world, the best they could achieve was to climb back to Tier 6. Rather than waste their time doing such a futile action, they'd be better off doing other, more productive things. At this moment, Rain Song wasn't the only one confused by this situation. Even Cleansed Ru, a Tier 5 expert, was similarly confused. For what reason did a Tier 6 god-ranked expert like Shi Feng come to the miniature ancient world? Did he come here to bully noobs because he had nothing better to do? While Cleansed Ru and the others were feeling shocked and confused, Shi Feng, who stood in mid-air, turned to Crimson Heart and Stalwart Bear. Then, like a god looking down at a bunch of ants, he asked, "Do you still want to continue?" Even before obtaining the Tier 3 ancient mana equipment set, Shi Feng had never cared about any first-rate guild. Now that he had the mana equipment set, the only guilds that could enter his eyes were super guilds. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left the ancient demon court with his team. Meanwhile, upon hearing Shi Feng's question, the two first-rate guild's members couldn't help but turn to look at Crimson Heart and Stalwart Bear, anxiety coloring their faces. Previously, they had looked at Shi Feng and his team as if they were ants. Now, though, the situation had made a complete reversal, and Shi Feng could decide their life and death with just a thought. It should be known that a guild war order was sealing the map they were currently in, so they couldn't log out even if they wanted to. Moreover, Shi Feng's team could even freely resurrect them after killing them. If Crimson Heart and Stalwart Bear answered poorly, everyone here would have a bleak future ahead of them. "You jest, sir." After a moment of silence, Crimson Heart frankly said, "If you wish to leave now, I doubt we'll be able to stop you even if we wanted to." Shi Feng's attack just now had already destroyed the magic barrier enveloping his team. At this time, even Su Qianlu and the others could freely leave the cavern, let alone Shi Feng. Hearing Crimson Heart's words, Stalwart Bear helplessly gestured for Nature Hall's members to step aside and open a path for Zero Wing's team. Meanwhile, neither Crimson Heart nor Cleansed Rue was surprised by how decisively Stalwart Bear responded. With Stalwart Bear's personality, he would have fought to the very end if Shi Feng wasn't a Tier 6 God-ranked expert. It wouldn't matter even if Nature Hall's team ran the risk of annihilation. He would take his chances so long as he had the slightest possibility of victory. However, the only solution to a Tier 6 God-ranked expert was another Tier 6 God-ranked expert. Without a Tier 6 God-ranked expert on his side, the only thing Stalwart Bear could do in this situation was to take the loss. This was because it was incredibly difficult to topple a God-ranked expert using numbers. If he did that, he would only be worsening his losses. Not to mention, they were currently in the miniature ancient world. Making an enemy out of a Tier 6 God-ranked expert here was no different than courting death. After seeing the two first-rate guild's members opening a path, Shi Feng locked the ancient demon court's entrance and said through the team chat, "Let's go." Meanwhile, whether it was Su Qianlu or Blackie, both of them couldn't help but stare at Shi Feng in a daze. Being able to win against one of the 8 sword meisters was already an astonishing feat. Now Shi Feng had even wiped out 100 refinement realm experts in a single move. Even the legendary experts of God's domain were probably incapable of such a feat when they were at Tier 3. Chapter 3014. Chapter 88. Famous Chapter 88. Famous after Shi Feng and his team left the cavern. Stalwart Bear couldn't help but turn to Crimson Heart and asked, "What do you think of that God-ranked expert? If even you don't know him, do you think I would?" Crimson Heart said, rolling her eyes. Out of the God-ranked experts and Tier 5 experts capable of reaching Tier 6, none of them resemble him, Stalwart Bear said with a pondering look. "I suspect that he doesn't belong to our God's domain." "Indeed. The possibility is high," Crimson Heart said, agreeing with Stalwart Bear's opinion. There were only so many Tier 6 God-ranked experts and Tier 5 experts with the potential to reach Tier 6 in the game, and everyone belonging to the upper echelons of God's domain more or less knew of these people. So it didn't make sense that an unknown Tier 6 God-ranked expert had suddenly appeared out of thin air. If that's the case, it might be worth befriending this person. A Tier 6 God-ranked expert not belonging to any local power could become a weapon of mass destruction in the miniature ancient world. If they could befriend Shi Feng, once it came time for the various powers to compete with each other, their two guilds could hold a massive advantage in the competition. After all, there was no way any Tier 6 God-ranked expert from the main continent would enter the miniature ancient world. They had much more important things to do than retrain their accounts from Tier 3. "I'm afraid it won't be convenient for Nature Hall to approach that guy," Stalwart Bear said. Then he turned toward Cleansed Rue and smiled, saying, "I heard that you have tried to invite Su Qianlu to 100 Flower Palace several times before, Miss Rue. In that case, you should have a good relationship with Su Qianlu, right? That Su Qianlu looks like she shares a close relationship with that person, so we will have to rely on you for this matter." Me, Cleansed Rue, was a little stunned when she heard Stalwart Bear's words. "We can only rely on you now, Rue," Crimson Heart said, seconding Stalwart Bear's words. "Not only did we lose the ancient demon court, but we have also suffered heavy casualties today. If we want to compete with the other first-rate powers, our only hope is to rely on that God-ranked expert. Don't you know Su Qianlu in the real world? Try to learn more about that person through her. If we can tie him to our boat, you'll be making a big contribution to the guild." "All right, then. I'll try my best," Su Qianlu said, sighing. Meanwhile, shortly after Nature Hall and 100 Flower Palace removed their guild war order, the various powers investigating the two guilds came to learn of an astonishing piece of news. It turned out that the reason the two top-tier first-rate guilds had locked down a map was because of a newly established guild called Zero Wing. However, after the two sides finished clashing, the two first-rate guilds had kept their mouths shut about Zero Wing, and even behaved fearfully when talking about the new guild, Investigate. Find out Zero Wing's origins no matter the cost. It seems Zero Wing isn't some ordinary guild. Notify everyone in the guild to be careful around Zero Wing's members. The various powers based in Rock Devil City had varying reactions towards Zero Wing. Some grew curious, some grew fearful, and some thought of befriending Zero Wing. For a time, Zero Wing's name gradually spread throughout Rock Devil City. While Zero Wing's name was spreading, Shi Feng had already returned to Hundred Flow City with Su Qianlu and the others. Guild Leader. There are currently 3 first-rate guilds, 8 second-rate guilds, and many third-rate guilds and adventurer teams operating in Hundred Flow City. These powers are all fervently recruiting members, and the benefits they offer are very high. With our current lack of funds, I'm afraid it'll be tough for us to attract any new members in Hundred Flow City, Su Qianlu explained, growing a little worried after learning about Hundred Flow City's situation. My suggestion is that we lower our entry requirement and gradually train the newcomers from the ground up. We can even fill our guild warehouse while doing so. What do you think? The guild benefits Shi Feng had set for Zero Wing were indeed astonishing, and true experts of God's domain would find it hard to refuse these benefits. Normally, if a guild were to offer such benefits, experts would flood to join the guild. However, the problem now was that Shi Feng had set too high an entry requirement for Zero Wing. Most experts with the strength necessary to meet Zero Wing's entry requirement would either be an expert belonging to the various large guilds, or an expert used to the lax management of adventurer teams. Most importantly, the price to exchange the Holy Annihilation mana technique was astronomically high. While it was indeed generous of Shi Feng to offer such a powerful mana technique up for exchange, the exchange price simply wasn't something the average player could afford. Hence, the mana technique's existence was akin to a display item to most players rather than something they could strive for. In comparison, credits, weapons, and equipment, things that players could use to improve their strength, were much more practical. Unfortunately, Zero Wing just so happened to lack all 3 of these things. What you say does make sense. Shi Feng nodded. However, I don't plan to develop Zero Wing into a bloated guild with no substance. It is especially so during the guild's initial development phase. We simply do not have the resources to train a large number of people, but we won't be able to recruit anyone if we don't do that, Su Qianlu said in exasperation. While Zero Wing's recruitment standards could be considered on par with the various superpowers, Zero Wing wasn't a superpower. It was merely a small guild established recently, and it didn't even possess an ounce of fame in Hundred Flow City. Meanwhile, the development of a guild required a large number of players after all. One of a guild's main sources of income was the completion of guild quests. The more players a guild possessed, the greater the income the guild could generate from guild quests. Then, with the money earned from guild quests, the guild could better itself and attract more players, thereby forming a positive development cycle. After pondering for a moment, Shi Feng suddenly asked, "How many gold coins can you amass right now?" "Around 150,000 gold," Su Qianlu answered after giving the matter some thought. "You're a really rich woman." Shi Feng was a little surprised when he heard Su Qianlu's answer. He didn't think Su Qianlu's adventurer team would be so wealthy. "That's the money my adventurer team saved up over the years. If not for the land we rented in the Thousand Stars Tower, we could have had 300,000 gold right now," Su Qianlu said, sighing ruefully. A wealth of 150,000 gold coins might seem like a lot, but in a large NPC city like Hundred Flow City, that money was chump change. This was because even the smallest guild residence here would cost 100,000 gold to purchase. In the case of medium and large guild residences, their prices started from 500,000 and 1 million gold, respectively. This was also why she had sought the capital investment of those several corporations. 150,000 gold is already enough, Shi Feng said, chuckling. "What I need you to do now is to convert all these coins into magic crystals. Try to convert as many as you can." "Magic crystals? Didn't we get over 10,000 magic crystals in the ancient demon court just now?" Su Qianlu asked in confusion. For a small guild, a sum of 10,000 magic crystals was already a significant amount. It was absolutely more than enough to sustain a small guild of several thousand members for some time. That amount is far from enough, Shi Feng said, shaking his head. However, he didn't bother explaining his goals. Instead, he said, "Anyway, just try to exchange as many magic crystals as you can. I'll pay you back twofold afterward." If it was before clearing the ancient demon court, Shi Feng might have followed Su Qianliu's suggestion for the sake of keeping Zero Wing operating normally. However, the situation was different now. The most profitable way of earning money in God's domain would definitely have to be operating a settlement. It was also why the various guilds sought to operate their own towns and cities, with some even going as far as to attack and take over NPC cities. Now that he had obtained a town rune crystal from the ancient demon court, he naturally didn't have to follow the standard development path for guilds anymore. While a town might not be as profitable as a guild city, the amount of money a town could generate still far surpassed that of an ordinary large guild. Chapter 315, Chapter 89, Small Guild. Chapter 89, Small Guild. 100 Flow City, Teleportation Hall. At this time, 3 players geared in level 100 dark gold equipment sets walked out of the teleportation hall and entered the restaurant opposite the Candlelight Hotel. Then, while having a light meal, they scrutinized the Candlelight Hotel across the street. If someone were to carefully observe these 3 players, they would find that despite looking only around 20 years old, these 3 players radiated an aura of sharpness and confidence that one would rarely find on ordinary experts. In addition, all 3 of them were half-step refinement realm experts. "Is that where Zero Wing's members are resting?" A male berserker carrying a spear on his back asked while scrutinizing the dilapidated hotel across the street. Then a look of surprise flashed across his eyes as he muttered, "What a strange hotel." Although the Candlelight Hotel looked dilapidated and inferior to the other brand-new hotels in the city, the number of players entering the establishment was astonishingly high. He had already spotted several players entering the Candlelight Hotel in just 1 minute. Even more surprising was that these people had entered the hotel sneakily and hurriedly. These people would look around their surroundings, making sure that nobody was paying attention to them before swiftly entering the hotel. It's normal for it to be strange, otherwise there'd be no reason why the higher-ups of our 2 guilds would ask us to infiltrate the place, right? A female elementalist with a refreshing appearance said, a look of interest appearing on her face as she looked at the Candlelight Hotel. "That's right." The last of the trio, a robust male shield warrior, nodded. Then, in an excited tone, he said, "So long as we can join Zero Wing and become Zero Wing's core members, we'll be able to join the ranks of executives and receive priority training from our guilds." "I really don't know what the higher-ups are thinking. Why would they have us, of all people, infiltrate a guild? Shouldn't this job be left to those outer elite members?" the berserker youth said, a pondering look on his face. "It's excessive to do this even for another first-rate guild, let alone a newly established guild." The 3 of them ranked among the top 5 of their respective guilds' new recruits this year. They were also graduates of top-tier God's Domain academies. Yet instead of providing them with proper training, their guilds had tasked them with infiltrating a newly established guild. Even the various superpowers wouldn't dare to take such an extravagant action. "Why are you thinking so much about it?" the female elementalist asked, as she glanced at the berserker youth. Then she happily said, "Judging by how suddenly the higher-ups gathered us this time, they probably didn't have a lot of time to prepare and decided to have us fresh graduates take on this job instead. Not only do we have a clean resume, but we'll also have an easier time getting accepted as core members in a small guild like Zero Wing. This is a transaction that's beneficial to our guilds and ourselves. Rather than complain, we'd be better off trying to finish our task as quickly as possible." The robust shield warrior nodded, expressing his agreement with the elementalist. "I guess you're right." After thinking it over, the berserker felt he might have been overcomplicating things. "In that case, let's finish our meals and hurry inside. The sooner we join Zero Wing, the sooner we'll be able to finish the higher-ups' task." Afterward, the trio quickly finished their meals, replenishing their stamina and concentration back to full. Then they crossed the street and entered the Candlelight Hotel. However, the moment the trio entered the Candlelight Hotel, they couldn't help but be startled. dense mana. Although the mana outside was already plenty dense, the density of the mana inside the Candlelight Hotel was even more terrifying. Standing inside the hotel made them feel like they were standing inside a cloud of mist made up of mana. Their thoughts became much clearer and calmer as soon as they entered the building.
"How may I help the three of you?"
Blakena, the NPC, asked with a smile when she saw the trio entering the hotel.
"We are here to join Zero Wing,"
the Berserker said, getting straight to the point. "Very well. Zero Wing's registration booth is over there," Blakena said as she pointed at a corner of the lobby. At this moment, there was not a soul standing in front of Zero Wing's registration booth. The only person at the booth was a bored-looking man dressed in a dark gray robe. Judging by the booth's state, it didn't seem like Zero Wing was a guild worthy of two top-tier, first-rate guilds' attention. However, the trio didn't put too much thought into the matter. After all, this was their guild's instructions. No matter how terrible Zero Wing was, they still needed to join it. Immediately, the trio approached the registration booth. "Are you three here to join Zero Wing?" When Blackie saw the three youths approaching the booth, his eyes promptly glowed in excitement. Hours. It had already been hours since he had set up this booth. Yet, not even one person had come forth to ask about joining Zero Wing throughout this time. Now that three people had come forth simultaneously, Blackie was so moved that he was about to break into tears. The three of us just graduated from our respective academies. We plan to develop in 100 Flow City, so we are looking to join a guild, the Berserker youth said, nodding. But the three of us do not wish to become cannon fodder. We want to become core members directly. May I know what the requirement is to become a core member? The female elementalist and robust shield warrior also nodded to express their agreement with the Berserker youth's words. In the current state of God's domain, it'd be incredibly difficult for small guilds to recruit new members. It was especially true for graduates of God's domain academies. Even if a fresh graduate chose to join a small guild, they would typically ask to become core members directly. Otherwise, they could simply join a large guild and become an internal member there instead. "You want to become core members directly?" Blackie grew a little embarrassed when he heard the Berserker youth's words. I'm afraid it'll be difficult to fulfill your demand." "Difficult?" Smiling nonchalantly, the Berserker youth said. "You can rest assured of our strength. Our equipment might not look like much, but we are confident in our combat standards. May I know what's the combat standard requirement to become a core member in your guild? Is it the 7th floor's early stage, or the 7th floor's middle stage? For the typical small guild, players would only need to reach the Trial Tower's 6th floor late stage to become a core member. Even if Zero Wing was a unique case, there was no way its requirement would exceed the 7th floor early stage. Meanwhile, as half-step refinement realm experts, the three of them could clear even the 7th floor late stage. With their current combat standards, they could even become core members in second-rate guilds, let alone a small guild like Zero Wing. In response, Blackie looked at the three youths for some time before awkwardly saying, "Refinement Realm." Chapter 3016, Chapter 90, Hidden Foundation. Chapter 90, Hidden Foundation. The spy trio fell into a daze as they looked at Blackie's slightly chubby body. "What about elite members?" the Berserker youth asked. "Refinement Realm," Blackie repeated, scratching his head awkwardly. The trio was rendered speechless by Blackie's words. Didn't this basically mean that only Refinement Realm experts were allowed to join Zero Wing? "Cliff, do you think this person saw through our intentions?" The female elementalist secretly asked through the team chat. It should be known that if a Refinement Realm expert chose to join a first-rate guild, they would immediately be accepted into the guild's main force and given the position of core members. Yet, now, newly recruited Refinement Realm experts could only become elite members in Zero Wing. No matter how she looked at this situation, it was simply absurd. "I don't think so. We were only asking about Zero Wing's recruitment standards. We've never specifically expressed our intention to join Zero Wing," the Berserker youth named Dusk Cliff replied. "What should we do then?" the female elementalist asked in exasperation. "This guild is simply insane." The robust Guardian Knight nodded in agreement. If he wasn't here on a mission assigned by his guild's higher-ups, he would have cursed at Blackie already. Refinement realm, aren't your standards a little too high? After giving the matter some thought, Dusk Cliff looked back at Blackie and asked, "The three of us are at the 7th floor's middle stage standard. What position will we be given if we join your guild?" "You can become internal members so long as you accumulate enough guild contributions," Blackie said in embarrassment. If it weren't for Shi Feng's maddening requirements, Zero Wing could have more or less recruited some expert players by now. Internal members? The spy trio breathed out a sigh of relief when they heard Blackie's words. At the very least, they could still join Zero Wing with their strength. Had Blackie said that the minimum requirement to join was also the refinement realm standard, they would have probably exploded in anger on the spot. Seeing the hesitant expressions on the three youths' faces, Blackie hurriedly said, "Our guild offers excellent benefits to internal members. So long as you become an internal member, you'll get the opportunity to exchange a mana technique legacy that will help you significantly in reconstructing your mana body and reaching Tier 4. Upon hearing Blackie's words, the trio looked at each other briefly before turning back to Blackie, a hint of disdain flashing past their eyes. If it weren't for their guild's request, they would have probably turned around and left already. After all, no matter how they looked at it, the person before them was undoubtedly a scammer. First, it was the absurd entry requirement into Zero Wing. Now, Blackie was saying that internal members could exchange for an incredibly precious resource in God's domain. If they didn't know any better, they'd think that Blackie was recruiting players for a super guild rather than a newly established guild. No, even the various super guilds wouldn't give their recruits the chance to exchange for a precious mana technique. However, despite the disdain they held in their hearts, they still kept up their act on the surface. Mana technique? Okay. "The three of us will join," Dusk Cliff said, pretending to be excited. Meanwhile, when Dawn Moon, the female elementalist, saw Dusk Cliff's performance, she couldn't help but marvel at the man's acting skills and lament over their fate. All three of them were geniuses who graduated from top-tier God's Domain academies. Dusk Cliff, in particular, was even the third-ranking genius among Nature Hall's new recruits this year. Yet here he was, forced to react excitedly over joining a small guild that was recently established. Afterward, the trio signed a standard contract for Zero Wing's internal members with Blackie, inwardly sighing in relief when they placed their signatures on the paper. They had finally completed the first step of infiltrating Zero Wing with this. Afterward, all they needed to do was think of ways to improve themselves, accumulate guild contribution points, and become core members as soon as possible. Meanwhile, as soon as the three youths signed their contracts, Blackie saw Shi Feng walking down from the 2nd floor. Hurriedly, he walked over and proudly said, "Guild leader, look how amazing I am. I just secured us 3 internal members. This person is Zero Wing's guild leader." When Dusk Cliff and the others heard Blackie's words, they promptly scrutinized Shi Feng's cloaked figure. At this time, Shi Feng gave off the feeling of an ordinary civilian. If not for Blackie taking the initiative to greet him, they would have thought that Shi Feng was merely an ordinary player staying in the Candlelight Hotel. He didn't look like a guild's guild leader whatsoever. 3 half-step refinement realm players. After scanning the 3 youths, Shi Feng nodded and said, "That's quite a good achievement for people your age." When Dusk Cliff and the others heard Shi Feng's words, they couldn't help but sneer inwardly. They didn't think that Zero Wing's guild leader would spot similar nonsense to the vice guild leader. While they couldn't be considered the best for reaching the half-step refinement realm standard at 20 years old, they were still top-tier among their peers. Not to mention, they could potentially reach the refinement realm at any time, becoming a true expert in God's domain. "Do you have any more questions about our guild?" Shi Feng asked as he looked at the trio. "No," Dusk Cliff said. "In that case, I have a task to give you," Shi Feng said. "I have a group of new recruits who have just finished the first phase of their training and require testing. Can the 3 of you spar with them?" "Testing?" Dusk Cliff inwardly sneered. Rather than testing the training results of Zero Wing's new recruits, he felt that Shi Feng was trying to test the 3 of them instead. Even so, he still pretended to be happy as he said, "If it is a command from you, we are more than happy to oblige, guild leader." "Okay, come with me then," Shi Feng said, nodding. Then he started making his way to the hotel's basement. A magic barrier sealed the Candlelight Hotel's basement, and non-Zero Wing members were prohibited from entering it. As soon as Dusk Cliff and the others entered the basement, they promptly noticed that the density of the mana here was much higher than even the mana found on the first floor, and they couldn't help but be shocked by this discovery. They didn't think that a small guild like Zero Wing would actually have the means to create such a mana-rich environment. Even the combat rooms found in advanced hotels didn't have such dense mana. No wonder the higher-ups are having us investigate Zero Wing. If we can acquire the method to create such an environment, the development speed of everyone in our guilds will increase by a large margin, Dawn Moon said in realization. TL Notes. 9 February 2022. Changed Shield Warrior to Guardian Knight in Chapter 89. Chapter 3017, Chapter 91, Gathering of Monsters. Chapter 91, Gathering of Monsters. A moment later, Shi Feng led the three youths to the largest combat room in the Candlelight Hotel's basement. At this time, 6 people had already gathered inside the combat room with a radius of 100 yards. Of them, 5 were young men and women around 17. All 5 of these youths were only at level 102, which was the current average for mainstream players, and they were also geared in nothing more than fine gold equipment. Meanwhile, these youths behaved like frightened rabbits as they stood before a masked female assassin. When Hidden Soul saw Shi Feng entering the room with 3 unfamiliar faces, she asked in surprise, "Are these 3 the test opponents?" At a glance, Hidden Soul could tell that Dusk Cliff and the others were already close to reaching the refinement realm standard. So long as they could make it a habit to remove all of their unnecessary movements, they would reach the refinement realm. For these 3 youths to reach such a standard at such a young age was quite an amazing feat, and they could already barely be considered geniuses if put in the various superpowers. Normally, the various superpowers would have long since snatched up such youths, so it'd be incredibly difficult to find even one of them unaffiliated to any guilds. Yet Shi Feng had found 3 of such talents. Will they do?" Shi Feng asked. "They'll do," Hidden Soul nodded. "Let's begin right away then." Meanwhile, when the trio in question overheard Shi Feng and Hidden Soul talking about them in such a casual manner, they felt their blood pressure rising. "All right." Turning toward the trio, Shi Feng pointed at Wu Lingling's group of 5 and said, "You will fight the 5 of them together. There won't be any restrictions imposed." The 5 of them? Dusk Cliff and the others couldn't help but be a little confused when they turned to look at Wu Lingling's group. Not only was there a significant gap in equipment standards between their 2 groups, but there was also a huge gap in combat standards. Based on their observation, they could say with certainty that nobody in Wu Lingling's group had reached the refinement realm standard. With such a huge disparity, even one of them could take on Wu Lingling's group of 5, let alone all 3 of them. It should be known that they were graduates of advanced God's Domain academies. Taking on a bunch of freshmen was a piece of cake for them. Rather than a test, it'd be more appropriate to call this a bullying session. However, Dusk Cliff and the others didn't put too much thought into the matter as they quickly got into battle positions. "Don't blame us for this. This is the guild leader's instructions," Dusk Cliff said, expressing his helplessness as he looked at Wu Lingling's group of 5. The requirement of their respective guilds' higher-ups was for them to become core members in Zero Wing. Now that they were only internal members, they'd have to perform well and prove their worth if they wished to become core members quickly. Meanwhile, Wu Lingling and the others didn't say anything in response to Dusk Cliff's words. Instead, all 5 of them quickly got into position, none of them daring to make even the slightest mistake. After experiencing how scary Hidden Soul could be, none of them wanted to experience it for a second time. "Begin." After seeing that everyone was in position, Hidden Soul started the combat room's battle mode immediately. Dusk Cliff and the others drew their weapons and got ready to take action against Wu Lingling and the others. Meanwhile, as if Hidden Soul's words had triggered something in them, a crazed look suddenly appeared in the eyes of Wu Lingling and the others. Then, before Dusk Cliff's group could react, Wu Lingling, the swordsman, activated her berserk skill that doubled her basic attributes and sent out over a dozen sword lights that locked onto her opponent's vitals. At the same time, Zhao Yuheng, the ranger, and Liu Yecheng, the cleric, also activated their berserk skills. Then Zhao Yuheng started raining arrows down on Dusk Cliff's group, while Liu Yecheng summoned light barriers to surround the trio. As for Lu Wuxuan, the guardian knight, and Qin Wuchen, the assassin, they had also activated their respective berserk skills and appeared in front of Dusk Cliff's group. Damn it. Dusk Cliff's group was startled by this situation. They didn't think Wu Lingling's group would be so crazy and scary. Hurriedly, they activated their berserk skills and tried their best to block the five's coordinated attacks. However, the moment they clashed with Wu Lingling's group, Dusk, Cliff, and the others realized a scary matter. Rather than academy freshmen, it'd be more appropriate to describe the five juniors in front of them as reckless little monsters. The coordination between the five was excellent, and the way they chained their attacks was seamless. It was as if the five of them were of one body, and they didn't even need to look to know what each other was doing. They had also flawlessly used each other's skills and spells to their own advantage. However, this still wasn't the most frightening matter. What was even more astonishing was their combat standards. Even though Wu Lingling and the others looked like they were only 17-year-olds, all five of them were already close to reaching the half-step refinement realm. Or, more specifically, they could already exert fine control over their four limbs. Wu Lingling, in particular, was at the half-step refinement realm already. Subsequently, in less than 30 seconds, all three members of Dusk Cliff's group collapsed to the ground, while everyone in Wu Lingling's group remained alive. What kind of place is Zero Wing? How can a new guild produce such a group of little monsters, even after Dusk Cliff and the others got resurrected? None of them could believe the outcome of the battle. These were 17-year-olds they were talking about. When the three of them were at this age, even the Trial Tower's 6th floor early stage was far out of their reach, let alone the half-step refinement realm. Yet now, out of the group of 5 juniors before them, 4 already possessed combat standards nearing the 7th floor's early stage. One of them even reached the half-step refinement realm standard already. After factoring in their perfect coordination, they could probably hold their ground against even a refinement realm expert. Meanwhile, after experiencing this fight, Dusk Cliff and the others gradually understood why their 2 guilds had tasked them with infiltrating Zero Wing. The guild known as Zero Wing definitely wasn't as simple as they thought. In reality, let alone Dusk Cliff's group, even Shi Feng couldn't help but be astonished when he saw how the fight turned out. He didn't expect Hidden Soul to be such a capable trainer. It had only been a few days since Wu Lingling and the others started training under Hidden Soul. Yet, now the combat experience they showed already surpassed what Blackie and the others possessed. Moreover, they had already practiced the exercise he taught them to a very high level of proficiency, and the way they utilized their skills and spells even made use of some of the Flowing Water Realm's principles. At this rate, it probably wouldn't take more than half a month before all 5 of them reached the refinement realm. Meanwhile, Hidden Soul nodded her head and said, "Not bad. Since all of you passed the test, we can end your training for today. From tomorrow onwards, we'll be conducting your training outdoors." Upon hearing Hidden Soul's words, Wu Lingling and the others loosened their breaths simultaneously. Their tense expressions also relaxed significantly. "We finally passed," Wu Lingling said as she patted her chest. Then she smiled at Qin Wuchen and the others, saying, "Thank goodness our opponents this time weren't strong. I don't ever want to experience getting killed thousands of times again." Dusk Cliff and the others couldn't help but feel offended as they looked at Wu Lingling, yet they had no words to say back to her. Shi Feng also couldn't help but take a look at the resurrected trio before him. Chapter 3018, Chapter 92. That's right. She is only an outer member. Chapter 92. That's right. She is only an outer member. After the test was over, Wu Lingling and the others logged out of the game to rest. They had been training continuously for a long time before the test, so all of them were incredibly exhausted now. Not to mention, they also had many things they needed to do tomorrow. Meanwhile, after Wu Lingling's group left, Shi Feng turned toward Dusk Cliff's group and said, "I heard from Blackie that you three wanted to become Zero Wing's core members." Yes. Dusk Cliff and the others turned to look at Shi Feng, their eyes full of weariness. Even so, their voices did not contain any hesitation when they spoke. After their fight with Wu Lingling's group, they came to understand that the seemingly ordinary man before them definitely wasn't an ordinary person. This was because the moment they stepped inside this combat room, they immediately noticed how powerful and extraordinary of an existence she was. Even though Hidden Soul was clearly standing there, none of them could perceive her presence. Although they had never come across such a situation before, they knew that anyone capable of accomplishing such a feat absolutely possessed incredibly high combat standards. This was because even the Tier 5 assassins they had come across in their respective guilds were incapable of erasing their presence to such an extent. In other words, Hidden Soul should be top tier even among Tier 5 experts. Yet despite being such a powerful expert, Hidden Soul was not Zero Wing's guild leader. Moreover, based on the conversation they overheard, it would seem that this female assassin was answering to Shi Feng's instructions. God's domain was a world where the strong were respected. No matter how respected a guild's guild leader was, so long as this guild leader lacked strength, experts stronger than the guild leader would, at most, treat the guild leader as an equal. There was no way these experts would behave like obedient underlings. The fact that Hidden Soul was following Shi Feng's orders without question meant that Zero Wing's guild leader was stronger than this female assassin, and under no circumstances should they underestimate him. Meanwhile, few players in God's domain would join a guild without desiring to climb to a high position in the guild. In the rare case that such players appeared, there was a high chance that they were spies. Rather than deny Shi Feng's question, it'd be best if they openly acknowledged it instead. Not bad. It's good to have ambition, Shi Feng nodded. Dusk Cliff and the others were momentarily stunned by Shi Feng's response. What did he mean? Also, why did it feel like Shi Feng had touched a nerve in them? Do you see her? Shi Feng suddenly asked as he turned toward Hidden Soul, her. Dusk Cliff and the others also turned toward Hidden Soul, feeling a little confused by Shi Feng's question. Nodding. Shi Feng said she is currently an outer member of Zero Wing. Outer member? Her. Dusk Cliff and the others couldn't help but widen their eyes in shock, feeling as if Shi Feng was playing a joke on them. After all, how could an expert who they suspected to be at the peak of Tier 5 be only an outer member of Zero Wing? Hidden Soul. That's right. Looking at the trio, Shi Feng said, "But you don't need to be surprised. The only reason she is an outer member is because she wants Zero Wing's mana technique legacy but doesn't want to get tied down by restrictions." There. Dawn Cliff and the others were shocked. They originally thought Blackie was joking with them when he told them that the guild offered a mana technique for exchange. After all, mana techniques were incredibly precious resources, and even the various superpowers top-tier geniuses wouldn't necessarily be able to get their hands on one. Yet now that a suspected Tier 5 expert had joined Zero Wing for the specific purpose of exchanging Zero Wing's mana technique, it proved that the matter of Zero Wing offering a mana technique legacy for exchange was true. Moreover, the mana technique in question should be beyond the standard fare. Otherwise, there was no way someone of Hidden Soul's caliber would want it so much that she'd willingly join a small guild like Zero Wing. After all, the various superpowers would be more than willing to offer her a mana technique should she choose to join them. Of course, Shi Feng calmly said. If you can get your hands on that mana technique legacy, not only can you reach Tier 4 in a short time, but you can also establish a sturdy foundation for Tier 5. However, you'll need a significant amount of GCPs to exchange it. Even if you three are internal members now, the technique will still cost you 8 million GCPs, so you'll have to work hard if you want it. Establish a foundation for Tier 5. When Dusk Cliff and the others heard Shi Feng's words, a passionate flame ignited in their eyes. With their talent, the three of them were confident in reaching Tier 4. Reaching Tier 5 was too difficult of a feat, and the chances of them succeeding were incredibly slim. Meanwhile, every Tier 5 expert was an existence standing at the apex of God's domain, and even the various superpowers would treat Tier 5 experts as VIPs. If they could get promoted to Tier 5 in the future, they would instantly ascend to the peak of life. Meanwhile, after Shi Feng offered some words of encouragement to Dusk Cliff's group, the trio also went about doing their own things, leaving only Shi Feng and Hidden Soul inside the combat room. "You treat your subordinates very well," Hidden Soul said, feeling a little surprised. "They're not my subordinates," Shi Feng said, shaking his head. "Or more precisely, they're not true members of Zero Wing, but rather spies from other guilds." Hidden Soul was stunned. "You know that Zero Wing is very poor." "The guild has hardly any money and resources right now," Shi Feng calmly said. "If I don't give them some encouragement and tell them that the guild offers mana techniques for exchange, would the guilds behind them willingly send money and resources our way? It should be known that 20-year-old half-step refinement realm experts were considered geniuses even by the various superpowers standards. Yet, 3 such geniuses had chosen to join Zero Wing instead of a superpower. No matter how one looked at it, there was no way this situation was normal. Otherwise, he wouldn't have bothered wasting so much effort into nurturing Wu Lingling and the others. Hidden Soul had nothing to say. She felt that Shi Feng's words made a lot of sense at this time. Shi Feng suddenly received a message. Then, after reading the message, he looked at Hidden Soul and asked, "Do you have time to go out on a trip with me right now?" "Go out? Now?" Puzzled, Hidden Soul said, "It's going to be nighttime soon. The nights here are very dangerous outside." "Mm-hmm." Nodding, Shi Feng said sincerely, "That's why I am inviting you, Hidden Soul." After opening the system map, Shi Feng pointed at a place several maps away from 100 Flow City and said, "Don't worry, it isn't a dangerous place. We'll only be making a trip to the Misty Canyon." When Hidden Soul took a look at where Shi Feng pointed, she couldn't help but ask, "You want to visit a level 120 map?" The miniature Ancient World's level suppression was much stronger than the level suppression on the main continent. Just a difference of 5 levels would increase a monster's challenge difficulty by 1 rank. In other words, if players tried to challenge a Great Lord that was 5 levels higher, they would essentially be going up against a Grand Lord that was 5 levels higher. If the monster in question was a Grand Lord, its challenge difficulty would increase to that of a Grand Lord-ranked archaic species. If players fought against monsters 15 levels higher, an ordinary Great Lord's challenge difficulty would directly increase to that of a mythic monster. In response to Hidden Soul's question, Shi Feng canceled the concealment effects of his black cloak. When Hidden Soul saw Shi Feng's level of 105, she realized that he actually possessed the ability to visit the Misty Canyon. Then, after pondering for a moment, she said, 500,000 points. As a Tier 5 expert rivaling Tier 6 God-ranked experts, her services did not come cheap. It was especially true when she needed 40 million points to exchange for the Holy Annihilation mana technique. "Deal. Let's go," Shi Feng said without bothering to negotiate prices. Then he made his way out of the combat room. "Did I ask for too little?" Hidden Soul was a little stunned when she saw Shi Feng's decisiveness. However, she still quickly sorted out her equipment and followed Shi Feng. Chapter 3019, Chapter 93, Ancient Dark Gold Mount. Chapter 93, Ancient Dark Gold Mount. Outside the Candlelight Hotel, Sukean Liu and the others had long since been waiting here. Meanwhile, when Sukean Liu saw Shi Feng coming out of the hotel, her first thought was to walk up and greet him. However, before she could do so, she suddenly entered an alert stance when she saw Hidden Soul walking behind Shi Feng. This was because the moment she saw Hidden Soul, her instincts told her that the other party was a monster-level player that could give even the various superpowers a huge headache. There was no doubt that Hidden Soul was much stronger than the likes of One-Eyed Ghost. Meanwhile, when Shi Feng saw Sukean Liu's wary expression, he calmly said, "No need to worry, she is with us. She's one of us." Sukean Liu was shocked when she heard Shi Feng's words, and she couldn't help but scrutinize Hidden Soul's cloaked figure. The strength of a guild depended greatly on the number of strong experts it possessed. If one Tier 6 God-ranked expert was enough to elevate a guild to the status of a top-tier first-rate guild, then 2 Tier 6 God-ranked experts could get a guild recognized as a superpower in God's domain. If Hidden Soul truly was Zero Wing's member, Zero Wing's future wouldn't stop at just the first-rate standard. It was entirely possible for the guild to become a superpower in the future. "Did you bring the things?" Shi Feng asked, not bothering to elaborate on Hidden Soul's situation. "Yes." After snapping out of her daze, Suqian Liu handed a spatial bag to Shi Feng and said, "There are 320,000 magic crystals here. This is everything I managed to exchange." "Mm-hmm. This much should be enough," Shi Feng said. After storing the spatial bag away, Shi Feng took out a black flute from his bag space. A dark gold mount, Hidden Soul couldn't help but be surprised when she saw the flute in Shi Feng's hand. Dark gold mounts were by no means on the main continent. At this stage of the game, most guild leaders would have a dark gold mount already. However, it was a different story inside the miniature ancient world, since players weren't allowed to bring mounts with them when transferring here. Players would have no choice but to hunt for their own mounts in the miniature ancient world. However, even until now, no information regarding mounts had spread in the miniature ancient world. Even the various superpowers guild leaders had to use their own 2 feet to travel here. Meanwhile, when Shi Feng blew on the flute, a black hole immediately appeared on the street outside the Candlelight Hotel. Then, a giant white wolf that measured 7 meters tall and had a purple lightning mark on its head walked out of the black hole, its 3 snowy white tails swaying slowly from side to side as it moved. Is it a monster invasion? No, it's a mount. Damn. Someone already got a mount? What rank is this mount? Why does it have such a powerful aura? The players walking on the street grew restless and confused when they saw the Thunderwolf appearing. Then they turned toward Shi Feng's group, their eyes filled with curiosity and envy. In the current era, where players could only travel using their feet, obtaining even a basic mount would elevate their leveling efficiency by a significant margin, let alone a mount that was as big as the Thunder Wolf. It was common knowledge that a mount's size reflected their strength to a certain extent. Meanwhile, a 7-meter-tall mount was at least equal to a great lord of the same level in strength. In the current miniature ancient world, it would be immensely useful to have a great lord on one's side. This mount looks so cool. I'd buy it in a heartbeat, even if I have to pay 1,000,000 credits for it. Just 1,000,000? Are you dreaming? Dark gold mounts go for at least 3,000,000, even on the main continent, let alone the miniature ancient world. Not to mention, with how strong this wolf looks, it might even be an epic mount. If that's the case, the various guilds would probably fight for it, even if they have to pay 20,000,000. A great lord-ranked mount isn't just a means of transportation. It can also be incredibly useful in battle. Just this point alone is more than enough for the various guilds' executives to fight to obtain it. That's right. I'd be willing to become the girlfriend of whoever owns such a mount. When the surrounding crowds saw the Thunderwolf sitting down before Shi Feng and sticking its tongue out cutely, they nearly drooled out of envy. The biggest trouble players currently faced in the miniature ancient world was transportation. Even with the speed of a Tier 3 player, it'd take over half an hour just to run from the city to some of the closer leveling spots, while some of the farther ones required 1 to 2 hours of continuous running. As for farther maps, few players would be willing to travel there. This was because of the mysterious energy that filled the miniature ancient world. So long as players stepped out of the protection of NPC cities, this mysterious energy would continuously corrode their bodies, reducing their stamina and concentration. This meant that players only had limited time to grind out in the fields. If players spent too much time on traveling, it would impact their leveling efficiency significantly. Meanwhile, the assistance a great lord-ranked mount could provide would absolutely increase the owner's leveling speed by 2 times or more. A great lord-ranked archaic species. Shi Feng was similarly astonished when he saw the Thunderwolf's attribute panel. On the main continent, the average level 100 dark gold mount would only start out at the lord rank. Moreover, even if players nurtured their dark gold mounts properly, their mounts could at most reach the great lord rank. Yet now, the dark gold mount, or more specifically, the ancient dark gold mount before him, had actually started out at the great lord rank. Moreover, it was even an archaic species. In front of it, ordinary great lords of the same level were nothing but pushovers. If he nurtured the Thunderwolf well, it might even ascend to the Tier 4 mythic rank in the future. At that time, it'd be a nigh unstoppable force on land. However, compared to the Thunderwolf's combat power, what surprised Shi Feng even more was its movement speed. The Thunderwolf's movement speed was close to rivaling that of Tier 3 common flying mounts. In other words, its movement speed was on par with that of Tier 4 players. Blackie, how about selling me that Shadow Panther of yours? If a fragmented legendary item drops in the future, I'll be sure to let you have it first, Firecloud said to Blackie after seeing the Thunderwolf. Scram! I'm a magical class, while you are a melee class. We don't even use the same items, Blackie said contemptuously. Meanwhile, after Shi Feng was done inspecting the Thunderwolf's stats, he hopped onto its back and looked at Hidden Soul, saying, "Hop on." In response, Hidden Soul snapped out of her daze and jumped onto the Thunderwolf's back as well. "Let's go," Shi Feng said to Su Qianliu and the others as he pulled on the Thunderwolf's reins. Immediately, the Thunderwolf retracted its tongue and stood up. Then, putting force into its legs, it propelled itself forward, transforming into a gale as it sped through the street and vanishing from everyone's vision in the blink of an eye. What speed! Hidden Soul, who was riding atop the Thunderwolf, couldn't help but be surprised once more when she experienced the mount speed. She also had to change her evaluation of the Thunderwolf's usefulness. Now, she felt that the Thunderwolf could easily increase Shi Feng's leveling speed by 3 or 4 times rather than just 2 times. Currently, the biggest problem players faced when leveling up wasn't their lacking strength. Instead, it was their limited range of activity. However, with the Thunderwolf's speed, Shi Feng could increase their range of activity by 10 times or more. He could explore places where other players couldn't reach, and all the resources and monsters in these places would belong to him and nobody else. Naturally, his leveling efficiency would increase even further. After Shi Feng rode the Thunderwolf out of Hundred Flow City, the many players and powers operating in Hundred Flow City promptly started looking into the identity of the Thunderwolf's owner. Meanwhile, with the Thunderwolf's speed, it only needed to run for 20 minutes before crossing even the farthest maps that current Hundred Flow City players grinded in. Subsequently, it took another 2 hours to cross the mountains and forests infested with level 110+ monsters. Finally, after running ceaselessly for 4 hours, Shi Feng and Hidden Soul arrived at the Misty Canyon, a map infested with level 115 to level 120 monsters. It was also the closest large map to the Boundary River. Chapter 3020, Chapter 94, Town Rune Crystal, Chapter 94, Town Rune Crystal, Miniature Ancient World, Misty Canyon. Shi Feng pulled the reins of the Thunderwolf and stopped in front of the Misty Canyon. Then he looked back to Hidden Soul and said, "We're here. It's your turn next." As a level 120 map, the Misty Canyon was filled with level 115 monsters or above. Even if he had reached level 105 already, it would still be under a lot of pressure if he had to fight against monsters 10 levels higher. After all, the challenge difficulty of ordinary Great Lords would increase to that of Grand Lord-ranked archaic species with such a level difference. Even if his strength attribute had reached the Tier 4 threshold already, he wouldn't dare to go up against several hundred Grand Lord-ranked archaic species simultaneously. While these monsters couldn't outright kill him, they were more than capable of exhausting him to death. Not to mention, the Misty Canyon was considered a neutral zone in the miniature ancient world. It was also the map that linked 2 gods' domains together. The monsters inside weren't just limited to Great Lords and Grand Lords. Mythic field bosses probably littered the place as well. If he came across one of these field bosses, he would have difficulty even escaping. Meanwhile, the assassin class was the most suitable class for exploring maps. This was because the effects of level suppression did not apply to the perception of monsters. With the stealth skill and her combat standard, Hidden Soul could remain undetected even if she moved within 100 yards of a level 120 mythic boss. The terrain here is incredibly complex. Are you sure you want to go inside? Hidden Soul asked after glancing at the canyon ahead. Rather than a canyon. The misty canyon looked more like a giant meteor crater. Moreover, in addition to the complex terrain, mist also enveloped the entire crater, which reduced visibility to less than 300 yards. Even if she scouted the area beforehand, it'd be very easy for them to encounter a group of monsters if they weren't careful. The chances of such encounters would also increase the deeper they traveled into the misty canyon. "Of course. Why would I bring you here otherwise?" Shi Feng replied in an affirmative tone. Now that the various powers had increased their efforts in recruiting manpower in the miniature ancient world, he needed to do something to make sure Zero Wing didn't fall behind. Meanwhile, with Zero Wing's lack of resources and funding, the best solution to improve Zero Wing's situation was to secure the Misty Canyon. There were more than 10 NPC cities worth of players trying to enter the Boundary River. Meanwhile, these players could only get to the Boundary River through the Misty Canyon. Adding on the fact that there were no NPC settlements located in or near the Misty Canyon, it went without saying that various powers would fight to establish guild towns in the Misty Canyon in the future. Now that Shi Feng had a town rune crystal, he naturally had to secure the best location in the Misty Canyon as soon as possible. Once he did that, not only could he increase the leveling efficiency of Zero Wing's members, but the guild would also have its funding problem resolved. Once players reached level 110, there would be many experts flooding into the Misty Canyon. At that time, there'd be no need to worry about no players coming to rest in Zero Wing's town. It had also become much easier for Zero Wing to recruit expert players. After all, who could resist the opportunity to get a huge lead ahead of others in the miniature ancient world? "Whatever, it's your choice, but don't blame me if you die." Hidden Soul stopped trying to dissuade Shi Feng after hearing his answer. Although she didn't know what Shi Feng was trying to do here, she had no reason to give up on an opportunity to earn 500,000 GCPs just by completing a simple task. Immediately, Hidden Soul jumped off the Thunderwolf's back and activated instantaneous movement, vanishing into mist and disappearing from Shi Feng's perception in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, Shi Feng had to admit that Hidden Soul was indeed a monster. After Shi Feng waited for nearly 2 hours, he received a message from Hidden Soul that contained a detailed roadmap leading to the Misty Canyon's inner region. Hidden Soul had also marked the layout of monsters along the route and made notes of their rank, level, and perception range. Her infiltration skills are truly amazing. It's no wonder she managed to kill all those outer-world god-ranked experts and fight Demon's Gate's Death Wind to a standstill, Shi Feng thought as he looked at Hidden Soul's roadmap in admiration. It should be known that the Death Wind was one of Demon's Gate's 9 great experts, and he claimed that he had a divine eye. Terms of strength. Death Wind was capable of going against an entire subworld's experts all by himself. No matter how weak a subworld was, it would have at least several dozen Tier 6 God-ranked experts. In other words, Death Wind was capable of going up against several dozen Tier 6 experts simultaneously. Yet Hidden Soul managed to fight Death Wind to a standstill in the past. This showed just how much talent and skill she possessed. Although the Hidden Soul in this life had only managed to reach Tier 5, she definitely wasn't as simple as she seemed. Meanwhile, after Shi Feng researched the roadmap, he recalled the Thunderwolf and started following the map on foot. An hour later, we can't go any further from here. The area ahead of us is infested with level 120 Grand Lords and level 120 Mythic Bosses, Hidden Soul said as she pointed at the area that linked the Misty Canyon and the Boundary River. "I've already explored the surrounding area for locations without monsters and vast terrain as you requested. 2 places match your requirements. Take a look at them yourselves." After saying so, Hidden Soul marked 2 locations on Shi Feng's map of the Misty Canyon, of the 2 locations she found. One was located by a creek near the Misty Canyon's core region, and the ambient mana here was incredibly dense. The other location was at the top of a cliff in the Misty Canyon's inner region, which overlooked a significant portion of the Misty Canyon. Although it had less dense mana, the location was easily defensible. Meanwhile, after looking at these 2 locations, Shi Feng hesitated only for a moment before he had Hidden Soul lead him to the creek. Mana was the basis of everything in God's domain. Denser mana meant quicker improvements. A mana-rich area would be especially useful when nurturing newcomers in the guild. After circling past a bunch of level 118 demonic beasts, Shi Feng and Hidden Soul arrived before a forest surrounded by a creek. "That's the place," Hidden Soul said as she pointed at the lush forest ahead. "That's it for our agreement. If you don't need me for anything else, I will be taking my leave now." "Aren't you curious why I came here?" Shi Feng asked, smiling as he looked at Hidden Soul. "I might have been curious before, but is there even a need to wonder after seeing all of the actions you have taken here?" In a nonchalant tone, Hidden Soul said, "You are neither here to grind nor search for treasures. You even asked me to find a safe and spacious area. Other than building a town, I can't think of anything else you would be doing here." Hidden Soul wasn't particularly surprised to learn that Shi Feng was trying to establish a town here. After all, Shi Feng was an outer-world god-ranked expert. He must possess means beyond the imagination of ordinary powers, so it wouldn't be strange if he could come up with a guild town shortly after the miniature ancient world opened. However, in response to Hidden Soul's words, Shi Feng shook his head and smiled, saying, "You're only half correct." Thank you for listening to this story on KevinAudio.com, Chapter 3021, Chapter 95, Abyssal Star Ancient City, Chapter 95, Abyssal Star Ancient City. TL Notes: Town Rune Crystal, Settlement Rune Crystal. Half. Hidden Soul was a little surprised. "I indeed plan to set up a settlement here, but other than a settlement, I also plan on establishing an outer mercenary organization for Zero Wing," Shi Feng said. "Meanwhile, I plan on putting you in charge of this mercenary organization." There were all sorts of player forces in God's domain. Other than the mainstream forces like guilds, adventurer teams, trading firms, and assassin organizations, there were also other forces such as mercenary organizations. In the case of mercenary organizations, they catered to independent experts that disliked being bound by restrictions, offering them tasks in exchange for credits or resources in God's domain. Meanwhile, there were many uses for a guild to establish a mercenary organization. Among them, the biggest use was to recruit a large number of independent experts for the guild's use. Currently, although Zero Wing already possessed a good foundation, it was still too weak compared to the various long-standing powers in God's domain. It simply lacked the strength to protect its interests in God's domain. The best example would be the ancient demon court. Had it not been for Shi Feng's strength acting as a deterrence and the ancient demon court's unique characteristics, Zero Wing couldn't have retained ownership over it at all. Meanwhile, with Zero Wing's current members, there was no way it would have enough strength to defend a guild city. It was especially true if the various superpowers set their sights on it. Shi Feng still didn't possess the strength to go up against multiple superpowers simultaneously. The best solution was for Zero Wing to establish a mercenary organization based in Zero Wing's settlement and quickly recruit the help of a large number of independent experts to assist the guild. By doing so, Zero Wing could ensure its settlement's security while acquiring a large amount of coins and resources. Meanwhile, who better to lead such an organization than Hidden Soul? As a former commander in the Flower of Seven Sins, she was undoubtedly acquainted with many peak and apex independent experts. She would have no trouble attracting these independent experts to work for Zero Wing. "I refuse." Hidden Soul shook her head, flatly refusing Shi Feng's offer. "My goal is only that Holy Annihilation mana technique. I am not interested in anything else." Hidden Soul naturally understood Shi Feng's intentions. He was most likely trying to use her as a cover against the various superpowers, while he manipulated the situation in the dark. She'd be a fool if she agreed to his request. "Don't be so quick to refuse," Shi Feng said, smiling. "I know this job comes with a lot of risks, but with high risks comes high rewards. If you can take on this job and safeguard Zero Wing's settlement, I can give you a copy of the mana technique for free. Moreover, don't you want to see what kind of settlement I'll be establishing?" Hidden Soul was a little tempted when she heard Shi Feng's offer. However, she quickly shook her head after thinking it over. She'd be insane to go against the various superpowers for nothing more than a settlement. However, before Hidden Soul could open her mouth to voice her refusal, Shi Feng took out the settlement rune crystal from his bag and recited the incantation engraved on it. Meanwhile, as soon as Shi Feng started reciting the incantation, an intense pillar of light suddenly emerged from the ground around Shi Feng and shot straight up into the sky. This mana. How is this possible? Hidden Soul was dumbfounded when she saw the light pillar that enveloped Shi Feng. This was because she could sense that the thing before her wasn't a light pillar at all. Instead, it was a pillar of mana so pure and intense that it was already comparable to the mana of Tier 6 gods. Meanwhile, after this pillar of mana extended 1,000 meters into the air, it began spreading apart to form a magic array that covered nearly half of the entire Misty Canyon. Then, once this gigantic magic array had finished forming, an ancient and majestic settlement gradually emerged from it and descended on the forest Shi Feng designated. When the settlement had flattened the forest and settled on the ground, Shi Feng promptly received a series of system notifications. System, congratulations. You have successfully summoned the Abyssal Star Ancient City, one of the 9 ancient legacy cities of the second sequence, and became the ancient city's governor. System. The Abyssal Star Ancient City will receive full protection for 10 natural days. Please construct the city's defenses during the protection period. System, the Abyssal Star Ancient City will be fully opened after 10 natural days. All cities in the surrounding region will be notified at that time. Is this the true foundation of an ancient demon court found in the miniature ancient world? Shi Feng couldn't help but feel complicated when he read the system notifications. He didn't know whether he should laugh or cry about this situation. One of the 9 ancient legacy cities of the second sequence. I won't be able to maintain a low profile even if I want to now. The ancient demon courts were the civilization legacies left behind by the ancient demon gods. Among the legacies found in ancient demon courts, the best legacies would undoubtedly be the settlements the ancient demon gods constructed. Meanwhile, these ancient settlements could be categorized into 3 groups: the 3 holy cities of the first sequence, the 9 ancient legacy cities of the second sequence, and the 100 towns of the third sequence. Although there was a significant disparity between the 3 groups, even the towns in the third sequence were incredibly powerful. Given enough time, a small guild could easily grow into a superpower with the help of a third sequence town. This was also why Shi Feng was confident he could persuade Hidden Soul to help him. These legacy settlements function specifically to nurture players. Meanwhile, even Tier 6 God-ranked experts could receive some harvest from a third sequence town, let alone players who hadn't reached Tier 6. However, Shi Feng never imagined that the settlement rune crystal he acquired would yield such an amazing result. He couldn't believe he had summoned the Abyssal Star Ancient City, one of the 9 ancient legacy cities, just by spending 200,000 magic crystals. It should be known that during his previous life, even with the almighty Zero Wing supporting him, he had relied heavily on luck to summon an ancient city. Meanwhile, thanks to this ancient city, Zero Wing was able to solidify its foundation and establish a foothold in the greater god's domain. In contrast, the current Zero Wing had already gained an ancient city despite being a newly established guild. If the greater god's domain's various powers were to learn of this, they would probably mobilize the entirety of their respective world's power to steal this city. Compared to Shi Feng, Hidden Soul had a much greater reaction when she saw the majestic city that had replaced the forest before her. With her eyes filled with shock and confusion, she yelled, "An ancient city?" Originally, she thought that Shi Feng was merely building a new town. She never expected Shi Feng to summon a city, much less an ancient city. As a former commander of the Flower of 7 Sins, Hidden Soul was no stranger to ancient cities. This was because the Flower of 7 Sins also owned several ancient cities. Meanwhile, every ancient city was a treasure trove left behind by an ancient civilization, and it could provide immense help to both individuals and organizations. It'd be more appropriate to call this a primordial city than an ancient city, Shi Feng said as he looked at Hidden Soul's dazed expression. Then he smiled and said, "Let's go in and take a look." After saying so, Shi Feng began walking toward the Abyssal Star Ancient City. Meanwhile, Hidden Soul didn't hesitate for long before she followed after him. TL Notes. I mentioned it in a previous chapter, but I will be using settlement as a general term for towns and cities. When I use settlement, I could be referring to towns, cities, or both. Unlike when I was translating the main story for RSSG, I don't have many future chapters to use as reference for the side story, so forgive me if I keep making changes to certain terms. I also plan to modify certain terms and capitalization to streamline things. To name a few examples: 1. NPC Town City. NPC Town City. Capitalization change to match the capitalization of Guild Town City. 2. Set Equipment. Equipment set. To make it easier to describe set equipment in plural. Equipment is a noun without a plural form, so I'd have to use a lengthy approach when talking about multiple sets, e.g., 5 sets of set equipment. With equipment set, I can just go for 5 equipment sets instead. Chapter 3022, Chapter 96. Holy Land, Chapter 96, Holy Land. The Abyssal Star Ancient City wasn't very large. Its size was only that of an advanced town. Unlike an advanced town, though, the ancient city was surrounded by a circle of tall walls. The moment Shi Feng and Hidden Soul stepped into the city, they could instantly feel the mysterious energy in their bodies disappearing rapidly. The speed at which the mysterious energy dissipated here was more than double what they experienced when resting in the hotels of NPC cities. How amazing! The core magic array still isn't in operation, yet not only does it have mana concentration rivaling NPC cities, but it also has such a powerful cleansing effect. "Is this the power of a primordial city?" Hidden Soul exclaimed when she noticed the changes to her body after entering a city. There was a huge difference between a city with its core magic array activated and a city with its core magic array deactivated. Meanwhile, this was the first time she had seen a city with such powerful effects, even with its core magic array deactivated. Unlike Hidden Soul, Shi Feng took this situation calmly. As one of the 9 ancient cities built by the ancient demon gods, the functions Hidden Soul had stated were nothing but the tip of the iceberg. This was because every ancient legacy city of the second sequence would already possess environments rivaling the Holy Lands in God's domain in its initial stage. Sometime later, Shi Feng arrived at the heart of Abyssal Star City with Hidden Soul. Situated at the city's heart was an ancient tower that extended up to 500 meters into the air. Meanwhile, situated at the top of the tower was a dazzling rune, the rune acting like a lamp that illuminated the entire city. However, this ancient tower wasn't just a simple lighthouse. Instead, the stronghold held the Abyssal Star Ancient City's secrets. Of the 9 ancient legacy cities, the ancient demon gods left behind, every one of them possessed a different ability. As an example, the legacy stored within the ancient city Zero Wing obtained during Shi Feng's previous life was related to concentration, and it could help players improve their concentration rapidly. Thanks to this legacy, the number of Tier 5 and Tier 6 experts Zero Wing possessed far surpassed that of other guilds. Meanwhile, shortly after Shi Feng and Hidden Soul walked into the ancient tower, they were quickly dumbfounded by what they found. When they entered the tower's first floor, the first thing that greeted them was a row of tightly shut stone doors, and every one of these doors had strange symbols engraved on them. Then, after opening a few of these doors, they found that beyond each of these stone doors was a miniature world. Indeed, a miniature world. Every one of these miniature worlds had a unique environment, or more specifically, players could freely set the environment they desired in these rooms. They could set the room to become a world filled with only a specific type of mana. They could also set it so that the mana was excited or calm. One could say that these rooms were the ideal training ground for players to improve their control over mana. Incredible. The legacy in this city is truly terrifying. Shi Feng was shocked beyond words as he looked at the many stone doors on the tower's first floor. The mana in God's domain was a composite of various types of mana. It didn't consist of just one specific type of mana. However, when players used skills and spells, they would often use only one specific type of mana. Meanwhile, depending on how much mana of that specific type they managed to accumulate, the speed of their spell casting and the power of their spells would be completely different. If players stood in an environment that possessed only one type of mana, the ambient mana would greatly help them if they were to use skills or spells of the same type. It was especially true when it came to mastering the operating principles of that specific mana type. It should be known that after reaching Tier 5, players would need to understand the operating principles of the various types of mana in order to construct their divine body and reach Tier 6. However, the process of learning these operating principles was incredibly challenging. Since players couldn't typically see or touch mana, they could only rely on their other senses to perceive it. The fact that ambient mana was a composite of various mana types made things even more challenging. However, the miniature worlds here provided the solution to this problem. By allowing players to filter the ambient mana around them to just one specific type. These miniature worlds could reduce the difficulty players faced in understanding mana by more than tenfold. After calming his excited heart, Shi Feng couldn't help but turn toward Hidden Soul, who was still in a daze. Then, he smiled and asked, "Now that you've seen this city's abilities, what do you think of my proposal? Are you sure you want to put me in charge of this city?" Hidden Soul asked, after snapping out of her daze. She'd be lying if she said she wasn't interested in the Abyssal Star ancient city. To be precise, no player wouldn't be interested in this city. What was her goal in obtaining the Holy Annihilation mana technique? Wasn't it so that she could better understand and control mana? Meanwhile, the Abyssal Star ancient city provided an unbelievable training environment to improve her learning efficiency by more than tenfold. How could she possibly refuse the chance to make use of this training environment? "Since I'm having you establish a mercenary organization with this city as its base, I will naturally leave this city's responsibility with you," Shi Feng said, nodding without hesitation. Had he summoned only a third sequence town, he might have had a way of letting Zero Wing defend it. However, a second sequence city was no longer something the current Zero Wing could defend. After all, the existence of this city would be revealed to the entire miniature ancient world in 10 days. The only solution Shi Feng could think of to retain ownership over the city was having Hidden Soul step forward as its governor. After all, the Flower of Seven Sins was in existence no weaker than the 5 great super guilds. Of course, Shi Feng also had other solutions to defend the Abyssal Star ancient city if need be. However, not only would there be no benefits for him in doing so, but revealing these methods would also attract a bunch of trouble to him. I'll say it up front. If all you want me to do is form a mercenary alliance to guard the Abyssal Star ancient city, it won't be difficult to do so. I can even contact a group of powerful experts to help us right now," Hidden Soul said after pondering for some time. "But the real problem is those superpowers. If they learn of the benefits of this city, they might dispatch Tier 6 God-ranked experts here. In my current state, there is nothing I can do against them." Previously, she had refused Shi Feng's offer because she thought that Shi Feng was merely establishing a guild town. If that were the case, the mercenary alliance she established wouldn't attract many independent experts to join. It was especially true for the independent experts she was acquainted with. Every one of them was incredibly prideful, and they showed no interest whatsoever, even when the various super guilds offered them an advisory position in their respective guilds. There was no way they would help defend a measly guild town just for some meager leveling resources. However, it was a different story if the target of defense was the Abyssal Star ancient city. With what the city had to offer, she was confident she could persuade her acquaintances to join her. She could even use this chance to reclaim her position in the Flower of Seven Sins. Unfortunately, with the standards of her and her acquaintances, there was nothing they could do if the various superpowers decided to dispatch Tier 6 God-ranked experts. It was especially so when they might have to face more than one Tier 6 God-ranked expert. "Don't worry about that. I'll step forward if God-ranked experts come," Shi Feng said, chuckling. Chapter 3023, Chapter 97, Arrival of New Era, Chapter 97, Arrival of New Era. "If you can hold back those God-ranked experts, there shouldn't be any problems on my side," Hidden Soul said, nodding. "I won't even need 10 days to get the Mercenary Alliance up and running. Also, my suggestion is that we grade the Alliance's members based on contribution. For now, the ranks I have in mind are Bronze, Silver, and Gold, and we will use these ranks to determine how long each member can spend inside these miniature worlds. There were 100 stone doors on the ancient tower's first floor, which translated to 100 miniature worlds. That was by no means a large number. Moreover, although the ancient tower had 2 more floors, The second and third floors would only open when the city was promoted to a higher rank. Hence, there was no way to increase the number of miniature worlds inside the ancient tower within a short period. However, considering they would be using these miniature worlds to advertise Zero Wing's mercenary alliance, they needed to make it possible for as many people to experience the effects of these miniature worlds as possible. Otherwise, the number of players joining the mercenary alliance would decrease drastically. Meanwhile, the best way to do so was by limiting the amount of time each player could spend inside these miniature worlds. No problem. Shi Feng nodded in agreement. But in addition to making contributions, members must also pay a fee to use the miniature worlds. Bronze members will have to pay 200 magic crystals per hour. Silver members will get a 10% discount, and gold members will get a 20% discount. The Abyssal Star ancient city might be powerful. The miniature worlds cost a lot to operate. Each miniature world consumed 100 magic crystals per hour when in operation. If converted to coins, that would be nearly 50 gold coins per hour. If Zero Wing tried to subsidize this cost, the guild would go bankrupt in less than a day. My thoughts are similar. I'll get the city's management details sorted and send them to you afterward, Hidden Soul said, having no objections about Shi Feng's pricing. In her opinion, there wouldn't be a problem even if they charged 500 magic crystals per hour to use the miniature worlds, let alone 200 magic crystals. After all, it was incredibly challenging to grasp the operating principles of mana under normal circumstances. If her acquaintances were to find out that there was a way to reduce that difficulty by more than tenfold, they would probably beg her to let them stay in the miniature worlds for as long as possible. Afterward, Shi Feng passed a portion of the Abyssal Star ancient city's authority to Hidden Soul and 100,000 magic crystals for backup. Then, after making sure that everything was okay, he chose to go offline to rest. As for the remaining matters relating to the city, he left all decision-making to Hidden Soul. It was without a doubt the best solution. After all, even he wasn't a match for Hidden Soul when it came to managing a mercenary organization. Then, once Hidden Soul had stabilized the Abyssal Star ancient city's operations, all he needed to do was have Zero Wing secretly garrison the city. Jin Hai City. When Shi Feng logged out of God's domain, the morning sun was already shining into his bedroom on the second floor. Normally, even if he had spent the entire night awake in God's domain, he should wake up in a refreshed state. Now, though, looked incredibly exhausted as he climbed out of his virtual gaming cabin. Sure enough, the cabin's nutrient solution isn't enough to supplement the improvements I made this time. When Shi Feng saw that the gaming cabin's nutrient solution tank was already empty, he quickly retrieved a bottle of A-rank nutrient fluid from the fridge. Then, as soon as he drank it, he could feel his exhausted mind recovering significantly. Most people might be treating God's Domain as merely a virtual reality game, but Shi Feng was fully aware that God's Domain wasn't just a simple game. Instead, it was also a ladder of evolution. While playing God's Domain, players would receive gradual improvements to their brains. Then their bodies would also start to improve to keep up with their brains' increased activity. However, these improvements came at the cost of a huge amount of energy. If players couldn't replenish the consumed energy in time, they might even end up burning their life energy. Of course, ordinary Tier 3 players would probably never face a situation where they would burn their life energy. This was because this was a situation that would only occur when the brain had managed to surpass the limits of its mental capacity. Meanwhile, after Shi Feng recovered from exhaustion, he clenched his fists and smiled. Although I exhausted myself by using Light Shadow many times, I made a lot of improvements as a result. My physical fitness is probably on par with top-tier athletes now. At this rate, I'll only need to train in the body strengthening technique for a few more days to reach the half-step master standard. Although the half-step master standard was nowhere near the master standard, so long as he had the physical fitness of a half-step master, he wouldn't have to worry about facing hidden threats. He could even join the God's Domain Alliance and become an official member. The God's Domain Alliance would, at most, provide basic support when it came to players who didn't qualify to become an official member. However, it was completely different once someone became an official member, So long as someone managed to become an official member of the God's Domain Alliance, even the various corporations wouldn't dare to take any actions toward this person in the real world. Not on the surface, at least. Otherwise, it would be a direct provocation to the God's Domain Alliance, which was something not even international corporations could afford to do. Because of this, powerful experts who had offended the various superpowers would never be afraid of suffering retaliation in the real world. They simply had to figure out how they could survive in God's domain. Meanwhile, after Shi Feng executed 2 repetitions of the body strengthening technique, he washed up and got ready to head to the God's Domain Academy. However, just as he was about to leave his home, the doorbell suddenly rang. Upon checking the front door's security camera through his watch, Shi Feng saw a middle-aged man and a young woman standing outside his house. To his surprise, his visitors were Qi Lianshan and Chen Ziyu. Instructor Qi, aren't we about to head to the secret pavilion's branch headquarters? Why did you suddenly come to my place? Shi Feng asked, feeling a little surprised and confused as he looked at Qi Lianshan and Chen Ziyu. Today was a big day for Jinhai University's God's Domain Academy. After all, the visit to the secret pavilion's branch headquarters was essentially a free training session for the Academy's students and instructors. Meanwhile, the opportunity to train at a transcendental power didn't come by easily. It is because of this that I hurried here to find you, Instructor Shi, Qi Lianshan said with a bitter smile. Did something happen? Shi Feng asked curiously. The problem lies with me. After taking a look at Chen Ziyu, Qi Lianshan gritted his teeth and continued, I hope that you can become Ziyu's instructor, Instructor Shi. Me? Become her instructor? Shi Feng couldn't help but look at Chen Ziyu, who currently had her head lowered in silence. Chen Ziyu was Instructor Qi's prized pupil. Shi Feng found it hard to imagine that Qi Lianshan would take the initiative to give Chen Ziyu to him. After all, it should be known that apprentice-teacher relationships were given great importance in the current God's domain. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been so many students trying to fight for Wu Lingling. That's right. Qi Lianshan nodded. Then, he said, I wouldn't have wanted to do this either, if I wasn't left with no better choice. However, Ziyu can successfully get into God's Domain's talent camp. This will all be worth it. God's Domain's talent camp? Shi Feng couldn't help but be confused. He had no idea what Qi Lianshan was talking about at all. This is a secret I found out only recently. Withholding no information, Qi Lianshan explained, the visit to the secret pavilion's branch headquarters today isn't just a simple tour or training camp. In reality, it is a selection meeting for all God's Domain academies in the world. It isn't just the secret pavilion that is involved. Many super guilds are also holding tours today as a front for this selection meeting. Meanwhile, the organizer for this meeting is the God's Domain Alliance. It seems that the God's Domain Alliance is planning to go all out and nurture a group of geniuses to combat the World Passage's opening. However, as most fourth-year students have already signed contracts with the various powers, the selection meeting this time is mainly targeted toward third-year students. Chapter 3024, Chapter 98. True Transcendental Power. Chapter 98, True Transcendental Power. The God's Domain Alliance is going all out to nurture geniuses? Shi Feng was very surprised to hear this news. The War of Worlds was no secret to him, although there also existed an organization similar to the God's Domain Alliance during his previous life. This organization had only started nurturing talents of the new generation after the World Gate had fully opened. Meanwhile, once the World Gate was fully opened, there wouldn't be just one world passage connecting the two God's domains. Instead, countless passages would randomly form, allowing the two God's domains to compete and devour each other. However, as Tier 6 God-ranked experts were needed to safeguard key locations, the main fighting force of the two God's domains in the War of Worlds would consist of Tier 4 and Tier 5 experts. Originally, Shi Feng thought it would be much later before the God's Domain Alliance realized the need to nurture the new generation's talents. He didn't think the organization would notice it already. This is indeed outside of everyone's expectations, Qi Lianshan said, expressing his understanding when he saw the look of surprise on Shi Feng's face. But I can confidently tell you that this information is true originally. The God's Domain Alliance was merely a loose organization focused on hosting events in the real world. While it might be considered the biggest force in God's domain, it had hardly any territory in the game. So nobody could have expected that the God's Domain Alliance would suddenly decide to nurture geniuses unaffiliated to it and spare no cost while doing so. But what does this have to do with Ziyu becoming my apprentice? Shi Feng asked, as he looked at Qi Lianshan in confusion. According to my sources, the selection this time requires students to be at the half-step refinement realm standard at the very least. In addition, their instructors must be at the flowing water realm or above. If a student can't meet these two conditions, they won't even qualify to participate in the selection, Qi Lianshan said, sighing. We wouldn't have had to take such measures if I were still in my prime, but I'm afraid you are the only person who is in such a realm in our academy right now, Instructor Shi. It seems the God's Domain Alliance has put a lot of considerations into this, Shi Feng said, realization dawning upon him. The God's Domain Alliance, indeed, had access to an unimaginable amount of resources. However, players couldn't become powerful experts simply by having a lot of resources. They also needed capable teachers to offer them pointers. If a player had a flowing water realm expert by their side constantly offering them guidance, they could improve their combat standards much more quickly. Moreover, flowing water realm experts were Tier 4 players on average, with some even being Tier 5 players. So they could help their students level up very quickly as well. In other words, while the God's Domain Alliance might be willing to offer students with resources, students would need to have their instructors resolve the problem of leveling up and improving their combat standards. I know you are very busy teaching Wu Lingling and the others, and you probably don't have a lot of free time to participate in the selection, Instructor Shi. Gritting his teeth, Qi Lianshan said, but so long as you agree to participate in the selection this time, I will give you a bottle of S-rank nutrient fluid afterward. S-rank nutrient fluids were incredibly precious to expert players. Even though Qi Lianshan was a senior instructor at Jinhai University's God's Domain Academy, it had taken him great pains to exchange even one bottle. Originally, he had planned to use this bottle to recover his mental state. However, compared to Chen Ziyu's future, the recovery of his mental state could wait. A bottle of S-rank nutrient fluid, after pondering for some time, Shi Feng said. Okay, I can agree to your offer, but I'm not taking responsibility for Ziyu's subsequent leveling up. Shi Feng was currently an intermediate instructor already. Although he had the qualifications to exchange for S-rank nutrient fluids, it would take him a long time to accumulate 1 million Academy points. Most importantly, there was an exchange limit put on S-rank nutrient fluids. If he recalled correctly, intermediate instructors were only allowed to exchange 1 bottle a year. However, 1 bottle was nowhere near enough for him. After all, he was no longer young. He would need a lot of energy to recover his life force, repair his body's damaged cells, and improve his physical fitness. You don't have to worry about this point, Instructor Shi. All you need to do is pass the selections test, Qi Lianshan said, feeling a little excited when he heard Shi Feng's answer. Then he quickly tapped on his quantum watch and transferred Chen Ziyu's instructor position to Shi Feng. Meanwhile, Shi Feng promptly clicked agree when he received the transfer prompt on his watch. With this, he became Chen Ziyu's instructor on paper. After settling this matter, Qi Lianshan quickly led Shi Feng to his luxury sedan and drove him and Chen Ziyu to Jinhai University to meet up with the other students and instructors. Liu Feng City, Secret Pavilion's branch headquarters. As a first-tier city, Liu Feng City's population exceeded 10 million. Meanwhile, the Secret Pavilion's branch headquarters sat in the heart of the city, the headquarters 2 towers having over 200 floors and occupying an area of 2 sports stadiums. The twin towers were more than capable of accommodating tens of thousands of people to work and train inside. How spectacular. So, this is one of the Secret Pavilion's branch headquarters, as expected of a transcendental power in God's domain. Just one of its branch headquarters already looks so amazing. It would be great if I could become an internal member of the Secret Pavilion. Quick, look! The Secret Pavilion's recruits are training over there. It's true. The instructor teaching them seems to be Rainbow Chaser, one of the secret pavilion's newly promoted Tier 5 experts. When Jinhai University's students looked out the windows of their bus and saw the secret pavilion's branch headquarters, they couldn't help but marvel at the sight before them. The state of the secret pavilion's branch headquarters was on an entirely different level, even when compared to the main headquarters of first-rate guilds. Just the instructor responsible for guiding the recruits at the branch headquarters was already a Tier 5 expert. This was a luxury no first-rate guild could afford for a branch headquarters. Moreover, the 1,000 recruits training on the field between the two towers were incredibly talented. Even though these recruits looked like they were only 14 or 15 years old, even the weakest among them was already at the trial tower's 5th floor middle stage standard. If put in Jinhai University, they'd be regarded as geniuses among geniuses. Yet in the secret pavilion, these geniuses were nothing more than ordinary recruits, a fact proven by the emblems they wore on their shirts. Before becoming official internal members, the secret pavilion's recruits would only receive a 1-star light blue emblem. Only after becoming an official internal member would they receive a 2-star dark blue emblem. While Jinhai University's students were in shock over the sight they just saw, a long line of buses started arriving at the secret pavilion's branch headquarters one after another, their numbers exceeding 80. This meant that at least 80 God's Domain academies had come to participate in the secret pavilion's tour this time. This number far exceeded their initial expectations. Moreover, out of these buses, there were even some that transported students from advanced God's Domain academies. What's going on? Why are students from advanced academies here as well? Gutong couldn't help but be shocked when he looked at the students alighting from the various advanced God's Domain academies buses. Advanced God's Domain academies, to most students seeking to make a living from God's Domain, advanced God's Domain academies were schools they dreamed of entering. Unlike the average God's Domain Academy, advanced God's Domain academies were true high-level education centers with several major corporations backing them. Some even had the support of international organizations. Meanwhile, with such ample funding, the instructors these advanced academies could recruit were also much superior in quality, with even the weakest instructor in these academies being a refinement realm expert. Participants of God's Domain's A-League would also hold lectures in these academies from time to time. However, as with the quality of their instructors, these advanced academies also had a high entry requirement. If students wished to even participate in the enrollment test of these advanced academies, they'd need to be at the 5th floor middle stage standard, which was the official standard of ordinary experts, at the very least. What is the secret pavilion even thinking? I can't believe they invited a bunch of nobodies to the tour. That's right. The secret pavilion even wants us to spar with them. How are we supposed to improve by sparring with these country bumpkins? I think we might even regress if we fought them. When a group of freshmen alighted from an advanced academy's bus and saw the freshmen of the other academies around them, a look of disdain appeared on their faces. Meanwhile, the students from the other academies naturally grew angry when they heard the words of this group of students. However, none of them dared to say anything since the other party consisted of experts at the trial tower's 5th floor late stage or above. These students were not people they could compete against. Most importantly, the instructors following these students were not existences they could afford to offend, since every one of them was a flowing water realm expert. These experts were either elders of first-rate guilds or vice-commanders of adventurer teams. Meanwhile, after Jinhai University's bus found a parking spot, Lin Yaoyu, the leader of the group, said, "Let's get off the bus as well." Chapter 3025, Chapter 99, Extraordinary Realm, Chapter 99, Extraordinary Realm. When Lin Yaoyu alighted from the bus, the many students and instructors gathered on the field couldn't help but turn to look at her. Wow, what a pretty lady. She's Clear Sky, one of Mysterious Moon's top 2 talents. Jinhai University's development is getting better and better. Previously, it was Wu Xiaoxiao. Now, I hear that even the geniuses of first-rate guilds are enrolling there. I heard that another genius of Wu Xiaoxiao's caliber has appeared in Jinhai University. I believe it is Wu Xiaoxiao's little sister, Wu Lingling. She reached the 5th floor's middle stage during her enrollment test. With Jinhai University's current state, Its academy might rank within the top 4 of the province this year. Many of the students and instructors on the field couldn't help but grow envious as they watched Jinhai University's students getting off their bus. Getting on the provincial ranking list was of great importance even to advanced God's Domain academies, let alone ordinary God's Domain academies. By getting on the provincial ranking list, not only could an academy attract more investments from corporations, but it could also recruit better quality students in the coming year. This, in turn, would create a positive cycle that would elevate the academy's status. Meanwhile, the elevation of an academy's status was beneficial to both students and instructors. Not only would their status in the world increase, but the resources they received would also increase. An academy's status was especially important now that the various corporations were placing significant importance on the miniature ancient world. Their thirst for talents and the prices they were offering had already reached unprecedented levels. However, while those from ordinary academies talked about Jinhai University in admiration, those from advanced academies also took notice of Jinhai University's students and instructors. Specifically, a 20-year-old woman with long brown hair and a curvaceous body looked toward Wu Lingling and said, "Wu Xiaoxiao's little sister? It seems the freshman competition this time is going to be interesting. Aren't you overestimating Wu Lingling, big sis?" A 17-year-old boy with messy hair and a sleepy face said, sneering as he looked at Wu Lingling as well. "Wu Xiaoxiao might be able to call herself your opponent, but Wu Lingling's enrollment score is nothing special. The 5th floor middle stage standard might be extraordinary in ordinary academies, but that is just the average in our Tianxing University. Not even those at the 5th floor late stage can rank within the top 20, let alone the 5th floor middle stage." The dozen or so boys and girls standing around the lazy-looking youth nodded in agreement. As an advanced academy, Tianxing University's God's Domain Academy required all applicants to reach the Trial Tower's 5th floor middle stage at the very least. Meanwhile, those qualified to participate in the Secret Pavilion's tour this time were either at the 6th floor's early stage or those close to reaching it. Hence, in their eyes, Wu Lingling's enrollment score was nothing noteworthy. Don't be careless, Xuanyi. Other than the freshmen from the various academies, the Secret Pavilion's freshmen will also participate in the freshman competition this time. Those people are true geniuses. If you wish to receive priority training from the Secret Pavilion, you'll need to rank within the top 10 at the very least, the brown-haired woman said as she turned to look at the several dozen Secret Pavilion members walking toward the field. Don't worry, big sis. Aren't you aware of my strength? I can even get into the top 5 without any trouble, let alone the top 10. The young man named Lu Xuanyi said confidently. None of the other students from Tianxing University voiced any objections when they heard Lu Xuanyi's arrogant words. This was because Lu Xuanyi was a true genius at Tianxing University, his talents surpassing even his elder sister, Lu Yanya. Meanwhile, Lu Yanya was one of the top 2 geniuses of their advanced academy. When Lu Xuanyi enrolled in Tianxing University's God's Domain Academy, he was already at the 6th floor middle stage standard. After receiving guidance from the academy's instructors, his strength had skyrocketed. Thus, he wouldn't have any trouble going up against the Secret Pavilion's top-tier geniuses. While Lu Xuanyi and the others were talking, the Secret Pavilion's members had arrived at the center of the field. Standing in the lead of these several dozen people was a woman in sportswear looking to be in her early 20s. Meanwhile, the moment everyone looked at this woman, silence instantly enveloped the entire field as excitement and confusion filled everyone. It's Empress Purple Jade. What's going on? The Empress is actually hosting this tour? At this moment, even the instructors of the various academies were surprised to see the woman in sportswear, let alone the students. Empress Purple Jade. She had been one of the Secret Pavilion's top 3 geniuses when God's Domain first launched. Now, she had even become a Tier 6 sword god, a legendary existence whom everybody in God's Domain knew. Normally, one would have a better chance at winning the lottery than meeting Purple Jade in person. Yet now, Purple Jade had actually appeared in one of the Secret Pavilion's branch headquarters. Moreover, by the looks of it, she would be acting as the host for the tour this time. So, how could everyone not be shocked by this situation? Instructor Shi, my eyes aren't playing tricks on me, right? It's actually Empress Purple Jade, Wu Lingling exclaimed. Her eyes filled with an indescribable sense of reverence as she looked at Purple Jade. She's so beautiful. She also looks much younger than in her combat videos. She's at the extraordinary realm already? Shi Feng was also surprised when he saw Purple Jade. Shi Feng was no stranger to Purple Jade. After all, he had partnered with the Secret Pavilion on many occasions during his previous life. However, unlike in his previous life, the Purple Jade in this life was completely different. Although she had similarly become a Tier 6 sword god, she looked ridiculously young in this life. It should be known that Purple Jade was only slightly younger than him. Yet now she looked no different than a 20-year-old. She even gave off an otherworldly feeling, and it felt like she was no longer mortal. Meanwhile, the only explanation he could come up with for this situation was that Purple Jade's life rating had already reached the extraordinary realm. Meanwhile, the extraordinary realm was also known as the Great Grand Master Realm, and this was an evolution he had expended great effort to achieve. Moreover, this happened after he gained access to the Greater God's domain and acquired many fortuitous opportunities. Yet now, Purple Jade had already reached this realm even before their current subworld had gained access to the Greater God's domain. Her talent was truly terrifying. However, in response to everyone's shock and confusion, Purple Jade simply scanned the crowd before her indifferently and said, "Welcome to the Secret Pavilion's branch headquarters. I will be your host for today's tour." TL Notes: Life Rating. This is unrelated to the life rating in God's domain. I couldn't think of a better term to use here. I'll be differentiating the two by capitalization. Lowercase life rating equals real world. Uppercase life rating equals God's domain. To Great Grandmaster Realm. I'm assuming this refers to the realm above Mental Strength Grandmaster. Chapter 3026. Chapter 100. Leaving Everyone in the Dust. Chapter 100. Leaving Everyone in the Dust. After Purple Jade briefed everyone about the upcoming tour, she let the elite members behind her show their guests around the headquarters. Meanwhile, when the various academies' students and instructors got to see and try out the top-tier training facilities available in the headquarters, they couldn't help but be awed and drool in envy. According to what they experienced, they could tell that these training facilities could help an ordinary expert become a refinement realm expert in just 2 or 3 years. The efficiency of these facilities was beyond anything their academies had access to. After touring the headquarters for several hours, the Secret Pavilion's elite members led everyone to the underground training field to begin today's main event, the freshman competition. The underground training field was much larger than the area the 2 headquarter buildings occupied on the surface, and it could easily fit 4 full-sized stadiums. With such a huge area, over 10,000 people could train here simultaneously. Currently, though, there were only a little over 1,000 people gathered here, so the field looked empty. The freshman competition this time is going to be slightly different. We won't be holding one-on-one matches. Instead, we will have all participants attempt the trial tower, Purple Jade said as she scanned the crowd before her. The Secret Pavilion will award the top 10 participants of each academy with 1 bottle of S-rank nutrient fluid, and those who rank within the top 10 of the overall ranking list will receive an additional 3 bottles. In addition, those who manage to rank within the top 5 overall will also get to join the Secret Pavilion's Genius Training Program. As soon as Purple Jade finished speaking, the freshmen of the various academies immediately grew excited. None of them thought that the Secret Pavilion would be so generous. Not only did they have an opportunity to acquire S-rank nutrient fluids to strengthen their bodies, but they even had a chance at becoming one of the Secret Pavilion's internal members and receiving the training of one. I must get into the top 10. When Gu Tong heard Purple Jade's words, he couldn't help but look at Wu Lingling with eyes burning with fighting spirit. Just you wait. I'll make you understand who's the true #1 genius in Jinhai Academy. Top 5 in the overall rankings. I'm getting in for sure. Over at Tianxing Academy's group, fighting spirit similarly filled Lu Xuanyi after he heard Purple Jade's words. The top 5 will get to join the Secret Pavilion's Genius Training Program? When Chen Ziyu watched as the various academies' freshmen climbed into the prepared virtual gaming cabins one after another, a look of envy appeared on her face. As a transcendental power in God's domain, the secret pavilion was in no way inferior to the 5 great super guilds. Even a genius like Wu Xiaoqiao did not have the qualifications to join the secret pavilion and receive priority training. Yet now, the secret pavilion had loosened its requirements and allowed the various academies' freshmen to fight for a spot in its training program. It was a much more extravagant reward than when she participated in the secret pavilion's tour. "There's no point in envying the opportunities of others, Ziyu," Qi Lianshan said when he noticed the envy on Chen Ziyu's face. "What you need to do now is figure out how you can pass the God's Domain Association's selection. So long as you pass the selection, the training and resources you'll receive from the association will not be inferior to what the secret pavilion can offer in any way." "I understand." Chen Ziyu nodded, the fighting spirit in her eyes flaring up. Although she couldn't receive training from the secret pavilion, the God's Domain Association's training was equally good. "I wonder how many of our academy's students will get into the top 5 of the overall rankings?" "Hard to say. I heard that the secret pavilion has many monstrously talented recruits this year. The only students I can think of who have a chance of getting in would be Tianxing Academy's Liu Xuanyi and Liu Feng Academy's Jia Cheng." "Indeed. Liu Xuanyi is the apprentice of Soaring Snake, the leader of Ouroboros' 12 apostles. I heard that he has already learned 2/3 of Soaring Snake's skills. Liu Feng University's Jia Cheng isn't any worse either. I heard that Liu Feng University's dean is teaching her personally, and that she has already mastered an advanced combat technique. I heard that Jinhei Academy also has a shining star this year. I believe her name is Wu Lingling, and she is that Wu Xiaoxiao's younger sister. According to my sources, Wu Lingling is even more talented than Wu Xiaoxiao, and she has achieved rapid improvements after entering the academy, so she should have a chance as well." "Impossible. Wu Lingling's teacher is incredibly weak. I heard that he used to be the guild leader of a second-rate guild, but he ended up getting fired. There is no way the resources he has can compare to Liu Xuanyi's and Jia Cheng's instructors." "Indeed. I heard about Wu Lingling's situation as well. If she could find a good instructor, she might have stood a chance against those 2 little monsters and could have competed for the top 5 positions." While watching the freshmen getting into the virtual gaming cabins, the instructors from the various academies discussed who could enter the overall rankings top 5. Although the secret pavilion's freshman competition wasn't an accurate representation of the overall strength of God's Domain's latest generation of players, those who could rank among the top of the overall rankings could still be regarded as one of the top talents in the country. In a situation where veteran powerhouses were reluctant to enter the miniature ancient world, the new generation's top talents would undoubtedly become the various powers leaders in the miniature ancient world in the future. Meanwhile, when Qi Lianshan and the other instructors from Jinhai University heard the discussion of the other academy's instructors, they couldn't help but sigh dejectedly. Setting aside Shi Feng's teaching standards, just the resources he could offer to Wu Lingling would already put Wu Lingling in a significantly inferior position compared to the likes of Liu Xuanyi and Jia Chen. Unless Jinhai Academy could attract the attention of international corporations or God's Domain's various superpowers, there was no way Jinhai Academy's resources could match the various advanced academies. Inside the lounge of the underground training field. "Why didn't you notify me that you would be visiting Commander Ziqiang? Also, isn't it only a freshman competition? You didn't have to come in person," a burly middle-aged man in his 40s said tentatively as he looked at Purple Jade. "I just thought of checking Laylee's progress." "You don't need to mind me," Purple Jade replied in a dull tone. The middle-aged man couldn't help but be rendered speechless when he heard Purple Jade's words. Although he knew that Purple Jade had designated the girl named Laylee as her apprentice, and she even pampered the girl quite a lot, he didn't think Purple Jade would prioritize the girl to such an extent after all. A Tier 6 sword god had much more important things to do than spectate a competition. However, he also had to admit that Laylee was incredibly talented. Despite starting as someone who knew hardly anything about God's Domain, Lei Li had already become the Secret Pavilion's #1 rookie after undergoing just 2 months of training. Moreover, her position as #1 was unshakable. After all, in just 2 short months, Lei Li had gone from being just at the trial tower's first-floor standard to the half-step refinement realm standard. Her talent surpassed even Purple Jade. Most importantly, Lei Li was only 16 this year. Lei Li will definitely come in first place. There is simply too big of a gap between herself and the others, the middle-aged man said. If nothing unexpected happens, she should be able to compete against the others in the Genius training program after 1 more month of training. It seems she didn't slack off. Purple Jade nodded in relief. After Purple Jade and the burly man talked for a while, the display hanging off the middle of the underground training field ceiling started displaying the freshmen''s results. Several hundred freshmen participated in the competition this time, and the display revealed every participant's name and performance in the trial tower. The quality of this year's freshmen is so high, even the person in last place managed to reach the 5th floor's middle stage. That student even killed 22 out of the 50 monsters in the middle stage. He's almost halfway to reaching the late stage already. The list started displaying the participants' names starting from last place. So, even if everyone lacked interest in seeing who came in last, they still had to be patient and look at it. Meanwhile, when the various academies' senior students and instructors saw the last-place scorer's performance, they couldn't help but be surprised. Moreover, their surprise grew even greater as more and more students got listed. This was because the freshman ranked 100th had already reached the late stage of the trial tower's 5th floor. Moreover, this freshman had killed 31 out of the 50 monsters on the stage. It meant that he wasn't that far from reaching the 6th floor. Even if put in the various first-rate guilds, this student would already be treated as an expert player. 43rd. Gu Tong, 6th floor's early stage, killed 17 monsters. 42nd. Cheng Yu, 6th floor's early stage, killed 18 monsters. 11th. Liu Xuanyi, 7th floor's early stage, killed 25 monsters. 8th. Xia Cheng, 7th floor's early stage, killed 32 monsters. Crap. Even the 7th floor early stage standard isn't enough to get into the top 5? Is this the Secret Pavilion's strength? Everyone was astonished when they saw the top-ranking participants. It was especially true for Liu Xuanyi's seniors and instructors from Tianxing Academy. It should be known that players capable of reaching the 7th floor's early stage would already be regarded as first-rate experts in God's domain. Logically, having such strength would instantly put one at the very top among the freshmen of previous years. This was also why everyone from Tianxing Academy was confident that Liu Xuanyi could score highly. Yet, Liu Xuanyi, the person regarded as a genius that would only appear once every decade by the Tianxing Academy, failed to even get within the top 10 of the freshman competition, let alone the top 5. I only came in 8th? When a young girl with long black hair exited her virtual gaming cabin and looked up at the scoreboard, she couldn't help but be a little surprised. However, unlike everyone else, none of the Secret Pavilion's members were surprised to see the competition results. I wonder how much Lei Li has managed to improve during these past few days. I remember that Lei Li had already reached the 7th floor's middle stage a few days ago. She might have reached the late stage already by now. While the Secret Pavilion's members discussed Lei Li's performance, the scoreboard also quickly displayed the #2 and #1 scorers. Second, Tang Lei, 7th floor's late stage, killed 5 monsters. Fu Lingling, 7th floor's late stage, killed 11 monsters. TL Notes: Jun He Academy. I will be using X Academy to reference X University's God's Domain Academy from now on to simplify things. Chapter 3027, Chapter 101, Hidden Class Magic Dragon Swordsman. Chapter 101, Hidden Class Magic Dragon Swordsman. Chapter 101, Hidden Class Magic Dragon Swordsman. TL Notes: 20th February 2022. Please go back and read Chapter 100. I mistakenly separated the chapters and moved some of Chapter 100's content to Chapter 101. I have already added the missing parts back to Chapter 100. Lei Li came in second? Who's the person in first place? Did something go wrong with the system? How could there be a freshman stronger than Laylee? The Secret Pavilion's members were stunned when they saw the results displayed on the scoreboard. None of them could believe this was true. This was Laylee they were talking about. Laylee was the Secret Pavilion's most talented recruit this year, and she was a little monster whom Empress Purple Jade had taken the initiative to recruit as an apprentice. Yet now, Laylee had only come in second place. Wu Lingling? How is this possible? When Lu Xuanyi exited his gaming cabin and looked at the scoreboard, he couldn't help but doubt his eyes. Didn't they say that she was only at the 5th floor middle stage standard during her enrollment? At this time, Lu Xuanyi wasn't the only one with questions regarding Wu Lingling's performance. The various academies' instructors and students were similarly shocked and confused by this outcome. Didn't they say that she only reached the 5th floor's middle stage during her enrollment test? Could there be a mistake in the information? A monster. She's truly a monster. She managed to reach the 7th floor's late stage at just 16. Moreover, she did it without the help of any superpower or powerful instructor. What kind of luck does Jin High Academy have? Originally, everyone was already plenty shocked by the performance of the Secret Pavilion's recruits. However, Wu Lingling's performance brought their shock to unprecedented levels. It was understandable for the Secret Pavilion's recruits to be amazing since they had access to resources outside the reach of most people. However, what about Wu Lingling? Not only was she a freshman in an ordinary God's Domain Academy, but she didn't even have a decent instructor. Yet, she had still managed to reach the Trial Tower's 7th floor late stage at the young age of 16. The degree of her talent could no longer be described with words alone. Even the various God-ranked experts in God's domain were unlikely to be a match for Wu Lingling during their younger days. If Wu Lingling could gain access to excellent resources, there was no doubt that she would become a big shot in God's domain in the future. She might even rank highly among Tier 6 God-ranked experts. At this time, it wasn't just the people from the other academies that were stunned. Even those from Jin High Academy couldn't believe their eyes when they looked at the scoreboard. They also couldn't help but grow ecstatic over this situation. Originally, they thought it'd be amazing if Wu Lingling could get within the top 20 of the overall rankings. After all, the resources Wu Lingling had access to were vastly inferior to the geniuses from advanced academies, yet now Wu Lingling had secured first place in the freshman competition, instantly becoming an existence that even the Secret Pavilion had to take seriously. Once news of Wu Lingling's performance got out, it probably wouldn't be long before Jin High Academy's name reached the various first-rate guilds and superpowers of God's domain. Meanwhile, once Jin High Academy became famous, the various superpowers most likely start to send instructors to join the academy. They might even invest capital into the academy. Impossible! I must be dreaming. Hasn't it only been a few days? How did she become so strong already? Gu Tong's eyes were filled with confusion as he watched Wu Lingling climbing out of her gaming cabin. He might not have thought much about it if he hadn't known about Wu Lingling's standards when she first enrolled in the academy. However, he had always treated Wu Lingling as his rival, so he had a very clear understanding of Wu Lingling's situation. During the academy's freshman tournament, he was certain that the gap between him and Wu Lingling wasn't significant. He had only lost to her because his footwork was inferior. Yet now, the difference between them was like heaven and earth. This situation simply didn't make sense. It should be known that in the process of climbing to the Trial Tower's 6th floor, not only did he have to undergo intensive training from his cousin Gu Yiran, but he had come across a fortuitous opportunity shortly after the freshman tournament ended. Yet, despite having made such significant improvements, not only did the gap between him and Wu Lingling not shrink, but it had grown even wider instead. However, unlike Gu Tong and most people in the underground training field, Qi Lianshan and Chen Zio did not focus their attention on Wu Lingling after learning her result. Instead, they turned toward Shi Feng. This was because they understood that, contrary to what everyone believed, Wu Lingling didn't achieve her current performance simply because she possessed incredible talent. Instead, a large part of why she managed to achieve her current results was most likely because of Shi Feng's teachings. Did she receive a legacy? Shi Feng was also a little surprised when he saw the scoreboard. The last time Shi Feng saw Wu Lingling was less than a day ago, and the girl was only able to reach the 7th floor's middle stage at the time. Moreover, based on her progress at the middle stage, it should have taken her at least a few days to reach the 7th floor's late stage. Yet, she had accomplished this feat in less than a day. The only explanation Shi Feng could come up with for this situation was that Wu Lingling had obtained a legacy of some sort before coming to the secret pavilion's headquarters. Hence, she managed to achieve a qualitative improvement in her combat standards. Meanwhile, just like Shi Feng had guessed, Wu Lingling had indeed acquired a new legacy. After fighting the spy trio from Nature Hall and 100 Flower Palace and logging out of the game, Wu Lingling had contacted Soulfire and acquired a powerful advanced legacy from the adventurer team. Advanced Hidden Class, Magic Dragon Swordsman. Not only did this hidden class grant a huge boost to her physique, but it had also increased her affinity with mana drastically, which allowed her to take notice of details she had previously failed to notice. In addition, the completion rate of her skills had also received an improvement. After receiving all these improvements, her combat standard had naturally risen as well. However, if Wu Lingling were to be honest, getting first place in this freshman competition was also outside her expectations. This was because Hidden Soul had constantly said that her talent and combat standard were subpar at best, and that she was vastly inferior compared to the various superpowers' top-tier geniuses. Wu Lingling didn't doubt Hidden Soul's words either, since she couldn't even survive one move against Hidden Soul. Yet now she had come in first place in the freshman competition. Could it be because the Secret Pavilion's recruits are much weaker than usual this year? Is the Secret Pavilion trying to attract new recruits using this competition? When Wu Lingling recalled the attractive rewards the Secret Pavilion offered for the competition this time, she felt as if realization had dawned upon her. However, before Wu Lingling could think further into this matter, she had her attention drawn by the noise everyone suddenly made. At this time, Purple Jade could be seen walking out of the lounge, and following behind her were several Secret Pavilion executives. Then, after leaving the lounge, Purple Jade walked straight toward Wu Lingling. After approaching Wu Lingling and scrutinizing the girl for a moment, Purple Jade asked, "Are you interested in becoming my apprentice?" Meanwhile, as soon as Purple Jade finished speaking, silence instantly enveloped the entire underground training field. Then, whether it was the various academies' students or the Secret Pavilion's recruits, everyone couldn't help but look at Wu Lingling enviously. It should be known that Purple Jade was a Tier 6 sword god bearing the title of Empress. Not only did she possess top-tier strength among Tier 6 god-ranked experts, but she also held a vital position in the Secret Pavilion. So long as she gave the word, Wu Lingling could instantly become a core executive in the Secret Pavilion and receive whatever resources she wanted. At that time, she would become an existence that even the various international corporations would try to befriend. Meanwhile, Wu Lingling couldn't help but grow ecstatic when she heard Purple Jade's question. This was because Purple Jade was her idol. It was also because of Purple Jade that she became a swordsman. Now that her idol was extending an invitation to her, how could she not be excited? However, after taking a deep breath, Wu Lingling shook her head and said, "Thank you for your kind intentions, Commander Ziqiang. However, I already have an instructor, so forgive me for not being able to become your apprentice." Chapter 30228, Chapter 102, Inhuman Precision. Chapter 102, Inhuman Precision. Are my ears playing tricks on me? Did Wu Lingling just reject the Empress's invitation? She must have lost her mind. I remember that her teacher is called Shi Feng, and he is only the former guild leader of a second-rate guild. Even during his peak, he had only managed to stick around at the top of Tier 3. Tier 3? Doesn't that mean he's just an ordinary expert? That's right. Any one of my academy's instructors can beat him up. That guy sure is lucky. I can't believe he picked up such a peerless genius. He wouldn't have to worry about his future with such a student following him. When the spectating crowd heard Wu Lingling rejecting Purple Jade's invitation, many of them couldn't help but grow confused. In addition, some of the instructors present who knew about Wu Lingling's background couldn't help but grow jealous of Shi Feng. After all, even if they set aside the possibility that something might be wrong with Wu Lingling's brain, the girl could still easily reach Tier 5 with her monstrous talent. If given enough resources, she might even have a chance at reaching Tier 6. Yet, despite being only an ordinary expert, Shi Feng had actually found himself such a monstrously talented apprentice. She must be out of her mind. If she doesn't want that opportunity, she should have given it to me instead. Liu Xuanyi cursed under his breath when he saw Wu Lingling rejecting Purple Jade's invitation. He was also a swordsman. If he could have a Tier 6 swordsman as his instructor, he would have a much easier time climbing to higher tiers in the future. Wu Xiaoxiao's little sister sure is an interesting person. She's even more stubborn than her elder sister, Liu Yanya, who stood beside Liu Xuanyi, said as she looked at Wu Lingling, "I'm afraid she's going to become your biggest rival in the future." "Rival?" Shaking his head, Liu Xuanyi said, "She is not worthy of being my rival now that she has rejected the Secret Pavilion's invitation. With only a Tier 3 instructor and no guild backing her, I'll leave her in the dust the next time we meet in the academy competition." "I guess you're right. She is the same as her elder sister in this regard," Liu Yanya said, nodding. Their instructor, Soaring Snake, had extended an invitation to Wu Xiaoxiao multiple times in the past. However, Wu Xiaoxiao had rejected his offer every time. Although Wu Xiaoxiao was already receiving from Crimson Emperor right now, the number of recruits Crimson Emperor needed to train was massive. Thus, even though Wu Xiaoxiao was currently training under a superpower, the resources she received wouldn't be as significant as most people imagined. Had Wu Xiaoxiao accepted their instructor's invitation previously, she might even have had a chance to reach Tier 6. Now, though, she could, at most, linger around the Tier 5 threshold. While the surrounding spectators were feeling surprised and confused over Wu Lingling's decision, the burly man standing among the Secret Pavilion's executives similarly couldn't help but turn toward Jinhai Academy's group with a look of surprise on his face. What's going on with Jinhai Academy's people? Why aren't any instructors coming forward to advise Wu Lingling? Normally, an ordinary God's Domain Academy would be over the moon if even an ordinary superpower tried to recruit one of their students, let alone a transcendental power like the Secret Pavilion. These academies would have frantically accepted the offer on their students' behalf. Yet Jinhai Academy's side was seemingly filled with eccentric people. Even after hearing Wu Lingling refuse Purple Jade's invitation, nobody from Jinhai University had stepped forward to persuade the girl. On the contrary, every one of them looked at this situation as if they had expected it to happen. Meanwhile, when Jinhai Academy's instructors and Lin Yaoyu saw the Secret Pavilion's executives looking toward them, they couldn't help but reveal bitter smiles. If it was possible to change Wu Lingling's mind, they would have long since done so. Unfortunately, Shi Feng seemingly possessed some unknown charm that had thoroughly captivated the little girl's heart. At this point, they had long since given up on influencing Wu Lingling's decisions, choosing to let the girl decide her own future instead. It wasn't a particularly bad decision to do so either, since Shi Feng wasn't as weak as he seemed. Otherwise, a senior instructor like Qi Lianshan wouldn't have treated Shi Feng with such respect. How unfortunate. If you come across any problems in your training in the future, feel free to contact me. Purple Jade did not get angry after having her invitation rejected. Instead, she handed Wu Lingling her business card, her action causing many of the Secret Pavilion's members present to grow envious. This was because they understood that Purple Jade wasn't putting on an act. Instead, she was sincerely interested in Wu Lingling. After all, only a few people in the Secret Pavilion had Purple Jade's contact method. "Should I go and talk with Jinhai Academy's side, Commander? I believe that with the Secret Pavilion's influence, that Shi Feng wouldn't refuse our offer," the burly man whispered to Purple Jade when he saw that Purple Jade appeared very interested in Wu Lingling. A talent capable of catching Purple Jade's eyes was incredibly hard to come by. Although the Secret Pavilion's guild leader had tried to get Purple Jade to teach the guild's geniuses in the past, Purple Jade showed no interest in those geniuses whatsoever. The guild also couldn't force her to teach them, since she was one of the guild's Tier 6 God-ranked experts. It wasn't until recently that Layli had appeared and caught Purple Jade's attention. Now that Purple Jade had shown interest in Wu Lingling as well, The secret pavilion naturally couldn't let this rare opportunity get away. "No need," Purple Jade said, shaking her head. "Rather than that, I need you to look into Shi Feng. He definitely isn't as simple as everyone thinks." "Huh?" The burly man couldn't help but grow confused. "I heard from the other Academy's instructors that Wu Lingling's instructor is only the former guild leader of Shadow, a second-rate guild. In addition, he had never even managed to reach Tier 4 during his peak, which was why Shadow's chairman had fired him." Instead of answering the burly man's confusion, Purple Jade asked, "Do you think Wu Lingling is a fool?" "How can that be?" "There's no way she could have reached the 7th floor's late stage at 16 if she were a fool," the burly man answered strangely. "Doesn't that settle it, then?" After rolling her eyes at the burly man, Purple Jade put on a serious expression and said, "Moreover, there's one more important reason I said that Shi Feng isn't simple." "An important reason? Could it be that there is something special about him?" the burly man asked. "It's not him who's special, but Wu Lingling instead. Her foundation is simply too solid. It is so solid that I can't help but suspect that she isn't a little girl, but an old monster who has lived for dozens of years," Purple Jade said as she recalled Wu Lingling's every action. "When I was talking to her just now, I noticed that she has incredibly precise control over her subtle movements. That kind of precision is something you would only find on someone who has already been at the refinement realm for over a dozen or several dozen years. Yet, despite having such precision control, the continuity of Wu Lingling's movements was an utter mess, which is one of the main reasons recruits often have trouble entering the refinement realm." "Commander, are you saying that?" The burly man couldn't help but shudder when the severity of Purple Jade's words sank into his mind. "That's right. Either Wu Lingling has someone with godlike understanding over the refinement realm teaching her, or the girl is actually an old monster acting young before us," Purple Jade calmly said. "However, no matter how I look at it, Wu Lingling is a teenage girl through and through. There's also no point for her to trick us, since we can easily discern her actual age and identity through public records. In that case, that leaves us with only one possibility. Her instructor's understanding has already reached a godlike standard." "I'll look into him right away." After saying so, the burly man promptly left the underground training field, not daring to waste even a moment longer. The refinement realm might not seem like anything special in the eyes of the various superpowers, which were capable of systematically nurturing their own refinement realm experts. But not all refinement realm experts were equal. Depending on how sturdy of a foundation a person built for themselves at the refinement realm, their future development would also change significantly. Only by having a sturdy foundation could one progress further and faster. Unfortunately, helping players establish a sturdy foundation in the refinement realm was a challenge that troubled even the various superpowers. Even domain realm experts lacked the ability to help refinement realm experts develop their foundations. This was because everyone had bad habits, and changing these habits was incredibly challenging. Moreover, even if a person managed to get out of a bad habit, parts of it would still linger in their subconscious. Meanwhile, the only known way to get rid of bad habits right now was to have players continuously train themselves to change and get used to the refinement realm over a long period. However, this process involved a lot of time, and time was money for the various superpowers. Unfortunately, the only way they could streamline this process was if someone managed to achieve godlike understanding over the refinement realm and developed a perfect training system. If such a perfect system existed, new players could establish a solid foundation for themselves within a short period, saving them a lot of time in training and improving. However, according to the Secret Pavilion's knowledge, no guild in God's domain possessed such a capability yet. Indeed, not one guild was capable of accomplishing such a feat. Even the 5 great super guilds were no exception. Chapter 3029, Chapter 103, Great Disturbance. Chapter 103, Great Disturbance. After the freshman competition ended, the various academies' instructors simultaneously received a message from God's Domain Association. The message's content was simple. The association was welcoming all students who had reached the half-step refinement realm standard to head to the 175th floor of the Secret Pavilion's branch headquarters, with their instructors and apply to join the God's Domain Association's training camp. However, the message also stated that the instructors would have to pass the association's instructor qualification certification, and the association's certification had 3 ranks: bronze, silver, and gold. Meanwhile, instructors would have to achieve the lowest bronze certification at the very minimum before their students could apply for the association's training camp. Depending on an instructor's certification rank, their students would also have to participate in different selection competitions and face different opponents. Simply put, the students of bronze instructors would compete with the students of other bronze instructors. The students of silver instructors would compete with the students of other silver instructors, etc. However, the lower the certification rank, the lower the number of instructors that could acquire said rank, and the lower the number of instructors that could acquire said rank, and the lower the number of students each instructor could have. Conversely, the higher the certification rank, the greater the number of instructors that could acquire said rank, and the higher the number of students each instructor could have. In addition, the number of students that could pass the selection competitions of higher ranks would also be greater than the competitions of lower ranks. In other words, the lower an instructor's certification rank, the greater the competition they and their students would face. Fortunately, the training camp wasn't a one-time thing. Instead, each training camp would last a month, and the association would hold these certification competitions once a month. Thus, even if students failed to qualify for the training camp this time, so long as they managed to pass a selection before they graduated from their respective academies, they could still qualify to attend the training camp. Meanwhile, shortly after this announcement appeared, the underground training field instantly exploded into an uproar. How generous of the God's Domain Association! Amazing. After this move from the association, refinement realm experts will become even more common in God's domain in the future. This is madness. This won't just popularize refinement realm experts, this will reshuffle the status quo of the various God's Domain academies. Even the various powers in God's domain are probably going to be affected. Everyone was shocked and excited by this explosive news. It was especially true for the students and instructors of ordinary academies. Nowadays, the various superpowers have monopolized most of the legacies available in God's domain. If ordinary students wish to have a better future in God's domain, their only choice was to join the various superpowers. Otherwise, they'd have to face much greater challenges to develop themselves. Meanwhile, the various God's domain academies were also in a similar situation. Due to the lack of good resources, the instructors of ordinary academies faced great difficulty in producing excellent students. However, the move the God's Domain Association just made would undoubtedly liberate the students without resources, or more specifically, the younger generation, from the various superpowers' restrictions. So long as one was young and talented, one could acquire sufficient resources to develop themselves from the God's Domain Association. Young players would no longer have to rely on the various superpowers for resources. After reading the God's Domain Associations, everyone quickly understood that it wouldn't be long before God's Domain would welcome a large batch of independent refinement realm experts. Meanwhile, the various superpowers would no longer be the only ones capable of reliably producing refinement realm experts. At the same time, the status and value of instructors would also rise to unprecedented heights in God's domain. It seems I'll need to have Hidden Soul act quicker. Shi Feng also started planning for the future after receiving the God's Domain Association's message. If many independent refinement realm experts suddenly appeared in God's domain, the power that would benefit the most from this situation would undoubtedly be the various mercenary organizations. During Shi Feng's previous life, after his subworld gained access to the greater God's domain, the various powers had frantically nurtured players at all costs to cope with the impending danger. Ultimately, however, there were still many players who disliked being bound by guilds. Yet, these players also wished to acquire precious resources and credits. So, mercenary organizations became their best option. If Zero Wing's mercenary organization could take form before the new batch of independent refinement realm experts arrived and capitalize on this situation, the organization's growth could easily match that of the various superpowers. Meanwhile, shortly after the God's Domain Association made its announcement, The various academies' half-step refinement realm students promptly made their way to the application site with their respective instructors. When Shi Feng and Chen Ziyou arrived on the 175th floor, the hall that was the size of half a football field was already crowded with students and instructors. "So you've come as well, Ziyou." When Lu Yanya saw Chen Ziyou walking into the hall, she smiled and approached her, asking, "Have you thought about my previous suggestion?" "Thank you for your invitation, but I still don't plan on joining Ouroboros," Chen Ziyou earnestly said as she looked at the brown-haired girl before her. As one of Jin High Academy's few half-step refinement realm experts, Chen Ziyou had received invitations from many guilds. Among them, one came from her high school classmate Liu Yanya, who had acted as Ouroboros's representative. "Won't you consider it again?" Liu Yanya frowned. However, she still chose to patiently persuade Chen Ziyou, saying, "Now that the God's Domain Association has made such a huge move, it is a rare opportunity for you to improve your circumstances. According to my sources, instructors will need to be at the flowing water realm at the very least to gain a bronze certification. However, your instructor Qi Lianshan is, at best, at the half-step flowing water realm with his current mental state. There's no way he can help you get into the selection competition. So long as you agree to join Ouroboros, you'll get to become Instructor Soaring Snake's apprentice straight away. Now that Instructor Soaring Snake is close to reaching the domain realm already, he'll have no problems becoming a silver instructor. You'll also be able to pass the selection without problems, seeing as you are at the refinement realm already." However, even after hearing Liu Yanya's advice, Chen Ziyou still shook her head and pointed toward Shi Feng, who was currently registering for the certification test, and said, "Thank you, but I have Instructor Shi with me. I should be able to get into a selection competition without trouble." "Instructor Shi?" Liu Yanya followed Chen Ziyou's finger and looked at Shi Feng. Then, with confusion in her eyes, she asked, "Is he Wu Lingling's instructor?" "That's right, it's him." Chen Ziyou nodded. "You really love to waste time just like Wu Xiaoxiao, Ziyou." After returning her gaze to Chen Ziyou, Liu Yanya contemptuously said, "He's nothing but a former guild leader of a second-rate guild. He couldn't even reach Tier 4 during his peak. How can you hope for him to get you registered?" "Instructor Shi is very strong, and even Instructor Qi admires him greatly. Instructor Qi also said that Instructor Shi might be at the Void Realm already," Chen Ziyou said, a hint of reverence appearing in her eyes as she looked at Shi Feng. "Void Realm?" Liu Yanya couldn't help but take an extra glance at Shi Feng after hearing Chen Ziyou's words. However, she suddenly laughed the next moment and said, "In that case, I look forward to his performance. Hopefully, you'll qualify for a selection competition at the very least." After saying so, Liu Yanya turned around and walked away, choosing not to involve herself with Chen Ziyou's foolishness any longer. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shi Feng and many other instructors followed the instructions of the God's Domain Association's staff and put on their respective customized virtual gaming helmets. Then they began their instructor certification tests. Chapter 3330, Chapter 104, Global Competition. Chapter 104, Global Competition. A golden temple stood amidst an ancient forest. The temple had 5 floors in total, and it measured several hundred meters in height and occupied an area equivalent to 6 sports stadiums. There was a massive stone tablet erected outside of every floor, and every tablet had a column of numbers going from 1 to 100 listed on it. Currently, though, the space next to these numbers was blank, and beneath these numbers was one line of text. Although the text on each tablet was similar, they weren't exactly the same. The texts were simple to understand, and they represented the rewards one could obtain from challenging the temple's trials. Simply put, the first 100 people to clear each floor would receive varying amounts of association points to be used with the God's Domain Association. Meanwhile, the first 100 to clear the first floor would receive 100 association points. The first 100 to clear the second floor would receive 1,000 association points. The first 100 to clear the third floor would receive 1,000 association points. The first 100 to clear the 5th floor would receive 100,000 association points. The first 100 to clear the 5th floor would receive 100,000 association points. How generous of the association! Not only is it planning on uncovering more talented newcomers, but it's also offering such lucrative rewards to the instructors. Is the association trying to get more experts to become instructors? Shi Feng was a little surprised when he finished reading the rewards stated on the tablets. The Gods Domain Association's association points were an incredibly precious resource to the association's internal members, even through official channels. One association point could be traded for 10,000 credits. Of course, only a fool would exchange it for such a low price. The Gods Domain Association had access to an ocean of resources, and even the various international corporations couldn't hope to compete against the association in terms of wealth. Meanwhile, internal members of the association could exchange for resources that one normally couldn't acquire through the public market. So long as one had enough points, one could exchange for combat techniques, legacies, and even S-rank nutrient fluids. Although the association had put a price tag of 200 points per bottle on S-rank nutrient fluids, it was still a tempting opportunity for many people. In addition, according to Shi Feng's research, the Gods Domain Association even offered the incredibly rare life potions for exchange to internal members. The life potion was an item that countless wealthy people sought after. Not only could it heal the wounds on the user's body, but it could also rejuvenate the life force of the user's body cells, extending their life expectancy and youthfulness. However, the Green God Company only produced a very limited amount of life potion each year, and even the various international corporations had difficulty obtaining one per year. Yet, internal members of the Gods Domain Association could exchange for it simply by accumulating enough points. The only problem was that the life potion cost a whopping 10,000 points to exchange. 10,000 points. This was an amount that most of the association's internal members would never acquire in their lifetimes. However, the association's instructor certification test offered participating instructors the opportunity to make the impossible possible. While Shi Feng was feeling shocked over the Gods Domain Association's generosity, the outside world was similarly shocked over this situation. What is the association trying to do, Commander Zikyong? Once news of these rewards gets out, even the various powers' peak experts wouldn't be able to sit still. The burly, middle-aged man standing beside Purple Jade exclaimed when he read the report he just received. Setting aside the various top-tier training resources the association provided, just the S-rank nutrient fluid it offered was already a fatal temptation to many experts. It was especially true for Tier 4 and Tier 5 experts. After all, one's brain would have difficulty improving without a strong body to support it. Meanwhile, not only could the S-rank nutrient fluid repair the damage on one's body, but it could also strengthen the physical body. Now that the Gods Domain Association was offering players the opportunity to acquire a large amount of association points, many experts would most likely be tempted to work as an instructor and take part in the association's instructor certification test. I don't know what the association is trying to do, Purple Jade said, shaking her head. Then, with a hint of fighting spirit in her eyes, she continued. But once news of this gets out, most experts around the world will probably grow restless. We might even see a global struggle between experts. Even the various superpowers, old monsters, and god-ranked experts might not mind revealing their cards if it means gaining access to such lucrative rewards. Register me for the test as well, Star. You'll be participating as well, Commander Zikyong? The burly man with the pseudonym of Berserk Star asked in surprise. Ever since Purple Jade reached Tier 6, she had stopped participating in tests and competitions altogether. In fact, it had already been over a year since Berserk Star saw Purple Jade in action. Of course, Purple Jade said with a light smile, I've constantly been trying to find other god-ranked experts to fight previously, but those people are so secretive that it's hard to find even one of them. This test is a good opportunity to compare myself with the others. While it might not be a frontal clash, it is still a good way to see how I match up with the others. So, how can I miss out on such an opportunity? There were only several dozen Tier 6 experts in God's domain. With the exception of a few newly promoted Tier 6 experts, most veteran Tier 6 experts were incredibly secretive in their actions. Moreover, now that the various powers had already solidified their rule over their respective territories, there was almost no instance where Tier 6 combatants would appear on the battlefield. At most, clashes between powers would involve Tier 5 combatants. Because of this, Purple Jade hardly had any chances to fight against other Tier 6 experts after reaching Tier 6 herself. She was especially curious to find out the gap between herself and the various first-place rankers on the God's Domain experts list that had disappeared over the years, the various old monsters, and those 4 people. Now that the God's Domain Association had provided the perfect place for her to test her standards, how could she miss out on this opportunity? All right, I'll get it done immediately. Immediately, Berserk Star stepped out of the lounge and contacted the God's Domain Association staff to arrange for Purple Jade's participation. While Purple Jade was getting ready to take part in the test, the various Superpowers Tier 6 experts also received news of the God's Domain Association's offer. Interesting. I'm going to try out this test. Is the association trying to come up with a global ranking list for experts? I've hardly fought with other Tier 6 experts after reaching Tier 6 myself. This is a good chance to check out how strong the other Tier 6 experts are. Shortly after news of the God's Domain Association's test rewards got out, many Tier 5 and Tier 6 experts worldwide started applying for the association's test one after another. For a time, the instructor's test became the focus of the world's peak experts and above. Many independent experts had even started broadcasting the status of the test's stone tablets live. Meanwhile, inside one of the test instances, in the short time Shi Feng spent pondering over the association's actions, several dozen names had appeared on the first floor's stone tablet. This meant that several dozen people had already cleared the first floor's test. So many got through already. Shi Feng was a little surprised when he saw that the first floor's tablet list was nearly filled. According to the information the association provided, instructors would gain the bronze certification so long as they cleared the temple's first floor. Meanwhile, one needed to be at the flowing water realm, at the very least to become a bronze instructor. It had only been a few minutes since the test began, yet several dozen experts had already conquered the first floor's test. This just showed how high the number and quality of experts participating in the test were. Immediately, Shi Feng also chose to enter the temple. System. Registration is required to participate in the test. You may use your God's Domain ID or a new name to register. I can choose my own name? Shi Feng was a little surprised by this situation. In that case, I'll go with Asura as my name. Currently, Shi Feng still did not wish to expose his name of Black Flame. After all, both himself and Zero Wing were far too weak right now. So, it was good news that he could use a different pseudonym to challenge the test. System. Naming successful. Player ID, Asura, registered. Please check in on the first floor. Immediately, Shi Feng transformed into a streak of light that disappeared into the temple's first floor. TL notes. 200 association points equals 2 million credits. Market value of S-rank nutrient fluid is 1 million credits. Chapter 3031, Chapter 105, Temple Trial, Chapter 105, Temple Trial after arriving inside the temple's first floor. Shi Feng opened his eyes and found himself looking at a vast plain. There were also 100 humanoid statues standing before him, and these statues wielded varying weapons such as bows, spears, swords, sabers, staffs, etc. At a glance, these statues looked like a small and well-organized army. System, you have 1 hour to defeat the 100 monsters here. Your character will be fixed at level 100, Tier 3. Your weapons and equipment will be fixed at the level 100 Dark Gold rank. Please select your class. Swordsman. Shi Feng was surprised when he inspected the humanoid statues' stats. Each of these statues only had 6 million HP, which wasn't even at the standard of level 100 lords. It was just several times higher than the average HP of players. So it wouldn't be much of a problem for a level 100, Tier 3 Flowing Water Realm expert to defeat all of these monsters. In fact, even a half-step refinement realm expert could defeat these monsters in under an hour. However, Shi Feng quickly realized the problem shortly after choosing his class. Specifically, these humanoid statues suddenly exited their inanimate state and began moving their bodies nimbly like Tier 3 NPCs. Their nimble movements were completely different from what one would normally see from golems. Kill. Meanwhile, after these NPC-like golems saw Shi Feng, they revealed fierce expressions and charged him straight away. In the blink of an eye, over 40 NPC monsters wielding long swords, sabers, spears, and shields moved within 20 yards of Shi Feng, their speed far superior to the average Tier 3 NPC. While these melee NPCs were charging at Shi Feng, the ranged NPCs also began raining arrows and Tier 3 spells at Shi Feng. Their skill activation and spell casting were incredibly fast, all of them achieving motionless activation and silent casting. Yet, despite the shortcuts they had taken, the might of their skills and spells was at least 50% stronger than normal. What incredible technique standards. However, Shi Feng did not rush to take action. Instead, he simply evaded the ranged attacks and blocked the melee attacks directed at him. After several exchanges, Shi Feng made another shocking discovery. These NPCs were gradually improving their coordination. It was especially so for the melee NPCs. After the distant clerics and oracles cast their magic shields on them, these melee NPCs would willingly get hit by their allies' ranged attacks to attack Shi Feng. Moreover, their attacks weren't frenzied and random. Instead, they executed their attacks one after another, creating a perfect chain of attacks that never ended. If a lesser-skilled player were to fight against these NPCs, they would be put into a passive state where they could only defend and not launch any effective attacks. When fighting these NPCs, Shi Feng felt as if he were a boss monster getting raided by players. Is this trial testing the participants' knowledge and application of the realms of truth? It seems this God's Domain association is far stronger than I expected. Shi Feng couldn't help but grow excited as he looked at the Tier 3 NPCs trying to kill him. No wonder the rumors say that only players at the Flowing Water realm can pass the test. The realms of truth. This was still a mastery system foreign to most players in the current God's Domain. The only mastery system most players knew was the realms of refinement, and most players treated the realms of refinement as a standard for technique mastery. However, only a small minority of players knew that the realms of refinement wasn't a mastery system for technique mastery. Instead, it was a mastery system for a player's control over their body. Simply put, when a player made progress in the realms of refinement, the flexibility, reaction speed, perception, and other factors of their body would also improve. By making progress in the realms of refinement, players would become capable of accomplishing physical movements that they couldn't achieve previously. This, in turn, increased their combat standard. In a sense, improvements made in the realms of refinement were similar to the improvement of a player's physique in God's Domain. On the other hand, the realms of truth was a true mastery system for technique standards. Unlike the realms of refinement, the realms of truth did not focus on the development of the physical body's potential. Instead, it focused on the usage of one's physical body. Thus, one could say that the two mastery systems complemented each other perfectly, and there was no harm in taking on both mastery systems. Meanwhile, the temple's first-floor trial might seem like only players at the Flowing Water realm could clear it, but that wasn't actually the case. Instead, players only needed to exhibit combat power at the Flowing Water realm standard. If a challenger was only at the Refinement realm, so long as they were also at the Truth realm, the first realm in the realms of truth, they could similarly pass the first-floor trial. Once a Refinement realm expert reached the Truth realm, they could exhibit the power of basic combat techniques with their every move. Combined with their Refinement level control and reactions, it wouldn't be difficult for them to defeat the Tier 3 NPCs here. After all, the basic attributes of these NPCs were only slightly higher than the average level 100 Tier 3 player. Since I already know what the test is about, it's time for you things to disappear. After sweeping a glance at the Tier 3 NPCs charging at him, Shi Feng brandished the two swords in his hands. Swords transmigration. Immediately, sword lights bloomed on the battlefield one after another, rapidly draining the lives of the melee NPCs. Although the healers standing in the back had tried to save their companions, every attack Shi Feng executed consisted of over a dozen sword lights merged into one. With only 6 million HP, the melee NPCs couldn't withstand even one attack, their HPs reaching 0 instantly. In less than 3 minutes, Shi Feng had wiped out all 100 Tier 3 NPCs. System: congratulations. You are the 100th participant to clear the first floor's trial, rewarding 100 God's Domain Association points. These points will be bound with your account. These points cannot be traded with others. These points can only be used to exchange with the God's Domain Association. I'm 100th? Shi Feng was a little surprised when he saw the system notification. Several dozen people had already cleared the first floor when he entered the temple. He had also taken his sweet time clearing the first floor trial, so he never expected to score within the top 100 still. However, Shi Feng quickly came to a realization. Participants had to face 100 NPCs at the half-step refinement realm standard. Moreover, these NPCs were capable of exhibiting power close to that of basic combat techniques with their every move. Not to mention, these NPCs had excellent coordination with each other, so they could more or less make up for each other's deficiencies. Even if a flowing water realm expert fought against these NPCs, they wouldn't have much of an advantage against these NPCs. Thus, not only would flowing water realm experts require a significant amount of time to clear the first floor trial, but there was even a chance that they might fail. System: you have cleared the first floor. You are now officially a bronze instructor at the God's Domain Association. You will have 1 recommendation slot for every talent camp the association hosts. Do you wish to proceed to the second floor and challenge the silver instructor's test? Proceed to the second floor. Shi Feng chose to enter the second floor without hesitation. Chapter 3032, Chapter 106, Silver Rank. Chapter 106, Silver Rank. The atmosphere inside the 175th floor of the Secret Pavilion's branch headquarters was currently boisterous. Shortly after the instructor certification test's rewards were announced, many students paid close attention to the scoreboards situated around the hall. At this time, there had long since been over 100 participants who had cleared the first floor, so the scoreboard for the first floor trial had already been filled. This situation proved that many extraordinary experts were participating in the certification test. Moreover, the names ranked on the list were all famous experts in God's domain, many of them being Tier 5 experts. However, none of the students in the hall were paying attention to the first floor trial's scoreboard right now. Instead, all of them had their eyes glued to the second floor's scoreboard. This was because the second floor trial's first-place ranker had appeared not long ago, and this person was none other than Empress Purple Jade. Everyone couldn't help but be shocked by this situation, as they didn't think a Tier 6 sword god would participate in the God's Domain Association's instructor test. Of course, everyone's surprise was only limited to Purple Jade's participation in the test. Nobody was surprised to see that Purple Jade had come in first place for the second floor trial. After all, Purple Jade was a Tier 6 sword god. How could Tier 4 and Tier 5 experts possibly compete against her? However, when more names began appearing on the scoreboard, an uproar quickly exploded in the hall. This was because every expert ranked within the top 10 of the scoreboard was a well-known Tier 6 God-ranked expert in God's domain. Second, Witch of the West Alice, third. Battlewolf's Sirius, fourth. Silver Ghost, Prosciutto, fifth. 13 Thrones Guild leader Melancholy. Sixth, Magic Eye Hunter, Fithalia. 10th, Azure Chamber of Commerce's Hermit. At this point, the instructor test was no longer a simple test for participating instructors. Instead, it had become a global ranking list for experts. It should be known that Tier 6 God-ranked experts were all elusive existences. Meeting even one of these individuals was akin to winning the lottery, let alone getting the chance to see these God-ranked experts compete with each other. Oftentimes, people would ask how strong Tier 6 God-ranked experts were and who was the strongest among Tier 6 God-ranked experts. Even though the Secret Pavilion had created a God's Domain experts list, those recorded on the list were merely ranked based on their publicly available battle records. It couldn't be considered an accurate measure of strength at all. Not to mention some God-ranked experts weren't even on the list. Thus, the experts list could, at most, be used as a rough reference. However, the God's Domain Association's instructor test was different. Although the test did not show how players would perform against each other in a duel, it still showed the exact combat standards of participants. Through this, everyone could tell how strong the participating Tier 6 God-ranked experts were. Currently, the various Academy students weren't the only ones paying close attention to the scoreboard. The various powers of God's domain were also looking at it with great interest. The association has really blown the test this time out of proportions, senior brother. I can't believe there are so many God-ranked experts participating. Even Teacher couldn't help himself from registering. Tao Yue, dressed in a lavender martial artist's robe, said as she looked at Gu Yiren. Then she looked toward the scoreboard for the second-floor trial with an expectant gaze as she continued, I wonder how Teacher will rank among the Tier 6 God-ranked experts. Their teacher was Thousand Swords, a legendary individual in world domination. He was also the guild's great elder. He had been a powerhouse in the virtual gaming industry since 20 years ago. He had even fought against the 5 great super guilds' old monsters and won some of these battles. Although their teacher had hidden behind the scenes ever since God's Domain launched and mainly focused on guiding the younger generations, Tao Yue knew that their teacher was not the slightest bit weaker than the top 10 rankers on the God's Domain experts list. He should have no problem placing within the top 5 out of the God-ranked experts present, Gu Yiren answered as he looked at the scoreboard. However, it'll be difficult to get within the top 3. Setting aside the Witch of the West, even surpassing the Silver Ghost will be a great challenge. I heard that the Silver Ghost has already become the commander of mythology's main force. This goes to show that his strength has already surpassed the previous commander. Aside from the Silver Ghost, 13 Thrones Guild leader and the Magic Eye Hunter are also experts who have reached the extremes of the domain realm. It won't be easy for Teacher to win against these people. Tao Yue did not disagree with Gu Yiren's judgment. This was because the people Gu Yiren mentioned were indeed monsters. Even their teacher had very little chance of winning against these experts. Is this going to be the era where Tier 6s compete? Fighting spirit filled Lin Yao Yue's eyes as she looked at the display on the first-floor lobby of the Secret Pavilion's branch headquarters. Originally, Tier 6, God-ranked experts were unreachable existences to her. However, that was no longer the case now. So long as she could successfully persuade her big sis and acquire Zero Wing's resources, she could secure herself a spot among Tier 6 God-ranked experts in the future. What's going on? Why hasn't Instructor Soaring Snake cleared the second floor yet? Back on the 75th floor, Liu Yanya couldn't help but grow confused as she watched more and more people clearing the second-floor trial. It should be known that her instructor was the 41st participant to clear the first-floor trial. Currently, it had already been over half an hour since the instructor's test began, and over 70 people had already cleared the second-floor trial, yet her instructor's name still wasn't on the second floor's scoreboard. Sis, you don't have to be too worried. Instructor Soaring Snake is a Tier 5 expert, so he definitely won't have a problem in clearing the second-floor trial, Liu Xuanyi said. The difficulty of the second-floor trial is probably a little harder than we thought. It's just like the first-floor trial. I heard that nearly half of the Flowing Water Realm instructors that participated failed to clear it, while the rest took a significant amount of time to pass. The second floor's difficulty is probably the same. Instructor Soaring Snake is at the Void Realm's peak, so he should have no problems clearing the second-floor trial. It'll just take a little more time. I understand, Lin Yanya nodded, feeling that her little brother's words made sense. Then she shifted her gaze to another display that showed the student registration list. The God's Domain Association's talent camp had 3 registration lists: the Bronze List, the Silver List, and the Gold List. These lists corresponded to the rank of the applicant's instructor. Currently, her instructor was still a Bronze instructor, so her name was placed on the Bronze List. The Bronze List was also the only list with the most applicants right now, the applicant count exceeding over 100 already. However, out of all these applicants, the association would only be allowing 10 to pass. It should be known that the bronze list's applicant count was still growing as time passed. By the time the application period was over, it wouldn't be surprising to see 500 or 600 people on the list. Only by entering the silver list would she face less competition, although the association would also only be choosing 10 people from the silver list. There were only 10 applicants on the silver list right now. However, what Liu Yanya couldn't tolerate the most wasn't her slow entry into the silver list. Instead, what she couldn't tolerate was the fact that Chen Zio's name was also on the bronze list. In other words, Chen Zio's instructor had also cleared the first floor trial and qualified as a bronze instructor. Liu Yanya couldn't help but be upset by this situation. After all, she had confidently extended an invitation to Chen Zio before and said that they could enter the silver list together. Yet now she was still stuck in the bronze list together with Chen Zio. Meanwhile, during the time Liu Yanya shifted her attention to the student registration list, all 100 spots on the second floor trials scoreboard were also filled. He still hasn't passed? No matter how many times Liu Yanya looked at the scoreboard, she simply couldn't find Soaring Snake's name on it. "Sis, look over there," Liu Xuanyi suddenly said as he pointed at the student registration list. "Is something wrong with the silver list? Why is Chen Zio's name there?" Chen Zio. Liu Yanya also quickly turned to look at the student registration list upon hearing her little brother's words. "This. How is this possible?" Liu Yanya couldn't help but be dumbfounded as she looked at the silver list. There were less than 25 people registered on the silver list right now, and one of these people's names was Chen Zio. Moreover, the affiliated academy linked to this name was Jinhei Academy, so there was no doubt that this Chen Zio was the same Chen Zio she knew. Chapter 3033, Chapter 107, Transcendental Realm. Chapter 107, Transcendental Realm. Silver rank? Instructor Shi already cleared the second floor trial? Chen Ziyu couldn't help but doubt her eyes as she looked at the notification she received on her quantum watch. She also made sure to look at the distant holographic display to ensure she wasn't dreaming or hallucinating. She had long since known that Shi Feng wasn't an ordinary expert. After all, there was no way an ordinary expert could help her grow from the half-step refinement realm to the refinement realm with just one short lesson. This was a feat that even Void Realm experts couldn't necessarily accomplish. In fact, after attending just one of Shi Feng's lessons, Qi Lianshan had lauded Shi Feng's teaching abilities and estimated that Shi Feng's strength was at the Void Realm standard at the very least. However, even after seeing the results on the second floor trials scoreboard and her entry into the silver list, she still couldn't help but doubt this situation. The silver list? After getting into the silver list, it meant that she had a high chance of getting accepted into the God's Domain Association's talent camp. At the very least, she had a success rate of 20%. After all, at the current rate, the silver list wouldn't have more than 50 applicants by the end of the application period. Meanwhile, the association would similarly accept 10 applicants, so the competition she faced was much fewer than the bronze list's applicants. However, other than the surprised Chen Ziyu and shocked Liu Yanya, nobody was paying attention to Shi Feng. Instead, everyone had their attention focused on the third floor trials scoreboard. It's been nearly 30 minutes since Purple Jade cleared the second floor. Why hasn't she cleared the third floor yet? The third floor's difficulty is probably significantly greater. I've seen many Void Realm experts failing the second floor trial already. The third floor trial is probably reserved exclusively for God-ranked experts. I guess that's good. Otherwise, it'd be tough for us to tell the actual difference between these God-ranked experts. Empress Purple Jade came in first on the second floor just now. I wonder who will complete the third floor first. I'm putting my money on the Witch of the West. It's either going to be her or the Silver Ghost. These two people are ranked within the top 10 of the God's Domain experts list. Everyone else is a little inferior to them. Everyone began hushed discussions among themselves when they saw that the third floor's scoreboard wasn't being updated even after a long time, and they couldn't help but wonder who would clear the third floor trial first. Tier 6 God-ranked experts rarely fought against each other, so there was no precise way to determine who was stronger and weaker in the past. However, now that so many God-ranked experts were participating in this test for combat standards, Everyone could see the difference between these God-ranked experts at a glance. Moreover, there was a slight difference in the scoreboards for the third floor and beyond. Rather than ranking participants by the order in which they cleared the trial, the scoreboards for the third floor and beyond ranked participants based on the time they took to clear their respective trials instead. In other words, the quicker a participant's clear time, the higher their rank would be. This would also provide everyone with a much more accurate measure of the participants' combat standards. Amidst everyone's discussions, the first name had also appeared on the third floor trial's scoreboard. First, current, Magic Eye Hunter Fithalia, 21 minutes, 17 seconds. Fithalia actually came in first. It seems the rumors about her strength being barely within the top 10 of God-ranked experts is false. Everyone was surprised when they saw the Magic Eye Hunter Fithalia coming in first. They didn't think that the Witch of the West, who possessed extraordinary perception and control, and the Silver Ghost, who mastered several bronze and silver combat techniques, would actually lose to Fithalia. After all, the public's evaluation of the Magic Eye Hunter wasn't particularly high. Meanwhile, shortly after Fithalia cleared the third floor trial, the second and third place participants also appeared one after another. Second, current, Silver Ghost Prosciutto, 22 minutes, 39 seconds. Third, current, Witch of the West, Alice, 22 minutes, 52 seconds. Fourth, current, 13 Thrones Guild Leader Melancholy, 24 minutes, 26 seconds. Fifth, current, Purple Jade, 26 minutes, 31 seconds. Those two lost to Fithalia by over a minute. Fithalia has really concealed her strength well. At this rate, unless the 5 great Super Guild's old monsters and those 4 monsters make an appearance, she'll probably rank number 1 in the test this time. When everyone saw the time it took for the Silver Ghost and the Witch of the West to clear their respective trials, they could clearly tell that there was a significant difference between them and Fithalia. However, just when everyone thought that the top ranks for the scoreboard were set, another name appeared on the third floor's scoreboard a few minutes later and pushed Melancholy out of 4th place. Fourth, current, Thousand Swords, 23 minutes, 28 seconds. Crap. Who's this Thousand Swords? He's actually behind the Silver Ghost and the Witch of the West by less than a minute. I believe this person is World Domination's Great Elder. I remember that he challenged the 5 great Super Guild's old monsters around 20 years ago, and his results were a mix of wins and losses. I didn't think he would still be so strong after such a long time. As expected of a veteran Super Guild, World Domination has powerful foundations. Many people who recognized Thousand Swords' name couldn't help but be surprised to see him ranked so highly. After all, he had already reached his prime 20 years ago. Yet he was still capable of matching the experts of younger generations. I knew it. Teacher really is amazing. Dao Yue's eyes sparkled when she saw Thousand Swords' name appearing on the third floor's scoreboard. Fourth. He actually came in 4th place. Moreover, he's only slightly behind the 2 in front. With this, everyone will know that World Domination is no weaker than the 5 great super guilds. The other superpowers will probably shrink back a little when dealing with our guild in the future, Gu Yiren said, a rare happy smile appearing on his face. After all was said and done, God's domain where strength spoke volumes. Although Tier 6 God-ranked experts rarely took action and typically served as only a deterrence, there was still a difference in the strength of a guild's deterrence. Now that the various superpowers could see that World Domination possessed a high-ranking God-ranked expert, they would definitely think twice when challenging World Domination in the future. Meanwhile, inside one of the many instances of the third-floor trial, Shi Feng was currently facing against 100 Tier 3 NPCs at the half-step Void Realm standard. Moreover, every one of these NPCs could exhibit the power of an advanced combat technique with their every move. When they combined their attacks, the power they could exhibit easily reached the standard of mythic monsters. When 100 of such NPCs worked together, it would be a child's play for them to defeat domain realm experts. This temple truly is a wonderful place for training. Although it isn't as good as the ancient civilization's realms of truth legacies, it is still one of the few places to train in the realms of truth. Shi Feng's eyes burned with passion and excitement as he looked at the Tier 3 NPCs attacking him. The experience of facing these NPCs' fierce and unrelenting attacks was an experience that couldn't normally be found in the outside world. If he didn't maximize the use of his offensive power, defensive power, and speed, he wouldn't be able to defend against the fierce assault at all. However, even though Shi Feng was continuously losing HP as time passed, his mind had achieved unprecedented levels of focus as he dodged and blocked the oncoming attacks. After sparring with these Tier 3 NPCs for some time, he could feel that he had finally returned to his prime in the realms of truth. Now, not only could he exhibit the power of a bronze combat technique with his every move, but he could also execute every movement as naturally as flowing water. This meant that he had thoroughly mastered the third realm of the realms of truth, the transcendental realm. Combined with the fact that he had already reached the domain realm's second step, he could now combine even bronze combat techniques with skills and spells. This meant that he could exhibit power at the Tier 4 intermediate standard with his Tier 3 skills and spells, and he would no longer have to rely on the effects of weapons and equipment to transcend tiers. Now that I've achieved perfect control already, the training session ends here. After saying so, Shi Feng immediately used the Tier 3 legacy skill for swordsman consecutive wind blades. Suddenly, wind blades that tore through space flew in multiple directions, catching the melee NPCs surrounding Shi Feng off guard and killing them instantly. Moreover, even after the wind blades had their power dampened by the corpses of the NPCs they killed, they still packed enough punch to cause the other melee NPCs in their path to stumble several steps backward. Immediately afterward, Shi Feng followed up his attack using the Tier 3 skill Storm Rush. There was no gap whatsoever between his skill uses, so the melee NPCs that had been knocked out of their stances were utterly defenseless against Shi Feng's flurry of slashes, their HPs decreasing by 2 to 3 million every attack, before the rear-line healers could even do anything. The melee NPCs in Shi Feng's way had already died in the storm of blades. Subsequently, after Shi Feng used a few more Tier 3 skills, over half of the melee NPCs had died already, and the tides of battle changed to favor Shi Feng. It's a pity I don't have many Tier 3 skills and spells. Otherwise, I could have gotten rid of all of these NPCs in one fell swoop. Shi Feng sighed in pity as he looked at the remaining shield-wielding NPCs surrounding him, because he had failed to kill all of the melee NPCs within 2 seconds. Those surviving with less than half NPC instantly recovered all of their HP thanks to the rear-line healers. They were no different than a group of cockroaches. Unfortunately, now that he had already used up all of his Tier 3 skills, he had no choice but to go on the defensive until they were ready again. After all, even if he could exhibit the power of a bronze combat technique with his normal attacks, he couldn't kill any of these NPCs within 1 or 2 seconds. So, he'd only be wasting his energy if he tried to fight them without Tier 3 skills. Finally, after fighting with these NPCs for several minutes, Shi Feng got rid of the last melee NPC protecting the rear line. Then, with his speed and power that rivaled Tier 4 players, he swiftly took care of the ranged NPCs. System, you have cleared the 3rd floor. Time spent 9 minutes 23 seconds. You are now officially a gold instructor at the God's Domain Association. You will have 3 recommendation slots for every talent camp the association hosts. Do you wish to proceed to the 4th floor? The 4th floor? After having experienced the 3rd floor trial, Shi Feng couldn't help but wonder what challenges would await him on the temple's 4th floor. Proceed. Chapter 334, Chapter 108, 4th floor. Chapter 108, 4th floor. In the blink of an eye, Shi Feng found himself appearing in a completely different location. The setting of the 3rd floor trial was a stone forest. The 4th floor trial, on the other hand, was an arena, or more specifically, a very modernized arena. Not only could Shi Feng see all sorts of advanced technology around the arena, but there were also many flying disc-like objects hovering above the arena. Moreover, every one of these flying discs had luxuriously dressed people sitting on them, the flying discs granting these people an overlooking view of the arena. Meanwhile, Shi Feng could visibly sense that these spectators were unlike any NPC he had seen before. Whether it was their clothing or behavior, none of these things looked like they belonged to the civilization he lived in. All of these people possessed their own unique cultural heritage. Most importantly, Shi Feng could sense that all of these people were incredibly strong. What is this place? Even the weakest person here is a great grand master at the extraordinary realm. Shi Feng was greatly shocked as he scanned the people on the flying discs. Shi Feng could also sense that these people weren't NPCs in God's domain. Instead, they gave off a feeling close to that of players. He could even hear the conversations they were having. Although he couldn't understand the languages they spoke, he could tell through their behaviors that they were laughing at him. However, before Shi Feng could conduct a closer observation on these people, a hostile intent that made him shiver suddenly descended upon him, and he couldn't help but turn to look at the source of this hostility. At this time, the arena's large gate that had originally been shut suddenly opened, and a valiant youth dressed like a swordsman slowly walked out of it. This valiant youth was indescribably handsome, and he would definitely attract a lot of attention from young women should he walk on a public street. Moreover, he also had pointed ears and turquoise eyes, proof of his elven descent. However, as soon as Shi Feng saw this elven youth, he instantly felt an unprecedented pressure descending upon him. Is he above the extraordinary realm? Shi Feng couldn't help but have such a thought when he saw the elven youth, although the elven youth was similarly at Tier 3, fully clad in dark gold equipment, and had similar HP as him. The pressure he felt from the youth was much more intense than even a superior mythic monster. Meanwhile, after the elven youth stepped into the arena and looked at Shi Feng, he shook his head slightly, a flash of disappointment appearing in his eyes. Then he took a step forward without even bothering to unsheath the greatsword he carried on his back. In the blink of an eye, the elven youth crossed the distance of over 100 yards and appeared in front of Shi Feng. What speed? Shi Feng was startled when he looked at the expressionless youth before him. The youth's speed was so fast that it had already surpassed the limits of his senses. By the time he picked up on the youth's presence, the other party had long since appeared before him. Subsequently, the elven youth swung down an arm at Shi Feng as if he were swinging a sword, the youth's arm shattering the space in its path and leaving behind a trail of darkness. I need to block it. Almost instinctively, Shi Feng executed sword's transmigration. Boom! The dark gold swords Shi Feng wielded could cut and smash rocks apart, yet the instant his swords came into contact with the elven youth's arm, he felt as if he had just hit an impenetrable wall. Not only did his arms instantly go numb, but the recoil of his attack and the force exerted by the youth's arm had also sent him flying back several dozen yards. When Shi Feng landed on the ground and looked at his longswords, he found that each of them had a deep groove on them. He can break dark gold weapons with his body. After just a brief contact, each of the dark gold swords Shi Feng wielded had received a big dent, and their durability had also dropped by 30%. In other words, the elven youth would only need 3 more attacks to destroy his weapons. However, before Shi Feng could figure out an appropriate countermeasure to this situation, the elven youth appeared before him again and executed another chopping attack. This time, the youth's attack had bisected the entire arena's space, and even time had begun to slow down in the face of his attack. Faced with this situation, Shi Feng promptly made the decision to combine Sword's Transmigration with the Tier 3 skill Thunder Tiger. Thunder Tiger was the fastest offensive skill available to a Tier 3 swordsman, the skill increasing the user's attack speed by 100% and strength by 80% upon activation. Clang. Unfortunately, the instant the silver longswords came into contact with the elven youth's arm, they instantly shattered like glass. Then an imperceptible black slit cut through Shi Feng's body, instantly dropping his HP to 0. Is this the strength that lies beyond the realms of truth? Shi Feng experienced an unprecedented degree of shock as he looked at the elven youth and his shattered longswords. He never thought there would be such a huge gap between the temple's 4th floor and 3rd floor trials. The standard of the elven youth's combat proficiency was definitely the greatest he had ever seen in all 3 of his lives. Meanwhile, Shi Feng's surroundings began blurring after he died, and a system notification appeared before him. System, you have failed the 4th floor. Time spent 5 seconds. If you wish to challenge the temple again, you will have to wait for 1 month. Shortly after the system notification, Shi Feng felt a dizzy feeling assaulting his mind for a moment. Then, by the time his mind regained its clarity, He found himself back on the 175th floor of the secret pavilion's branch headquarters. At this time, several hundred people occupied the 175th floor's hall. However, the hall was indescribably quiet as everyone stared at the information displayed on the hall's central display. Third floor trials scoreboard. Chapter 3335, Chapter 109 Strongest Tier 6 Player, Chapter 109 Strongest Tier 6 Player. Ashura? Who is this person? Why haven't I heard of this name before? Isn't this guy a little too strong? Even Fithalia only managed 21 minutes 17 seconds, yet he managed 9 minutes 23 seconds. He's on an entirely different level. At this time, everyone paying attention to the God's Domain Association's instructor certification test couldn't help but doubt their eyes when they saw the rankings for the third floor trial. Setting aside the Magic Eye Hunter Fithalia, both the Silver Ghost and the Witch of the West were nigh invincible existences among Tier 6 God-ranked experts. Even superpowers with Tier 6 God-ranked experts wouldn't dare offend these two people without a good reason. This was because both of these two had a frightening record of single-handedly defeating at least 2 God-ranked experts several years ago. Now that some years had passed since they set these records, there was no doubt that they had grown stronger. Meanwhile, although it was indeed surprising for Fithalia to come in first place previously, Fithalia wasn't some nameless nobody. She had also successfully killed a God-ranked expert by herself in the past. It was even rumored that she had acquired a god's legacy, so it wasn't unacceptable that she managed to surpass the Silver Ghost and the Witch of the West. However, what was up with this Asura? Not only was this person a new name among Tier 6 God-ranked experts, but he had even surpassed the other participating God-ranked experts by a huge margin. He had practically made a fool out of all the God-ranked experts that ranked beneath him. I've never heard of any God-ranked experts named Asura before. Could this guy be a newly promoted God-ranked expert? No such God-ranked expert exists among the various powers. He's probably a lone wolf. This guy's amazing. He actually overpowered so many legends as an independent player. With this, nobody will dare look down on us independent players anymore. Investigate. We must get this person to join us. If we have such an expert in our guild, even the 5 great super guilds won't dare to casually offend us. The various powers had varying thoughts when they saw Asura's score on the third floor trials scoreboard. Some admired him, some were surprised by his strength, and some were curious about his identity. After getting over their initial shock, though, these powers promptly thought of recruiting him. It was especially true for the various corporations that had received news of this matter. The various superpowers had long since divided the current resources in God's domain among themselves. It was especially true for the 7 Luminaries crystals, the resource crucial for reaching Tier 6. With the various superpowers' current monopoly, it was utterly impossible to snatch any of these crucial resources from them. Even a new Tier 6 God-ranked expert appearing outside the various superpowers wouldn't change this fact. After all, the various superpowers could produce God-ranked experts at a much higher rate. However, that might change now that the God-ranked expert known as Asura had appeared. Although there were still many God-ranked experts that hadn't taken part in the God's Domain Association's instructor certification test, the current participants were already more than enough to represent most of God's Domain's God-ranked experts. Meanwhile, with the exception of the 5 great super guilds' old monsters and those 4 monsters, it was unlikely that any other God-ranked expert could beat Asura's score. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Asura was the strongest Tier 6 God-ranked expert in God's domain. Asura, is it? When Purple Jade, who was resting in the branch headquarters' top-floor lounge, saw the results on the holographic screen before her, her eyes burned with fighting spirit. Personally, Purple Jade felt that she had improved a lot since she reached Tier 6 several years ago. Right now, she felt that she could fight even Prosciutto and Alice, and have a chance at winning. Other than those 4 peerless monsters and the 5 great super guilds, mysterious old monsters, she doubted that any other God-ranked expert could achieve a decisive victory over her. Now, though, a new target had appeared in Purple Jade's mind, and this target was none other than Asura. In the past, Unless God-ranked experts decided to fight each other, there was no way to tell the difference between God-ranked experts. However, there was a convenient way to do so now, the God's Domain Association's instructor certification test. Anyone who had participated in the test, particularly the third-floor trial, would know how challenging it was to defeat all those NPCs. Every one of those NPCs could rival the average domain realm expert in strength. While defeating one of these NPCs might be simple for a Tier 6 God-ranked expert, defeating a large group of them was an entirely different story. Despite how confident Purple Jade was in her strength, even she had taken 26 minutes to clear the third-floor trial. She couldn't even begin to imagine what kind of strength, or, more specifically, what kind of combat standard was necessary to defeat all those NPCs in just 9 minutes. Interesting. I didn't think that other than those old monsters and those 4 peerless monsters, there'd be another person who has managed to reach such a realm. A 60-year-old man who looked like he was in his early 40s said, a look of interest appearing on his face as he looked at the holographic scoreboard before him. Is this person really that strong, Great Elder? Can he really match those old monsters? A burly, middle-aged man asked as he looked at the lean old man standing beside him. It should be known that the lean old man was Thousand Swords, a legendary individual in world domination. While he wasn't trying to doubt Thousand Swords' judgment, the 5 great super-guilds' old monsters were nigh invincible existences, so he found it hard to imagine that a God-ranked expert that had suddenly appeared out of nowhere could match those old monsters. I can only say that they are on the same level, Thousand Swords said after giving the middle-aged man's question some thought. We will only know the exact difference if those old monsters decide to show themselves. After all, you've seen the 4th-floor trial for yourself. I don't think anyone in our current God's domain can beat that person. That person on the 4th floor isn't just at the beyond domain realm. He has similarly reached an incredible level in the realms of truth. Others might not know how powerful the 5 great super guilds' old monsters were, but Thousand Swords had fought against some of those old monsters 20 years ago. Although he wasn't sure how strong those old monsters had become after entering God's domain, he was certain that all of them were at the beyond domain realm. Indeed. Every one of those old monsters had reached the beyond domain realm. This was also why, even until now, none of the various superpowers God-ranked experts had ever questioned the strength of those old monsters. Meanwhile, back on the 175th floor of the Secret Pavilion's branch headquarters, while everyone was busy discussing Asura and wondering whether he could rival the 5 great super guilds' old monsters, Liu Yanya had her eyes focused on the student registration list, shock and confusion coloring her face.
Gold? How did Chen Ziyu get into the gold list?
At this time, there were only a few names on the gold list. However, one of them just so happened to be Chen Zio, a name that shouldn't be there logically. This must be a mistake. How can her instructor be so strong? Liu Yanya shook her head, refusing to believe this situation to be true. It should be known that her instructor had taken a long time to complete even the 2nd-floor trial and become a silver instructor. Yet, just when she thought she could stand on equal footing as Chen Zio afterward, Chen Zio's instructor had become a gold instructor. How could she possibly accept this situation? In reality, Liu Yanya wasn't the only one in disbelief over this situation. Even Chen Zio herself wore a dumbfounded expression when she saw her name on the gold list. Instructor Shi, Asura, Chapter 3036, Chapter 100 in turn, Start of a New Era, Chapter 110, Start of a New Era, the strongest Tier 6 God-ranked expert. So this is the strength Instructor Shi has been hiding all along. Chen Ziyu dared not believe the crazy thought she just had. Asura, the current #1 God-ranked expert in the God's Domain Association's instructor certification test. Just reaching Tier 6 was already an unachievable goal for most players in God's domain, let alone becoming the strongest player among Tier 6 God-ranked experts. With her meager talent and strength, Chen Ziyu had never once harbored any thoughts of having any interactions with such a player. Not to mention, Shi Feng was merely the former guild leader of Shadow, a second-rate guild in the past. Although Chen Ziyu had long since known that Shi Feng couldn't possibly be just a Tier 3 expert with his combat standards, she had never thought that he would have anything to do with Tier 6 God-ranked experts. However, Chen Ziyu had no choice but to have such thoughts in the current situation. Unlike everyone else, she possessed much more information about the participant named Asura. After all, Shi Feng was her registered instructor. So, the instant Shi Feng became a gold instructor, she would be entered into the gold list as well. Currently, there were already several dozen people registered on the third-floor trials scoreboard. Among them, some were Tier 6 God-ranked experts, and some were apex existences among Tier 5 experts. After all, the trials only tested the participants' combat standards. The trials didn't consider the participants' tiers, equipment, skills, spells, legacies, etc. So it wasn't strange for Tier 5 experts to conquer the third-floor trial as well. However, the instant Asura's name got registered on the third-floor trials scoreboard, Chen Ziyu had also received a notification that she had qualified for the God's Domain Association's gold list. In Chen Ziyu's opinion, this definitely wasn't a coincidence, after all. Nobody else had gotten registered on the third floor's scoreboard around this time. So this meant that Asura was Shi Feng, and Shi Feng was Asura. While Chen Ziyu was feeling shocked over this situation, Shi Feng had also walked up to her and quietly said, "Don't tell my secret to anyone else for the moment. I still don't want too many people finding out about this. Such a situation wouldn't be beneficial to you or me." Shi Feng wasn't surprised that Chen Ziyu had figured out that he was Asura. After all, he had registered her as his apprentice. So long as Chen Ziyu was paying attention, she could easily connect the dots. Chen Ziyu nodded like a timid rabbit. Her eyes filled with excitement and reverence as she looked at Shi Feng. After all, the strongest Tier 6 God-ranked expert in God's domain was her instructor. There was no way she wouldn't be excited over this situation. She also understood why Shi Feng had given her such a reminder. Situations where destruction pursued the great happened frequently in God's domain. Now that Asura had already become known as the strongest God-ranked expert, the various superpowers were probably frantically looking into Asura's identity. It might be fine if Asura belonged to the various superpowers. However, if Asura turned out to be an independent expert with no background, there would only be two possible actions the various superpowers would take: recruiting or disposing of the player known as Asura, with the combat standards Shi Feng had currently displayed. It went without saying that the various superpowers would first try to recruit him at all costs. However, if they failed to get Shi Feng to join them, the subsequent actions they would take went without saying. At that time, the various superpowers probably wouldn't stop at just targeting Shi Feng. Even the people around Shi Feng might not be spared. Meanwhile, as Shi Feng's registered apprentice, Chen Ziyu would definitely be the first to suffer the various superpowers' wrath. "You'll have to start working harder to improve yourself once we return," Shi Feng said as he looked at the names on the third-floor trials scoreboard. "The resources the association provides are quite tempting, so it won't be long before war breaks out among the various powers. If you don't have enough strength, you might even have difficulty leveling up." "The various powers are going to go to war?" Chen Ziyu was confused by Shi Feng's words. The current situation in God's domain could be described as a pool of dead water. At most, the various powers would engage in insignificant conflicts. Never would they start a full-blown war against one another. So, she found it hard to believe that a war would break out among the various powers. "You'll know what I mean soon enough," Shi Feng said, not bothering to explain himself. Then he turned around and left the 175th floor. The reason the various powers could maintain a stable relationship with one another thus far was due to the vague gap in strength between experts, particularly Tier 5 experts. After all, nobody could tell how strong a Tier 5 expert was compared to other Tier 5 experts until they fought. Meanwhile, although fights between Tier 5 experts happened from time to time, they were still relatively rare. Because of this, most Tier 5 experts were unaware of how strong they were compared to their peers, and the only way to determine a power's overall strength was through the number of Tier 5 experts it had. However, The advent of the Gods Domain Association's instructor certification test had just removed this unknown variable and shattered the balance between the various powers. Now, everyone was aware that not all Tier 5 experts were equal, and that it was possible for one Tier 5 expert to defeat multiple Tier 5 experts. In that case, how could the guilds with fewer but stronger Tier 5 experts be willing to settle for fewer resources than guilds with more but weaker Tier 5 experts? God's domain had already officially become a second world for humans. Every additional territory a power occupied could mean profits that could make even major corporations grow envious. Not to mention, now that God's domain faced the threat of invasion by outer world forces, the various powers would need more resources to nurture more experts so that they could better defend their territories. Hence, now that the unknown variable known as the strength of experts was out of the way, God's domain's various powers might very well launch an all-out war against each other after today. Meanwhile, if these powers were willing to go to war with each other, it went without saying that they wouldn't hesitate to target independent players either. At this time, Shi Feng wasn't the only one who noticed this point. The many powers and experts paying attention to the instructor certification test also realized it. Is this going to be the reshuffling for Tier 5 experts? Lin Yayue frowned as she looked at her quantum watch's holographic display. It was a common opinion that Tier 5 experts were largely equal in strength to each other in the past. Even if there was a difference, it wouldn't be significant. However, the scoreboards of the second and third floor trials proved otherwise, contrary to everyone's expectations. A massive gap in strength existed even among Tier 5 experts. It was especially true for the gap between the older generation and the newer generation Tier 5 experts. Unexpectedly, everyone had overestimated the older generation experts and underestimated the newer generation experts. This was because most of the Tier 5 experts who had conquered the third floor trial were newer generation experts. Seeing this situation, there was no way the various powers would remain quiet and settle for the current status quo in God's domain. Meanwhile, what caught Lin Yaoyue off guard the most was that neither her guild's guild leader nor Great Elder Confused Heart had made it onto the third floor's scoreboard. This outcome would undoubtedly create a huge impact on Mysterious Moon's prestige. In the past, other first-rate guilds had believed that Mysterious Moon's guild leader and Confused Heart were nigh-invincible existences among Tier 5 experts. Adding on the fact that Mysterious Moon had many Tier 5 experts, the guild became regarded as top tier among first-rate guilds. Meanwhile, thanks to this status, Mysterious Moon was able to occupy crucial territories most other first-rate guilds could never occupy. Other first-rate guilds had even taken the initiative to surrender some of the miniature ancient world's resources to Mysterious Moon out of fear and respect. However, now that both of these supposedly invincible individuals had failed to clear the third floor trial, it meant that they were no different than the other Tier 5 experts that were stuck on the second floor trial. This situation would put Mysterious Moon in an incredibly precarious situation. On the other side, after the God's Domain Association's instructor certification test ended, Chen Ziyu got into the association's talent camp without fail, and Shi Feng also received the bottle of S-rank nutrient fluid Qi Lanshan had promised him. Chapter 3037, Chapter 111, Ancient City Takes Shape. Chapter 3037, Chapter 111, Ancient City Takes Shape. Jinhai City, Qingzhou Villa District. After spending the day at the secret pavilion's branch headquarters, Shi Feng hurriedly returned to his villa to rest. In reality, those touring the branch headquarters could choose to spend the night there. However, when Shi Feng considered the bottle of S-rank nutrient fluid he got from Qi Lianshan and the 11,100 association points he earned from the instructor certification test, he didn't wish to waste even a moment longer there. Thus, he left the branch headquarters ahead of time. 1 bottle of life potion and 6 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluid. These supplements should be enough to heal my body's injuries and replenish my cells' vitality. Shi Feng thought expectantly as he looked at the 7 bottles he had just placed into the refrigerator. The God's Domain Association's points could be exchanged for resources at the association branches located in the various cities. To avoid attracting trouble to himself, Shi Feng had chosen to conceal his identity and exchanged his points at Liufeng City's association branch before returning to Jinhai City. Meanwhile, he had spent all but 100 points to exchange for 1 bottle of life potion and 5 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluid. Fortunately, as Lufeng City was a first-tier city, the association branch there had all the resources the association offered. Moreover, the exchange system was operated by AI. So long as he had enough points to exchange for the items he selected, the AI would send fully automated robots to deliver the items to him. No human was involved in the entire process, so there was no need to worry that his identity would get exposed. Meanwhile, with 6 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluid and 1 bottle of life potion, he should be able to elevate his physical fitness to the standard of master martial artists. Most importantly, the life potion would rejuvenate his cells, returning him to his prime of youth. At that time, he would no longer have to worry about facing bottlenecks when developing his body, while Shi Feng was conducting meditation training to put his mind and body into the perfect condition to consume and absorb the drugs. Blackie suddenly contacted him with an anxious expression on his face. "Guild leader, I just received news that the balance between the various powers has been broken because of the God's Domain Association. Now the various powers have started competing for leveling spots in both the main continent and the miniature ancient world. Battles involving tens of thousands of players have even taken place in a few places already," Blackie said in a helpless tone. "Right now, the various first-rate guilds and guild alliances have already locked down all leveling maps under level 110 in the miniature ancient world. They're not letting any outsiders set foot into these maps. Qianyu's side has even clashed with some teams already. Although they've won every fight so far, we've also suffered a lot of casualties. Currently, although Zero Wing's internal members were ahead of the various guilds in terms of levels, their optimum leveling spots were still level 105 to level 110 leveling maps due to the inconvenience of travel. Originally, few guilds would send their teams out to these maps, so Zero Wing's internal members got to enjoy ample leveling resources. However, now that the various guilds were laying claim over these maps, it became a lot more challenging for Zero Wing to monopolize these resources. Although Zero Wing's members could fend off those who tried to hinder them, most of the opponents they faced were experts from the various first-rate guilds. Fighting against these experts while grinding would lower their grinding efficiency significantly. Moreover, as a small guild, the last thing Zero Wing wanted was to have a protracted fight with a large guild. After all, a large guild could afford to have a portion of their members keep Zero Wing busy while the rest of their members focused on leveling up rapidly. That is indeed a problem. Shi Feng fell into thought for a moment when he heard Blackie's report. Then, he said, "Have them switch to grinding in level 110+ maps for now? Although their leveling efficiency will still decrease, it will still be better than if they stayed and fought. Also, you don't need to worry about recruiting new members. Just focus on leveling up for now." "Okay. I'll notify Qianlu and the others," Blackie said. After giving the matter some thought, he felt that this was the only solution they had right now. After Blackie disconnected the call, Shi Feng also stopped meditating, took out a bottle of S-rank nutrient fluid from the refrigerator, and emptied it into his stomach. "It seems I'll have to accelerate the Abyssal Star City's construction." Although Shi Feng had more or less expected the various powers to make a big move after the instructor certification test, he didn't think they would act so quickly. He also didn't expect the competition to reach the miniature ancient world as well. After drinking the S-rank nutrient fluid and feeling a warm feeling spreading throughout his body, Shi Feng lied into his virtual gaming cabin and logged into God's domain. Misty Canyon, Abyssal Star, Ancient City. When Shi Feng logged back into the game, he found that the Abyssal Star City had undergone massive changes. Shi Feng was stunned when he saw the pedestrians walking along the city's main street. The once deserted ancient city had become populated by numerous NPCs in less than a day. Moreover, many of these NPCs were merchants and adventurers. NPC merchants and NPC adventurers might be a common sight in towns and cities, but it was incredibly strange to see so many of these NPCs in a city that had been summoned only recently. It should be known that NPC merchants and NPC adventurers were crucial for a city's early-stage development. After all, a city could only rent its shops out if there were NPC merchants seeking to rent them, and a city's shops would also only have products to sell if NPC merchants were renting them. Meanwhile, a city could only defend itself if there were NPC adventurers applying to become guards. If a city lacked sufficient NPC guards, it couldn't even maintain basic public security. NPC guards were especially important for the Abyssal Star City since it sat in the monster-infested Misty Canyon. Meanwhile, after seeing how rapidly the Abyssal Star Ancient City had developed, Shi Feng couldn't help but admit that Hidden Soul was indeed a capable person. System: Abyssal Star Ancient City has accumulated 2,000 popularity points and 500 city guards. Do you wish to spend 20,000 magic crystals to unlock the Abyssal Star Advanced Workshop? Chapter 3038, Chapter 112, Ancient Workshop, and Advanced Workshop. Shi Feng couldn't help but be surprised when he saw the system notification. Shi Feng was no stranger to workshops. Once a guild city reached the main city rank, players could construct a workshop in the city simply by spending coins and magic crystals. Meanwhile, exactly as its name suggested, the workshop was a place for the various lifestyle classes to conduct their work. At the same time, it also possessed some of the Lifestyle Association's functions, such as issuing NPC commissions and trade offers. Not only could lifestyle players acquire rare resources through the workshop, but they also had a certain chance to acquire designs and recipes from NPCs, thereby increasing their lifestyle standards. In addition, the workshop would also sell materials needed by the various lifestyle classes for crafting basic items. Sometimes it would even sell rare materials cheaply. However, while acquiring a basic workshop might be a straightforward process, acquiring an advanced workshop was a whole other story. The advanced workshop was no longer something players could unlock simply by spending coins and magic crystals. Instead, players needed to acquire the construction design for it. Meanwhile, an advanced workshop was a qualitative leap from a basic workshop. In the case of a basic workshop, it would, at most, have basic, advanced, and special workrooms. Although these workrooms could help increase players' production success rate, the increase was limited and would not exceed 10%. However, it was an entirely different story for an advanced workshop. Even the most inferior workroom in an advanced workshop would be at the special rank. Other than special workrooms, there were also magic workrooms that could increase players' production rate by 25%. In God's domain, many Master and Grandmaster lifestyle players would often defect to another power just so that they could have the privilege of using a magic workroom. If news got out that the Abyssal Star Ancient City had unlocked an advanced workshop, the various superpowers would definitely lose their minds. After all, this was an advanced workshop inside the miniature ancient world. Unlock it! Shi Feng chose to unlock the advanced workshop without hesitation. Previously, he had already stocked up 100,000 magic crystals in Abyssal Star City. Although spending 20,000 magic crystals so quickly hurt his heart, it was a small price to pay for an advanced workshop. Now that there was an advanced workshop in Abyssal Star City, it meant that Zero Wing would have no problem attracting lifestyle players to join. The importance of lifestyle players was no less than combat players. This was because a considerable portion of God's domain's epic weapons and equipment came from the hands of lifestyle players. Some lifestyle players were even capable of crafting fragmented legendary items. Moreover, compared to items obtained from loot, items created by players were a much better fit for players. It was especially true for epic and fragmented legendary items. This was because items of such rank were typically made to fit the players who would use them. Meanwhile, because these items were made to fit the user, the players using these custom-made items could exhibit close to 100% of these items' potential. In comparison, an ordinary expert would, at most, be able to exhibit 70% of a looted item's potential, while peak experts could exhibit only 90%. In addition, when using a looted item, players would have to adapt their combat style to the item's characteristics instead of the other way around. Depending on how much change players had to make, it might lead to a further reduction in strength. Hence, all experts at the Void Realm standard or above would almost always use custom-made items. It didn't matter even if acquiring these items cost them 10 times more than what they would normally have to pay for an item of the same quality. The only times when experts of such caliber would use looted items were when the items in question possessed incredible basic attributes or effects. Because of this, almost every Master and Grandmaster lifestyle players in God's domain had a waiting list of several years. Moreover, if one was making a commission with a lifestyle player who wasn't affiliated to one's guild, one would typically have to pay a much greater price for custom-made items. However, now that Zero Wing had an advanced workshop, Zero Wing's members would no longer have to worry about custom-made weapons and equipment in the future. Meanwhile, after Shi Feng chose to unlock the Abyssal Star Advanced Workshop, a rather dilapidated 5-story building along the city's main street suddenly took on a new and vibrant look. Why does this advanced workshop occupy such a big area? Shi Feng was a little surprised when he looked at the 5-story workshop. The workshop's building matched the size of a sports stadium, and it was nearly twice as big as the advanced workshops Shi Feng had seen before. However, Shi Feng didn't put too much thought into the matter. Immediately, he walked into the workshop to inspect it. It seems I have really underestimated the Abyssal Star Ancient City. With its abilities, it can probably rank among the top 3, even within the second sequence. After Shi Feng was done inspecting the Abyssal Star Advanced Workshop, he couldn't help but take in a deep breath as he tried to calm his restless heart. If he were to describe the city's ancient tower as a holy land for players to develop their control over mana, then the Abyssal Star Advanced Workshop would be a holy land for lifestyle players. Not only did the Abyssal Star Advanced Workshop have 400 special workrooms, but it even had 60 magic workrooms. These numbers were more than double that of the average advanced workshop. In addition, the Abyssal Star Advanced Workshop also had 9 incredibly special rooms that could be described as miniature worlds. Meanwhile, these workrooms were named the Sage's Room. In these 9 Sage's Rooms, players could simulate the production process of an item simply by spending some magic crystals. Without wasting precious materials, players could familiarize themselves with an item's production process, thereby increasing their production success rate. For Master and Grandmaster lifestyle players seeking to produce epic and fragmented legendary items, the function of these Sages' Rooms was something they dreamed of having. After all, the materials needed to produce epic and fragmented legendary items were incredibly precious. Even the 5 great super guilds wouldn't dare let their lifestyle players practice with these materials. So, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the Sage's Room's simulation function was priceless. Moreover, this simulation function wasn't everything the Sage's Room had to offer. The Sage's Room still had one more function, and it was even more amazing than the simulation function. Legacy guidance, indeed. Legacy guidance for lifestyle players. In an era where almost all lifestyle legacies had vanished from God's domain, the Sage's Room's ability to offer legacy guidances was utterly unimaginable. However, it wasn't completely accurate to say that the Sage's Room provided players with legacy guidances. Rather than providing players with theoretical knowledge, the Sage's Room granted players a buff that increased their lifestyle rank by 1 while inside the room. In addition, the Sage's Room would also provide players with a simulation of the best possible method to produce a designated item, allowing players to have a clear goal when producing the designated item. Even so, this function would shake the entirety of God's domain should it be made known to the public. After all, in the current God's domain, the only legacies that lifestyle players had to go by were textual descriptions of production techniques. They were not given any clear requirements or goals they needed to achieve to learn these techniques. This was why the development of lifestyle players was incapable of keeping up with the development of combat players, who possessed complete combat systems. Compared to subworlds with complete lifestyle systems, the development of lifestyle players in this subworld was at a snail's pace. Chapter 3039, Chapter 113, Emerging Strength. Chapter 113, Emerging Strength. This is going to be a headache. Shi Feng couldn't help but feel his head hurting when he finished looking through the Abyssal Star Advanced Workshop's information. If he was merely dealing with an ordinary advanced workshop, he could have recruited lifestyle players without worry. However, with the presence of the Sage's Rooms, he had to be extra careful when recruiting lifestyle players. If handled poorly, the Abyssal Star Advanced Workshop might bring an end to the Abyssal Star Ancient City. However, Shi Feng didn't mull over this matter for too long. Since he had already picked up this hot potato, there was nothing he could do but wait for Zero Wing's mercenary alliance to grow sufficiently strong. Setting aside the sage's room, the Abyssal Star Advanced Workshop had another amazing function. More specifically, all advanced workshops had this function: recruiting lifestyle NPCs. Depending on an advanced workshop's popularity, it could even recruit master lifestyle NPCs. Meanwhile, master lifestyle NPCs should be enough to cope with the demands of the current miniature ancient world. After walking up to the workshop's front desk, Shi Feng activated the workshop's recruitment function. Then, in less than 2 hours, applications from NPCs began appearing before Shi Feng one after another. Amazing. This workshop has only opened recently, yet there are already master lifestyle NPCs applying to join. Shi Feng couldn't help but be flabbergasted when he looked through the system message bar. Normally, an advanced workshop would not attract any master lifestyle NPCs as soon as it opened. From master lifestyle NPCs would only start appearing a few days after the workshop's opening. Moreover, only 1 or 2 would appear, yet now, in just 2 hours, the Abyssal Star Advanced Workshop had already received applications from more than 10 master lifestyle NPCs. One of them was even a master forger. In addition, this master forger was only asking for 100 gold per day, which was only half of the standard price on the main continent. With this, I won't have to get Blackie to recruit master forgers and alchemists. After looking at the long list of applications, Shi Feng chose to hire all 15 of the master lifestyle NPCs that applied. Of these NPCs, 14 were basic masters, while 1 was an advanced master forger. Thankfully, I already have the designs ready. Otherwise, these NPCs are going to bankrupt Zero Wing. Shi Feng couldn't help but sigh ruefully as he looked at the total cost of hiring these 15 NPCs. Each of the 14 basic masters cost 40 gold per day to hire, while the advanced master cost 100 gold. In total, it cost 660 gold per day to hire these 15 NPCs. In the miniature ancient world, even third-rate guilds would have difficulty supporting a daily expenditure of 660 gold. Firstly, unlike on the main continent, income sources were incredibly limited in the current miniature ancient world. Guilds did not have any guild towns or cities to provide them with large amounts of coins. Right now, the only way guilds could earn coins reliably was by selling equipment and having guild members do quests. Secondly, although the various guilds had sent many players into the miniature ancient world, everyone was just starting out here. Thus, everyone had significant daily expenditures. If not for players being allowed to bring 1,000 gold with them when they entered the miniature ancient world, the various guilds would probably be dead-ass poor right now. Meanwhile, after the NPCs Shi Feng hired arrived at the workshop, Shi Feng approached a white-clad old man. Then he took out the ancient mana equipment set design he had obtained from the ancient demon court and asked Master Horn, "How likely are you to succeed in manufacturing this set?" Horn Sellant, an advanced master forger on the main continent. Even the king of a kingdom would treat him with courtesy. A mana equipment set? Horn caressed his white beard and fell into thought as he looked at the design. Then, after some time had passed, he said, "Roughly 40%. 40? Shi Feng nodded in satisfaction when he heard the old man's answer. The ancient mana equipment set was extraordinary. If he had a player of the same rank produce it, their success rate would probably be under 30%. I'll leave this design with you then, Master Horn. I'll also have the other masters assist you as much as they can. With the Sage's Room's effects, Horn's success rate should increase past 50%. It costs 1,000 magic crystals and 100 gold's worth of other materials to produce an ancient mana equipment set. If the production success rate was over 50%, each set should only cost 2,000 magic crystals and 200 gold to produce. Even if this standardized ancient mana equipment set was slightly inferior to the sets obtained from the ancient demon court, they were still far stronger than dark gold equipment sets. Currently, what Zero Wing lacked most were weapons and equipment. Although Su Qianliu's Thousand Flow adventurer team had brought in many epic weapons and equipment from the main continent, there still wasn't enough to equip everyone in the guild. After all, even top-tier first-rate guilds could not fully equip all their experts in epic weapons and equipment. They could only acquire enough to gear their main force members at most. Moreover, most of these epic weapons and equipment were individual pieces rather than sets. For the average expert in first-rate guilds, they'd be fortunate to have 2 or 3 pieces of epic equipment. Meanwhile, the 8-piece Dark Gold ranked Ancient Mana Equipment set was inferior only to 8-piece Epic Equipment sets. In some cases, the Mana Equipment set excelled even more than Epic Equipment sets. If he could equip every Zero Wing member with a set, Zero Wing's overall combat power would definitely skyrocket. Afterward, Shi Feng joined Horn and the other masters in producing the Ancient Mana Equipment set. Shi Feng wasn't just a Tier 6 sword god in the past. He was also a Grandmaster Forger. Although he was only a basic apprentice forger with 0 lifestyle EXP right now, he still remembered all the forging techniques he had learned in the past. While Shi Feng might not be able to produce the whole set by himself, he could still help in producing some parts of the set. It was especially true when it came to refining metals and magic crystals. These tasks didn't require lifestyle levels and relied entirely on technique. Meanwhile, with the techniques Shi Feng had honed, he achieved a 60% success rate when refining, which was 10% higher than the NPC masters. This, in turn, increased the overall production success rate of the Ancient Mana Equipment set by a little. In just 2 days, Shi Feng and the NPCs had successfully produced 50 Ancient Mana Equipment sets. Shi Feng had also leveled up from 105 to 106, thanks to all the parts he had produced. His leveling speed was not at all inferior to players grinding out in the fields. In addition, he had leveled up twice in his forging standard, going from a basic apprentice forger into an advanced apprentice forger. Now, he was only missing a few more proficiency points to become a basic forger. However, in producing all these Ancient Mana Equipment sets, Shi Feng had also exhausted Zero Wing's stockpile of magic crystals. If not for the large number of NPC merchants contributing 70,000 magic crystals and 20,000 gold in rent these past 2 days, Zero Wing would have long since gone bankrupt. Just when Shi Feng was about to continue crafting some parts to level up into a basic forger, he suddenly received a call notification. Meanwhile, the caller was none other than Mysterious Moon's Zhuo Yalin. "Seeing as you are contacting me now, did something happen over at the Dark Moon Outpost, Miss Nightingale?" Shi Feng asked when he saw the tired look on Zhuo Yalin's face. According to his agreement with Zhuo Yalin, there should still be 2 days until the battle for the Dark Moon Outpost began. "Something has indeed happened," Zhuo Yalin said with a bitter smile. "I'm afraid we will have to cancel our previous agreement, Mr. Blackflame. World domination has just moved into Hundred Flow City and laid claim over every map that drops the tokens for the Dark Moon Outpost. First-rate guilds like Mysterious Moon stand no chance against it. Of course, Mysterious Moon will still compensate you with 10,000 gold. Ever since the God's Domain Association's temple trial, the entirety of God's Domain had undergone a massive change. Every leveling spot in the miniature ancient world had also transformed into a battlefield between the various powers. Originally, Zhuo Yalin thought that Mysterious Moon stood a chance at securing the Dark Moon Outpost, since only a few first-rate guilds were competing for it. However, after world domination moved into Hundred Flow City, all of her plans had become a joke. Currently, although Mysterious Moon still retained its hold over some of its leveling spots, every map that dropped the Dark Moon token had become a forbidden zone thanks to world domination. Although Mysterious Moon had collected over 60 Dark Moon tokens thus far, that wouldn't be enough to secure the Dark Moon Outpost. This was because the closer they got to the day of the competition, the higher the drop rate for the Dark Moon tokens would become. If world domination monopolized all of the token maps for the next 2 days, it would have a huge advantage in numbers during the competition. World domination has come to Hundred Flow City. Shi Feng wasn't particularly surprised to learn about this news. The rewards the God's Domain Association offered were incredibly lucrative, so it wasn't strange for even the various superpowers to make a move. "Miss Nightingale, forget the compensation. How about making a deal with Zero Wing? A deal?" Zhuo Yalin was a little confused as she looked at Shi Feng. "May I know what kind of deal, Mr. Black Flame? It's a huge pity to just give up on the Dark Moon Outpost now." "The Dark Moon Outpost is the nearest resting point for level 110 maps. We'll need to wait 1 whole month if we give up on the competition this time. How about we work together to secure it?" Shi Feng asked. "Of course, once we secure the Dark Moon Outpost, I want half of the shops, including the only large shop in the outpost. I also want half of the outpost's revenue. What do you think?" Zhuo Yalin couldn't help but look at Shi Feng in disbelief when she heard his words. "Mr. Black Flame, don't tell me you plan on attacking world domination?" Chapter 3040, Chapter 114, Zero Wings Strength. Chapter 114, Zero Wings Strength. Zhuo Yalin was both shocked and frightened by Shi Feng's suggestion. This was a super guild they were talking about. Even if world domination wasn't one of the 5 great super guilds, it was still a veteran super guild that had been publicly acknowledged as such since God's Domain's launch, although one could often see top-tier first-rate guilds behaving fearlessly against a super guild. That was only on the surface. However, it was a completely different story when it came to attacking a super guild. Zhuo Yalin would be lying if she said she wasn't frightened by Shi Feng's suggestion. As an executive of a first-rate guild, Zhuo Yalin possessed a much greater understanding of super guilds than second- and third-rate guilds in God's domain. Or more specifically, the stronger a power was in God's domain, the more afraid they would be of super guilds. This was because super guilds were nowhere close to being as simple as they seemed on the surface. Otherwise, instances of non-superpowers going up against super guilds and coming out on top wouldn't be regarded as legends. "Are you not interested in the Dark Moon Outpost, Miss Nightingale?" Shi Feng asked with a smile. "Of course not," Zhuo Yalin denied, shaking her head. "Once ahead, always ahead." It wasn't an exaggeration to say that mana outposts located close to NPC cities were the most important economic resource for a power during the early stages of the miniature ancient world. If a power failed to secure a mana outpost on this first round, even if it secured an outpost a month later, the coins and resources it could earn through the outpost would be significantly lower than the income the outpost generated on the first month. Not to mention, the difficulty of snatching an outpost would rise exponentially after the first competition. After all, the powers that had occupied the mana outposts in the first month would have utilized the outposts to generate a massive income, which in turn could be used to boost their development in the miniature ancient world. Currently, what mattered the most to the various powers of God's domain wasn't the resources available in the miniature ancient world. Instead, what mattered most to the various powers was to cross the boundary river and reach the neutral zone as soon as possible. This was because whoever managed to take control of the neutral zone would become the leading force of the 2 gods' domains in the future. Hence, the various powers were seeking to get their players to level 120 and enter the neutral zone to make preparations to control it as soon as possible. After taking a deep breath, Zhuo Yalin said, "World Domination is a super guild. Even if only a portion of its members is in 100 Flow City, it still isn't an opponent we can go up against after all. Aside from its own members, World Domination still has many affiliated powers. Just in 100 Flow City alone, there is 1 first-rate guild and 3 second-rate guilds affiliated to World Domination. The number of first-rate experts World Domination has far surpasses ours. Aside from having many powerful experts, super guilds also had many affiliated powers working for them. Otherwise, there was no way a super guild could control the massive territory they occupied. Not to mention, they were currently in the early stages of the miniature ancient world. While the quality of experts still mattered to a certain extent, quantity played a much more important role now that everyone was at Tier 3. Meanwhile, World Domination had an overwhelming advantage over Mysterious Moon when it came to the quantity of experts they possessed. Even if Mysterious Moon had a Tier 6 God-ranked expert on its side, it still couldn't go against World Domination. The competition for the Dark Moon Outpost wasn't a simple clash between players. Firstly, there were the Dark Moon tokens needed to participate in the actual competition. The maps the Dark Moon tokens dropped at were massive, and Tier 3 players would need around 8 hours just to run from one side to another. Even if Shi Feng decided to go after World Domination's players, he wouldn't be able to kill many of them. Thus, World Domination could still collect a large number of tokens before the competition began. Secondly, the actual competition for the outpost involved players killing monsters for resources and occupying resource nodes. Even if Shi Feng was powerful, there was a limit to what a single player could do. If Mysterious Moon went along with Shi Feng's plans and attacked World Domination, not only would World Domination still secure the Dark Moon outpost, but Mysterious Moon would also end up having to suffer World Domination's retaliation afterward. I know. If we are only talking about first-rate experts, Mysterious Moon naturally cannot beat World Domination, Shi Feng said, nodding. But what if Mysterious Moon has more experts with Tier 4 combat power than World Domination? Mysterious Moon having more Tier 4 combatants than World Domination? Impossible, Zhuo Yalin said as she looked at Shi Feng in confusion. While Mysterious Moon had indeed dispatched a large number of experts to garrison 100 Flow City, there were only 3 experts with Tier 4 combat power. Moreover, that was only because they had combat standards at the Flowing Water Realm and were geared with top-tier epic weapons that were close to rivaling fragmented legendary weapons and Hall of Fame-level epic equipment sets. Compared to World Domination, the number of Tier 4 combatants Mysterious Moon possessed was nothing. Setting aside World Domination's affiliated powers, just World Domination itself probably had more than a dozen Tier 4 combatants in 100 Flow City. After all, Hall of Fame-level equipment sets might be difficult to acquire for first-rate guilds, but crafting such sets would be no difficulty for World Domination, a guild with plenty of Master and Grandmaster lifestyle players. It was even possible that every Flowing Water Realm expert or above in World Domination was geared with such a set. Although epic weapons that rivaled fragmented legendary weapons might be rarer, these experts could simply make up the gap with their combat standards. Of course, it wouldn't be possible if we rely only on your guild. However, it is a different story if you have Zero Wing's assistance, Shi Feng said. However, instead of explaining his plans, he asked, how many Refinement Realm experts does Mysterious Moon have right now? There are 34 in 100 Flow City and a few more in other NPC cities. I should be able to gather 40 within a short period, Zhuo Yalin said, not bothering to withhold this information. It wasn't difficult for a first-rate power to find out how many Refinement Realm experts other first-rate powers had sent into the miniature ancient world, so there was no point in keeping this a secret from Shi Feng. 40? Shi Feng was a little surprised. He had to admit that Mysterious Moon indeed deserved to be regarded as a top-tier first-rate guild. The number of experts Mysterious Moon had dispatched to the miniature ancient world was only a small portion of its members. After all, the guild's main operations remained on the main continent. Yet Mysterious Moon still had 40 Refinement Realm experts in the miniature ancient world. In other words, Mysterious Moon should have at least 200 Refinement Realm experts in total. That was an overwhelming difference compared to second- and third-rate guilds with no Refinement Realm experts. Seeing a lack of response from Shi Feng, Zhuo Yalin said, "This is already the limit. Although I can ask headquarters to send more people, it is a huge risk. Moreover, if they had a real chance at securing the Dark Moon outpost, she could certainly try to persuade her superiors to send more experts into the miniature ancient world. However, the consequences of failure were not something Mysterious Moon could afford to bear. No need. This many is enough. Now, it just depends on whether Mysterious Moon decides to go along with this partnership or not," Shi Feng calmly said. "If your side doesn't have any problems, you can have these Refinement Realm experts gather in 100 Flow City. Zero Wing will help you secure the Dark Moon outpost." Despite Shi Feng's calm words, Zhuo Yalin still couldn't help but grow anxious. However, when she thought about how these words came from a power capable of sending a Tier 6 God-ranked expert into the miniature ancient world, she felt that Zero Wing must have its reasons for being so confident. So, after pondering for a moment, she gritted her teeth and said, "Okay, I'll contact them right away." Afterward, Zhuo Yalin hung up the call and began contacting the guild's core experts.